And welcome back to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We've had the night stints, and the commentary is now back to the end of the race. We're here for the final 8 hours of the season, and what an interesting season it has been. But this is it. This is where it concludes. And from here to the end, as I said, it's 8 hours. So it's basically like one of our normal races that we already have. So for this next stint, myself, Cameron Roger, and Neil Heatley will be bringing you through the morning here, as the sun has just about risen as well here in Le Mans. And there's a few things, obviously, that happened overnight that if you followed the coverage from the cameras, then well done for you for staying up. For those of you who did not, then we will just get into that. But Neil, how are you feeling this morning?
I am feeling.
That's
I do
always
have
good.
feeling. I can confirm. I've got my cafetiere of coffee beside me. Hopefully that can help over the next hour or so. We'll wait and see. But yes, if you watched the cameras throughout the night, you would have seen some interesting things take place. In particular, let's have a look. Yeah, we've got 4 LMP2s that have retired overnight. Rookie Monsters, Wanako, Blackhawk, and Zansho, and all of them were engine failures, which is quite interesting because these engines are, well, configured to do 48 hours if you drive them. Well, I would say drive them properly. I'm not sure that's the exact right term, but they are configured to do about 48 hours. And if you're aggressive on downshifts or aggressive on upshifts and just let it redline a little bit, that's just going to take life off of the engine, and a little bit too much life taken off the engine for those 4 teams.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to test as well, because the way that it sort of works in rFactor is quite mathematical. So if you can work out the engine wear, then you can work out where its safe zones are. You can work out where you need to shift and what temperatures you need to run at, all this sort of stuff. So it is possible to test, but who is going to do a full race simulation? Like doing a full 24-hour race simulation is very difficult indeed, and you know, in other, even in other series as well, no one really does more than maybe an 8 or 12-hour race in these cars. So once you get after that 12-hour mark, after that halfway point in the 24-hour race, you're really into an element of the unknown if you haven't gone in and tested it. So as you said, yeah, 4 teams, and you know, it's not just, you know, one, you know, being a bit, you know, silly. It's 4 of the teams have already gone for a DNF with that one. So hopefully all the other teams are going to be good. So first we'll just see here, Mario Tump, earlier when we saw him, he was really struggling to overtake cars. So let's see if he can try and get past this Volante car. But it looks like he's not quite able to do that as we come to the Mulsanne corner, when you have Burst Edge Esports getting past them. And just before we left, after the 8th hour of driving, they had a disconnection from the race, and then they basically ran out of fuel, had to be towed back, all this sort of stuff. So they are still about 5 laps down. However, the main important point for them and their championship is Vargas Sim Racing, LMP2. They also had a disconnection over the night. So, oh, sorry, not disconnection. Sorry, they are doing basically 9 lap stint. So 1 lap stint early to prevent from a disconnection is what I meant to say. So the issue with Alex Siebel is he went into the pit lane, he disconnected. So when he rejoined back, he only had, you know, like a couple of litres left in the tank because he was just about to pit, which meant when he rejoined back in the game, he couldn't get back round to the pit lane to do a lap. So it seems that the Varga LMP2 is doing it basically 1 lap short. Now, that may not seem like a big deal, but if you add, considering how early that was in the race, if you do 1 lap early for 12 hours or 15 hours that it was, then that's really going to be a lot of time and a lot more pit stops that you're going to be doing by the end of the race.
Yeah, and it's all about that time saving. But of course, because Varga are essentially the only ones, well, they're essentially, they've got one hand on the title at this point. They can afford to have those extra pit stops because they have to finish well, 5 points behind Burst Edge Esports in order to lose that championship. And at the moment, having a look at the standings, simracing.club/D1-live-timing is where you can find live timing and the track map. If we have a look at the moment, Burst Edge Esports in that 28 car is currently 9th. And with his 1.5 times points that we've got here, 9th gives you 18 points. So to be 5 points behind, well, you can't be 5 points behind there. You'd have to be 6 points behind, and that gives you, well, 12 points. That made that 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13th place in order for Varga to lose the championship as it stands. And 13th place means, well, a DNF.
Yes, not really the best
have
situation.
To finish, essentially.
Yeah.
That's all they need to do. So they can afford to take those extra pit stops.
Yeah, they certainly can, because they're in such good position. We said earlier, it's basically just a 2-horse race. So with Burst Edge being so many laps down, that they basically just need to take it nicely. And I guess it's not a good thing, but one good thing is because Burst reconnected, I don't know how that works with the engine wear that we were talking about, because I know that things like the damage is carried over, and obviously the fuel tank, but I'm not sure about the engine life. But obviously for these teams that are going to be doing the whole 24 hours, that is certainly going to be something to something to talk about. So now we'll go to the GTEs, and this is the Varga car I meant to say, disconnected in the GTE battle. And this is quite important because obviously they're fighting for that all-important GTE championship. So they're now down 12th place in class, and this is putting that Waveframe number 99 in a very good place indeed to be winning this championship. So Varga, as you see on the bottom right, 3 laps down to the leaders now, and that is going to be pretty not possible to get that back. And also this Knight of Velix car, which, don't forget, is the championship leader coming into this race as well. They're down in 11th place, 2 laps off the lead as well. So it's looking quite good for Waveframe, but there's still 8 hours left to go in the race.
Yeah, that number 99 car certainly has one hand on the trophy for them, because essentially out of the 99, the 69, and the 60, you could pretty much say whoever finished ahead was most likely going to win the championship. And the thing with the 99 car being in 3rd, and then the 60 and 69 being 11th and 12th respectively, again, they're one of these teams who can afford to maybe cut stints 1 lap short to make sure that they don't run out of fuel. And because they have that 2-lap lead, they can again afford to be a little bit more cautious in their strategy for the rest of the race. But coming to the engines, I know that you can accelerate to do a race stint if you like. I know you can accelerate fuel and tyre wear, but I'm not sure if you can accelerate component wear in RF2.
You can, but one, I guess, issue with that is it's sort of arguably less sort of accurate. But that is definitely something that you can do. So let's see if anyone, hopefully by now, we've mentioned this previously, we've had this Orica for, this is the 3rd season now. Got released almost 3 years ago, back in 2018. So there should have been a lot of sort of work done by these teams now. Obviously, those 4 teams that DNF'd, there could be some misfortune with that. But considering it's 4 teams, that's quite like a significant amount of the field. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just simply didn't do some preparations with that, because it is such a big jump coming to a 24-hour race. But hopefully for the other teams left in the race, we can see them get towards the end, because once you've blown your engine, that's it. You can't come back from that.
Yeah, You could, well, I suppose you could put in your virtual mechanics to go and run it and put a new virtual engine in, but I think that might be a bit too much at this moment in time. But yes, of course, if you blow an engine, that is it here. In terms of disconnection, we did talk about this yesterday. You can recover from that, but essentially you lose the lap you were on. You have to do another lap, and well, we saw what happened with the Burst Edge esports car, is that you can't pit on your outlap. You've got to continue with the fuel that you had, and luckily they had a teammate in the Burst Edge Hungry.dk car, the number 50, to help push them round the circuit to make it back to the pit lane in order to continue their race. But yes, that fuel number is also incredibly important if you have a disconnection. We're now on board with Lorenzo Arisi, third place, a lap to the leader and 8 seconds behind second place. We'll go back to Wojtek Polesny in that Varga car, just half a second behind the car in 12th.
Yeah, so that Ricky Monsters has actually got past. So this Varga car is not exactly fast at this point of the race either. So yeah, it's not going to be ideal for them as it gets towards the end of the race, but they just need to keep going and see what is going to happen. We have been just sent the sort of live standings, and Waveframe Esports, the number 99, would be winning the championship by 10 points, which is quite remarkable considering how close it is at the moment. But then that would be to Nita Velux, and then Varga would be another 10 points back in third place. And then, ironically enough, then another 10 points back to Zancho. So those top four would be separated by 10 points each, which is quite an interesting or weird fact there. But it seems to be spreading out just a little bit because they have spread out so much in this race so far. So if they want to change that, then they just need to keep on going and just see what happens. So hopefully they can try and get towards the end of the race. But those points are looking pretty good for Waveframe as we stand.
It's looking very good for that 99 car in terms of the championship. Now, having a look at the number 30 Cetres Nita Velux car, Rory McDuff, currently driving it, a full 140 seconds off of the podium, though, as it stands. The car in third place in the LMP2 category is the number 49 Burst Esports Simplicity car. It's David Mrocek currently driving that one. And yes, Mrocek is doing well, is putting in very good lap times. In fact, last time round, he had the third best lap time of all of the LMP2s.
Yeah, they've, obviously there's been 4 DNFs and issues for other people, but they've still done well to get back up onto this podium. They're about 2 minutes off the lead, which, if you think about it, we're just over 16 hours into the race now. So being just over 2 minutes off the lead, considering they had a drive-through penalty, considering they had a bit of a crash earlier, that's not too bad, really. So they're still in a decent position, and this is why in 24-hour races, even after like 4 hours of the race, if you have a bit of an issue, I know there's 20 hours left, but there's no reason to give up, because by the time you come overnight, you get there in the morning, the gaps have just spread out so much, and so much has changed that you might as well keep going, and that is exactly what they've done. So fair play to that. And if they can get themselves a podium, I'm sure they're going to be pretty happy. Their main issue, really, is that they're now just over a minute off the next car, which is at Varga Sim Racing LMP2. But if Varga continue to do 1 lap short, then that's going to be, quite a lot, because they were doing it so early on in the race. Yeah. That means it's normally 10 laps a stint. They're doing 9 laps from what we could see. So that means every 10 stints, they're going to be losing a whole extra stint, a whole extra pit stop, or other way around, they're going to be gaining an extra pit stop. So that's quite a lot of time that's going to add up, which could be that all-important minute, as we see just on cue, the Varga Sim Racing car come in.
Yeah, the extra pit stop. I think a pit stop here, well, how much time do you lose? I think, if I remember correctly, I think it's somewhere about 40 seconds a pit stop.
Yeah, obviously
circuit.
It does depend if you do tyres or not.
There's so
He
many
is now.
variables, yes, but I think generally it's about 40 to 45 seconds. So that is one pit. If we just say one pit stop, and as you said, over 10 stints, these cars are doing about what 10 laps a stint, 100 laps. That might actually get you just about to the end of the race at this point for these LMP2 cars.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll have to try and work out what do some counting back to work out exactly what it's going to be. But yeah, considering they've done a third of the race. Yes, it's going to be about 140, 145 laps ish at the current pace left in the race. So yeah, that looks like that would be basically a stint and a half extra that they need to do. So if they are continuing with that, so that is that's not a small number. So they do need to be careful with that, but they're also they're preventing a potential bigger loss somewhere else. So might be a smart thing as Chinchik now gets back in the car and we get a nice webcam.
There we go. Still the top half of the face.
Actually, talking about the webcam, I'd like to see the one off Alex Siebel again, because there's quite an interesting sort of what I guess situation, you would say. So that, if you know who that is not Alex Siebel, that is Dennis Jordan driving. We said earlier that he had some PC issues, and he doesn't actually live too far away from Alex Siebel, so he's basically travelled to Alex's house and he's driving in his rig. So yeah, he's gone full commitment for the team. He's not going to let Yerne and Alex do the race himself, but obviously that meant that he's effective driving Alex's game, so that's why the name is the same in the game, but that is definitely Dennis Jordan driving. And this is harder than what it sounds like, because a lot of sim racing is like the mental side of it. So to go to someone's house, like if you think mentally, the race has already started. He arrives at Alex's house when Alex is driving his stints himself. Then he's got to get in the rig, not really understand the rig, because we were mentioning earlier, everyone's rig is set up differently. With the steering wheel position, with the pedal position, they might even have different equipment as well. So all of those things are going to be completely different to what you're used to. And then he's got to come out here and bang in some fast laps. It's quite a big job to do that.
Yeah, and of course, well, as you said, of course, Dennis will have his own seat. He'll have his own personal distance between the pedals and the wheel, for example. He'll have his screen perhaps at a different height as well. So yes, all these drivers' personal setups are so well personalized to what they like. Having to suddenly jump into another rig, if you like, can be fairly jarring. But Dennis Jordan, stroke Alex Siebel, is doing quite a good job at the moment, in 9th place in that Burst Edge Esports car, and they're doing a good recovery job as it stands as well.
Yeah, they have at some point got a lap back as well. So they were basically almost 6, so they're like 5.8 or something laps down at one point. So to get back to 4 laps down is a good job. They've obviously done that somewhere, just with the way things worked out. Obviously, Varga, as we mentioned, already effectively losing time with the strategy. So that is, looking fairly decent for them. So let's see. They should actually. Oh no, because obviously they had the issue earlier, so that puts them off their strategy. But I think they're coming in then maybe 1 or 2 more laps. So we'll see how that one goes for them. But yeah, they're doing a good job. It's just the main issue for them is just the gaps ahead are just so big now that they spread out so much, and being 5 laps down here at 3.5 minutes a lap is best part of 20 minutes. So they did lose a lot of time.
Yeah, a lot of time, and this is something that we were saying yesterday as well, is that it's far easier to gain positions at the beginning of a race than it is towards the end, mainly because at the beginning of the race, these gaps between these cars are so much smaller, therefore it's far easier to actually gain these positions. But now we're starting to see, well, I would say we're starting to see some of the battles spread out. That's not true for the second place battle in GTEs. 9.5 seconds separates Stanley and the Zancho car, and Lorenzo Risi in the way from esports.
Yeah, nice battle getting closer. These two cars have been battling. They were battling when we went off air earlier on.
Yes.
And once again, they're battling. And it was actually the other way around. The Zancho had dropped behind at that point in the race. So interesting to see that has swapped around. But this number 99, potential champions, especially with the way that things have been working out so far. Jean Alesi still leading the way comfortably by almost a lap, actually, to Zancho in second place. And then now we have, obviously, this wavering behind them. And Zancho and Jean Alesi are a bit further back in the championship. So they are effectively, as it stands, taking away the big points as well from the other drivers. So that is obviously been even more difficult for the championship to move around because the points gaps get a bit closer as you go down the order. But yeah, Risi, even in this position as it stands, would be good enough. So I do wonder what their strategy is, but I'm sure they are going to be pushing as hard as they can to get this P2 either way.
Yes, they'll be fighting for this P2 because even though, as we said, they're in a very good position in terms of the championship at the moment, you obviously want to finish the season with a good result. It's 11 seconds between Arisi and Stanley as it stands, but of course that gap just ebbing and flowing due to the traffic they meet as well, and you can see that gap now down to 9.5 seconds. So it really is dependent on where the LMP2s catch them, and indeed where they catch fellow GT cars as well, because there are some areas in this circuit where there really is one line through the Porsche cars, for example, through Indianapolis, through the Ford chicanes. All these sections are essentially one line, so you just have to wait behind another car should you meet a slower one at those points. And have a look at this LMP2 car coming up behind Arisi. I think the LMP2 should be able to catch them before Tete Rouge, or are they just waiting behind? No, they're waiting until after Tete Rouge. And you see, that's one of the things, the LMP2s can go so much faster through Tete Rouge, and that's just cost that LMP2 car a little bit of time just because they just had to stay behind.
And then you'll lose that time all the way down the straight as well, because you would have lost acceleration. And it's a very long straight, this first set of the Mulsanne as well. So, yeah, that's always just the way that it sort of, swings either way. Sometimes maybe the GTE might lose, sometimes the LMP2 might lose or gain, depending on how you look at it as well. So, hopefully they can all just keep it a bit clean. Unfortunately, we haven't really seen anything too major in that department with overtaking and traffic. But just wanted to also mention, in the LMP2 class, Go Team Racing were having a pretty good race, and they actually about 6 hours ago now, they had a spin from third place, and it seemed, well, from what our notes are saying, they seemingly didn't get damage, but they've just sort of slowly dropped or bled off the pace overnight over the multiple hours adding up over that 6 hours since then. So that is that's one reason why Burst managed to get back up into third place. But Go Team's still doing a decent job there in the top 5, but they're now a minute off Knight of Elix in 4th place. Their pace is still fairly okay. Nothing special, but still fairly okay. So, yeah, I mean, obviously pushing. They just don't quite have that pace of that top 4, and they're just slowly losing a bit of time.
There's still a good showing for that Go Team Racing car, currently in the top 5. And having a look at the standings throughout the season, if memory serves me correctly, Go Team began in Division 2 this season. And after 4 races, well, they got a third, a second, and a first in Division 2 over the first 4 races. Then from race 5, they got moved up here into D1, and they've had a good run since then as well. They've had a 7th and a 6th and an 8th in 3 of the races. So they've been doing fairly well since being moved up into Division 1.
Yeah, they certainly have, and I really can't wait to see what these guys can do in the future. They've been doing pretty good, even in the Junior Championship of the VEC, the GT3 Endurance Championship. They also, I think it might have even been third, or it was either third or fourth in the championship that they came in the end. They were doing a good job there, so that is obviously something that they're really trying to do in Sim Racing Club. They're really trying to push out. Fairly new team-ish compared to some of these other ones as well that have been around for 10, 15 years now in some cases as well. So yeah, good job to be fighting up there, and they're doing a good job. So let's see what they're going to do.
Yeah, and of course, how well they do in these final couple of races will have a little bit of a bearing on where they begin at the where they're going to be pre-placed, if you like, at the beginning of next season. So this top 5 here at Le Mans will certainly help their chances to maybe even begin in Division 1 next season. We'll just have to wait and see. But they've got a minute to make up on P4 in order to gain that next position. As there's some yellows out in the middle section, I believe it's Caspian Motorsport car at the second chicane.
Yeah, looks on the track map like they're stopped the number 75. What position are they at the moment? They are 8th in class in the GTEs, and they've had a bit of a spin. I'm not sure why they haven't moved, because it doesn't, from that angle anyway, it looks like there's, they might just basically have had a half spin. It looks like the rear might have come around. Always difficult to say when you didn't see the incident, but yeah, it's a bit weird that they're still sitting there, because if you're out, then you might as well press escape. So let's have a look here. So we've got Demican coming. Oh, wheel disconnection.
Yep.
Wheel disconnection, and that is why he is not going. So what happens when you disconnect your wheel is it goes basically full, effectively left on the axis, which would be obviously to the bottom of the axis, and that is obviously in a steering sense is full left. So that is very unfortunate to do it there, because that was quite a high speed hit on the wall as well. So he's probably going to have some damage if he can sort out his wheel. But if he does reconnect his wheel, very likely he won't have force feedback, and that'll be very weird to drive with. So they'll probably have to do a drive stop. But it does look like on the top there, P9, they're actually DNF'd. So that is a bit of an unfortunate reason to have a DNF, because that is a bit of an unfortunate issue, a bit of hardware failure there.
Yes, I have been in races where there has been some hardware failure, in particular a GT race around Spa, and coming up to Blanchimont, one of my competitors' wheels disconnected, but they didn't go full left. Their wheel just kept the same inputs, so it was full throttle with the wheel straight going into Blanchimont. You can guess what happened there.
Yeah, it does depend, obviously, where it happened. They'll probably have some damage, but they probably would have been okay. But yeah, Blanchimont, that's going to be pretty much game over if that happens. So yeah, I mean, every driver, there's 45 teams racing. Each team, let's say, is 3 drivers. It's well over 120 drivers. 120 different PCs with software, hardware, different wheels, internet, like all these different factors come into play, and unfortunately, just one of them, came a cropper there.
Yes, indeed, it's just one of these things. It could just be as easy as the force feedback in the wheel over the course of the race, just wiggling out the cable that connects it to the PC, for example. It could just be something as simple as that. Having a look at Mika Happinen now in the Set Resonator Velox car, that number 60, currently in 9th position now, so gained the position due to that incident with Demirkan, and now 75 seconds behind 8th.
Yeah, this is a bit better for them, getting that extra position effectively. So we'll have to see how that one adds up for their championship. But yeah, this Nurse Velox car still down in 9th place. Yeah, it's difficult to win. Difficult to win a championship when you're 9th place in the only race of the season that has 1.5 points as well. So they have got over halfway now. So they are guaranteed. They're classified basically. So they're guaranteed to get the participation point, and then
Yep.
wherever they finish. But obviously, if they DNF now, then everyone who's still behind them will then overtake them as well. So it's not like if they DNF now, they'll get points for 9th place because they'll lose out those positions. So they do, just need to keep on going with that one. And hopefully for them, they can try and get up another few positions. The issue, as you said, it's just the gaps have opened up so much that even if someone has a little bit of a spin ahead of them, they're 75 seconds behind. Like, there's not much they can do about that.
Yeah, at least not at this moment. They can always push, and there still is 7.5 hours to go, so there's a lot of time for this now developers car to make up that 75 seconds. And we've seen how fast they are all season, so there is a good chance that they will be able to do that at some point. The car ahead is Tump in the Your Name Here racing car in that Porsche, and we've seen them as well. They've been fairly strong over the course of this race as well.
There's a few teams that have actually had quite strong races here, but it's very difficult to have a perfect race. I do believe in my time, I've only ever seen one team ever have a perfect, or near enough perfect 24-hour race. It was back in season 10 when we still had the old URD mod. They, I can't remember what they're called, Velez. Was it Velez? Which was before 888, which was now R8G. I was in Division 2 at the time, and they did something like 403 laps or something in that LMP2, and albeit it depended on how the race went and all this sort of stuff, but they were still like 10 or something crazy laps ahead of Division 1 because they just had absolutely no issues. Literally the whole race, my team was just chasing them down, and every single thing just went perfect. They didn't have any incidents. They didn't have any failures, any sort of spins or anything that we saw. It was just an absolutely perfect race. And I think it's very difficult to do that because there's just so many variables in a 24-hour race.
Yeah, a load of variables, and we just saw one of those variables 5 minutes ago with the Caspian car. Having a look at Martin Dearden now in that Jean Alesi esports car, this number 66, and they really have been the car to beat. They're 3 minutes and 27 seconds ahead of second place, and that's pretty much a full lap for these GT cars. Having a look at the track map, that number 66 car is just making their way up towards the Porsche curves. And in second place is currently the 87 Zancho, and that's just coming through Corvette Corner. So it's almost at the point that Dearland can see Stanley and then lap the field.
Yeah, just another, maybe sort of 15 seconds or so, and he is going to be coming up to have a whole lap in the lead. And this Zancho car got pole position as well, and they had such a dominant race back in Spa 1 month ago at round 8. So it's not like the other cars are slow. It's not like there's no competition. It's one thing that we've been saying with this GTE class. One good thing about it this season, it's been so close. But for whatever reason, Jean Alesi Esports, they've worked it out. They've got themselves sorted, and they're really, really pulling away. You can just see even a bit further down. They've already lapped all the cars to 5th place twice. So they're really showing some speed at the front.
It's absolutely incredible what that the Jean Alesi car is doing. Again, this is another team where they don't necessarily need to push incredibly for the rest of the race, because as you said, they're almost about to lap the field. They've lapped everyone twice coming up to 5th. They don't need to push incredibly. They can just take it 19%, maybe shorten each stint by a lap to make sure that they don't run out of fuel, and they'll be home dry and win the race here. And that Jean Alesi car, I think, is projected to finish 5th in the championship should they continue leading this race.
Which isn't, it's not really too bad considering they've had a race in Division 2 and things like that, and I'm sure if you give them the extra couple of participation, I think it's extra 20, then they would be, they'd be still just a little bit behind, but not too far. So they still had a pretty decent, pretty decent championship. To be fair, you know, we talk about BOP and all this stuff all the time. There, the Aston Martin hasn't been completely competitive as such. Not necessarily to say it's bad, but maybe not quite as favorable in certain situations. But you can just see from where the other manufacturers are in the other Aston manufacturers are in the standings. You know, they're quite a way behind as well. So Jean Alesi are still doing something a bit special with this car, and they're making sure that they are getting the best out of it. And at the end of the day, you know, they're still leading by basically, you know, a lap or 2 laps to most of the field by this point.
Yes, race 2 in the championship that really hurt them, because of course you need to finish 50% of the race to get participation points, and in race 2 they didn't, so we got none for that. So even if we presume that they were in 2nd division for that race, and say, let's get having a look at the points that are available, let's say they got about 15 points at 6th place, that would give them plus 45 points anyway. That would put them on 515 coming into the championship, and I would say they probably have an outside chance at getting the championship, even with those 2 races in Division 2.
Yeah, they probably would, but I remember that second race was in the Nürburgring. They were in Division 1 for that, but obviously they had the DNF before halfway that we were talking about. So that meant that they got no points, and then because of the DNF, etc., the relegation system, that is why they got put down to Division 2. And then obviously they came back up. So
they won the next race and then got put back up,
Yeah, so as you say, over the course of those 2 races, I mean, obviously maybe there's some misfortune in that, but that's also just how racing goes sometimes. They still, lost those points, where if you add it up, then they probably would be, you said 45, then plus the other 20. They probably could even be leading the championship, or close to it anyway, as you say. So let's see what happens in the future with that one. But they've certainly done a good season, and to finish it off with a win by over a lap would be quite incredible.
Yeah, it'd be a very, very good way to finish off this season for the Jean Alesi eSports car. And yes, this BMW, this big BMW now making its way. Sorry, that's an Aston Martin. I'm a little bit blind. I need my glasses, don't I?
Yeah, there aren't any BMWs, I don't think. There was a DX Droids one, and there was Williams. But at least for Division 1, I think that's been about it. It wasn't really the favourable car, which is weird considering when Williams came for those 4 races, they won 4 races back-to-back, so it was clearly quite fast.
Yeah, it was. Well, that BMW is very fast in the hands of some very capable drivers, and I must say, Williams Esports, some very capable drivers in that team. But yes, Martin Dearland in this Aston Martin doing a very good job, just being passed by an LMP2 car coming down the first section of the Mulsanne, and you can just see there Dylan immediately moving to the left-hand side to almost try and take as much of the slipstream as possible from that passing LMP2 car. Now having a look at Ferris Stanley in the Zancho car, looking in his rearview mirrors, and perhaps in a few laps in those rearview mirrors he will see that Jean Alesi car.
He certainly will, but that number on the bottom right is quite unusual to see. That P2 plus 206 seconds. That's a lot. Obviously, we've had basically 2 8-hour races back to back now, so that does compound, but still, that is quite some way, and that just shows you the good job, because this Zancho car, won Spa pretty comfortably from memory as well. Like, I don't remember them really ever having some sort of major challenge at the front. So it is quite interesting that they sort of dropped off that distance. But then, because this is a 24-hour race, if you are just losing those couple of tenths here and there, over the course of 24 hours, those couple of tenths do add up.
Yeah, those tenths of a second certainly add up, especially over a 24-hour race when you go twice around the clock. But Yes, this first time in that Sancho car, but that gap appears to have stabilised at about 207 seconds, hasn't it?
Yeah, they at this point in the race and at other points in the race, they have been doing fairly similar pace. In fact, last lap, Stanley was half a second faster than Dylan. So yeah, it is weird how that one works out, but it just seems that on average, the John Lacey car's just been pulling out just that little bit here and there, and it's actually quite an interesting one. So if you do the maths, obviously, of how many laps they've done over the time difference between them, is actually works out to be 0.8 a lap, which seems quite a lot on average, considering how close they are. But at certain times, they have been fairly close on pace.
Of course, 0.8 a lap here at Le Mans is equivalent to about, what, 3.5 or 4 tenths at any other circuit, just because of the pure time length of the track here at Le Mans. But yes, Jean Lacey doing a very good job, and also just being able to, have a fairly mistake-free race as well. And that is incredibly important in endurance racing, just keeping your nose clean.
Yeah, Thomas Bayer in the chat has made a good point, though, that the number 66 is they've got it quite easy, let's say, so there is no reason to push, which could be another reason for the pace now at least being a bit more stable, which is a good point. You would assume they're not pushing to the limits, but sometimes it's harder to go slower, because when you're sort of not pushing completely, you then have less concentration time, or the other way around, you have more thinking time, and that can always lead to some mistakes where you second guess yourself. So hopefully they do keep that on the road, because that is sometimes actually been an issue for some teams, is they take their foot off the gas a bit, and then that's when they crash.
Yeah, it's also when you're pushing, but another time can also be when you're least expecting it, when you're perhaps just zoning out, perhaps just when you're in the rhythm, and you just make a small mistake, maybe just going over a curb a little bit too much as well, just unsettling it and sending you into the armco at some point. So again, it's pushing too hard might cause you an incident, and if you get too complacent, that might also cause you an incident. So it's just finding a balance between the two of them. As the Jira Racing car in LMP2 is 78 seconds ahead of Varga now. So that number 2 car is doing a very good job, currently driven by Nick De Silva, and the Varga 27 is currently by Marcel Chinchik. But indeed, that last time round, Chinchik was 1.2 seconds faster than Ajira.
Yes, we'll have to try and catch up if they're doing this, although Ajira have swapped drivers already. But we'll have to see if Ajira are going to be continuing with this triple stint idea that they do. But also, we haven't seen Nick De Silva, well, we didn't see him drive pretty much in the first half of the race. So obviously he is from Australia as well. So that depends obviously when people are awake because of their time zones, etc. But Nick, with all due respect, probably isn't quite as fast as Jordi and Arna. So they've obviously waited a bit in the race to put him in as well. So now when these gaps are so far spread out, if he loses a couple of seconds here and there compared to the other two drivers in the team, it doesn't really matter so much. But they're still doing, some decent pace at the front. And still, some respectable times, but they now have that 1 minute 20 second lead to Chinchik. So they're in a somewhat comfortable position.
It's a fairly comfortable position again. As we were saying beforehand, with this gap that they've got, it's almost 80 seconds, they can perhaps afford to make each stint 1 lap shorter. Because, they move out one and, take the time penalty from having to do that extra pit stop.
Yeah, I think that has potentially hindered the Varga car just a little bit as well, because they're still at some decent pace, obviously, but they must be being that tiny bit more cautious. So I think that's pretty much just what it is. They've obviously seen the issues for Burst Edge Esports. They've seen all of the 4 DNFs over the night with the engine failures and stuff, and they're probably thinking, yeah, second place, even third place is probably going to be plenty good enough. Well, it is going to be plenty good enough. So let's just take it a bit more cautiously. But as I said, their pace is still pretty good. So it's not like they're just completely slowing down, but they're still quicker than quite a few of the LMP2s.
Yeah, we'd say slowing down is comparative, isn't it? But yeah, they're still putting in very good lap times. But having a look at the last lap, it's a 29.9, which just getting in these slightly colder temperatures, and perhaps, well, I don't know how long he's been in the car for now at this point, and it's also, I presume that De Silva was in the car for the transition between night to day as well, so it's also getting used to that transition as the sun comes up. Helmut Timothy Andonovsky now, the number 30 Cetres Nitrovel's car, and he's 3 minutes behind the podium position. That final podium position being held by David Mrocek in that 49 Burst Esports Complexity.
Yeah, this Nitrovel's car is doing actually some good pace with Antonovsky at the moment. These guys seem to be the fastest LMP2 at the moment. Their only issue is the gap that they've got. But yeah, this car's got themselves in a decent position. They've got Moritz Mel 20 odd seconds behind them as well. So there's still a bit of a fight for that one. But with them being best part of a lap behind Mrocek, as you're saying, it's going to be a bit harder for them to try and close that one down. But if they can just hold it cleanly, they'll probably be able to just pull away from that Go Team Racing. And then behind Go Team Racing is another lap to the next car, and then it's basically another lap to the next car, and then a lap again to the car after that, just the way the gaps are spread out. So they're really in a good position as long as they can keep their ahead of that Go Team Racing team.
And yes, now having a look at Mario Tump and Your Name Here racing car, and I believe that's Marcel Offermans in the Sim Racing for Holland car. They're battling for a 7th position in the GT class. They're just coming up through Arnage now, and Tump not close enough this time around to make a move, but look how close he is to that checkerboard Corvette.
Yeah, he's getting closer and closer. Although there's just been a story with this car that they've really been struggling with that top speed. It's going to be enough to get the Corvette on the inside. That's going to be a good position to get up the inside for the Porsche curves, and he's going to get that one nicely. As we've got Go Team Racing now trying to get past both of these drivers, and Tump has been able to get past there with a nice move, sliding up the inside. And now he's got that Go Team Racing coming around his outside nice and cleanly as well. So that's worked out pretty well for him, because it's also put a little bit of a gap to Offermans behind him.
Yeah, and well, you saw your racing car go very wide out of Corvette. That might have been a track limit ping, I'm not sure.
We'll have to see when he crosses the line if it's basically a blank in the lap time. But let's see when he comes across the line. You can go just a little bit wide there on the exit of that final part of the lap. But now his lap is on the timing board, so he didn't get one. So fair play with that. But yeah, you can go just a little bit wide at that corner. As Sol Sanchez has got a penalty. Where is he? He is in 19th position, World of Sim Racing. So they're not the best really when you're that far down to be getting a penalty, because the car behind him as well is the Caspian Motorsports team that has DNF'd. I think that they might have actually rejoined, but it was that one earlier that basically had that wheel disconnection. So Sanchez not really fighting for too much, and getting a penalty is not going to help their day.
I think something happened to Offermans that previous lap, because his lap was a 3:59, which is very slow compared to Tump's 3:53. You've got to remember that 3:53 included that overtake as well. So I think Offermans might have had a moment somewhere in the beginning area, in the first sector.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because I was looking at this as well. I think I saw his previous lap being a 57. So I think that may just be the pace that he has at this moment in time. We'll see when they come around for the next one. Yeah, so I think that may just be the pace, which is one reason why Tump's been able to get past him. And Offman's has got 1 minute 20 seconds to make it happen in the Nita Velix championship leading GTE currently before the race. So he does need to make sure that he's not going to be overtaken by them as well, but that is a fairly nice gap at the moment.
You can just see the gap. Well, essentially, having looked at something now, you can't see the checkerboard car at all. And you can just see it just coming out the second chicane there. But look at the gaps that the Your Name Here racing car has managed to pull out even over the last, well, it isn't even a lap, it's half a lap.
Yes, a nice gap there as he's now coming onto the back of one of the Black Hawk cars, the Aston Martin Black Hawk, because they have a Ferrari as well, I believe. They've got one in each of the two categories, and they're now coming up. But this is a blue flag situation, if I'm not mistaken. So the Aston Martin should be letting the Porsche by, which it looks like he's going to, on the run up towards Indianapolis, and that is Chris Server there in that 14th place. So this is what I was talking about with the Aston Martin. If you looked at a team such as Black Hawk or even Volante as well, and I think there's another one in there with the Aston Martin, then you would assume maybe it's not quite the best car. But then John Lacey, they're leading by pretty much a lap to Ferris Stanley, so they're obviously getting the best out of it. But Black Hawk still in the points there in 15th or 14th place.
Yeah, 14th place for that Black Hawk car, 45 seconds to the next car up the road. You can see where is this Black Hawk car in terms of the standings. That number 81 is currently 8th in the standings, and I've got to imagine because of this 14th place, that's most likely going to drop a couple of places.
Yeah, might just do.
Especially considering that the Jean-Louis Esports car is behind them in the standings.
Yeah, they might just swap around a little bit, but that's the beauty of having a 24-hour race with 1.5 times points as well. So there's a longer race where more can happen, and then there's a bigger point spread, so a lot more can change in the championship. So it kind of makes it a lot of obviously it's the most important race of the season anyway, but it makes that even bit more important compared to the other races, as we're now seeing this battle for what is going to be P9. We got Volante racing now, not too far behind the Cetres Nita Velix's Volante car was doing really well earlier. They're up to even about 4th position at one point for some time, so hopefully they can work their way a little bit further towards the front, although they have obviously lost some time here and there, and they are now in this battle. Last lap they were almost 2 seconds a lap faster than Mika Happinen as well.
Yeah, a couple of seconds faster, and that's a very, very good pace. But as you said, this is our Hornet car, this Volante racing car. It was our Hornet at the wheel yesterday when we were doing the commentating last evening, and he was very quick and he was very consistent as well in this 47 car. So we know that 67 car has the pace. We know it has the ability to be in the top 5 as well, but just overnight it slumped down into 10th. But as you said, just half a second to the car in front to that Cetres Velix.
Lopez is getting very close now as we come towards the final 4 chicanes of the lap to come and start another one. And the lap count is really starting to get up there, even though the race or the lap is so long. These guys here have still just done 251 I should say, as now Lopez to the inside of turn number 1. Is he going to be able to do anything in turn number 2? No, he's just going to have to sit there for now, but he's certainly got a bit of overspeed, a bit of extra pace to his name as they're now coming over the brow of the hill. This is quite an important section of corners. It's quite tricky to stay close, but it is very important as this will lead to the start of the long straights. It's basically 5 straights now back to back with a couple of corners, a couple of simple corners in between them. So this is going to be very important now. So let's see this Aston Martin getting that slipstream. Can he get the move done? He's going to be actually quite close now, so I think he's going to be able to get this slipstream as we come up towards the first Mulsanne chicane. He's got to be careful not to be re-overtaken, as we saw him earlier when he was having a battle. Potentially, it might be with this car as well earlier on. They were having a bit of a battle, and every time Lopez got ahead into this corner, they were just swapping around straight away. So let's see if that continues as we come now out onto the second part. It looks like he's actually got a little bit of a gap there. And I think this could be that 9th place done for that Volante racing car. And that just puts Nita Velix down another place. And that could be all important for their championship.
Yes, Nita Velix has to try and stay in that slipstream. Has to try and just be pulled along, if you like, by that Volante racing car and try and make a move at some point in the near future. But Barahona has pulled out a nice little gap in that Aston Martin as they're coming out of the second chicane and making their way down towards Mulsanne corner. And having a look, I don't think that Nita Velix car is close enough to make a move this time round down at Mulsanne.
Yeah, I think this Volante car's just going to have enough pace to pull away. He was catching him at best part 2 seconds a lap, so I think at this point in the race he does have that speed to try and pull away. His, I guess, main issue is that he's got over a minute and 20 seconds to the next car, so he needs to try and close that one down, which is not going to be the easiest, but hopefully he can try and do so. The next car is actually that Sim Racing for Holland car now with Marcel Offens, and yeah, it does seem that is just his pace. He's obviously a couple of seconds off the pace compared to some other drivers, so maybe that is an opportunity for this Volante car while Offens is in the car to try and close that down, because that's something that we were mentioning with these different teams. If you do have a driver who's slightly slower for whatever reason, then you got to be tactical where you put them in the race. If you put them in at a point where you physically have the time to lose, is generally a bit better, because even if you lose the time, you're not losing then a position from it. Whereas at the start of the race, or even in the first 6 hours of the race where the times are so close, you then might lose a track position, which is obviously not ideal.
Yeah, and having a look at the timing, I just saw some yellow flags pop up, but I think whoever that was, that incident has been cleared. But indeed, yes, Marcel Offens was just in the pit. Well, he's currently still in the pits as well. So we've got to see where he comes out. And the GT leader and the GT third place, Sean Lacey and Wayfield Esports respectively, are also in the pits as it stands. Dearland and Eorisi. And there's been a driver change for the Sim Racing Fallen car. It's now Dennis Duna in that car.
And Dennis has been the one who's really pulled this team forward. Obviously, with no disrespect to his other teammates as well, but Dennis has really been the one, especially like in the races where he's started and he's been there. It's really been good for that team when he's been in the car. To be honest, I would like to see what he would do as well if he was in, like a fully competitive team, because Sim Racing for Holland this season have been sort of a bit inconsistent, but I would like to see if he had a proper championship charge. I think he could do so. But let's see now with Lopez getting on the back of one of the Wave frame cars. Can't quite see which one it is, but he's unlapping himself. That is not for position. He is unlapping himself from that Wave frame car, and just got to make sure you don't get involved too badly, because he will now be getting some blue flags if that is the one ahead of them in the race. But I think that might actually be the number 68, so I think it's actually the other way around. Oh no, it is Risi. It is Risi, the number 99. So he is actually Lopez needs to pull away now, because he'll be getting some blue flags, and if he can't pull away, then he'll basically just have to let the number 99 go. But maybe the number 99 is just being a little bit cautious at the moment, having now dropped down into 4th place, a few seconds behind Drive Game Seat, who have got themselves back up onto the podium.
Is that Drive Game Seat car up onto the podium once again? It's a Davide Adrini in that car, and he's got about 3.5 seconds over Arise, but I think that Drive Game Seat car will be coming to the pit sometime in the near future.
Yeah, I think they will, because we just saw a round of pit stops, I believe, for those GTE leaders, so it's obviously wiggled around just a little bit.
Yeah.
So let's see now Michael Schmidl getting on the back of the Rookie Monsters car for 11th and 12th place in class. And that is going to be quite a close battle. On the previous lap, Schmidl was quite a lot quicker. So in fact, on the previous lap, Schmidl did a 49.9, the fastest lap of the race. So he is really starting to feel that speed. And he's also got one of the World of Sim Racing cars trying to get involved there as well. So this battle's getting pretty close. I don't know if that World of Sim Racing car is actually the one for the battle ahead of them, which is in 6th place. So I think Schmidl might be getting some blue flags here. If he's not careful, he will have to pull out of the way for that car.
Yes, there most likely will be some blue flags in the near future, and indeed he is battling that 73 Rookie Monsters, while also having to battle with blue flags as well. And that can be incredibly difficult to try and do both things at the same time. But Schmidl making a move around the... sorry, he's not made a move around the outside yet. I think Schmidl has got some very good pace in that Varga car. We've seen how fast that Varga car can be.
So just apologies for the moment, the picture's got a little bit funny. But yes, Schmidl has been able to get past that Rookie Monsters car. So I think with Schmidl actually setting that fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, I think he is actually effectively pulling away from that World of Sim Racing car. So it looks like he just overtook them, as then he went on to overtake the Team Rookie Monsters car. So up into that 11th place. And how far has he got to the next car? 1 minute and 20 seconds. And that is now to Dennis Duna in that Sim Racing for Holland. So let's see if he can do that. With the 3 minute 49, I mean, that's so far quicker than most people's fastest lap. Most people's fastest laps in the race have been in the 50s, maybe 51s as well, as we're now coming to Juice's Motorsports Club, trying to get down the inside of Black Hawk with Chris Sever there. That's going to be a position for 13th place. So another move on screen there.
Yes, it's going to be interesting what sort of pace that Duna can have in that Sim Racing for Holland car, to see if it is indeed perhaps a little bit of damage on that car. And indeed, Drive Game Seat Racing, that number 83 car has come into the pit. So Lorenzo Arise is promoted back into the podium position in that 99 car.
And it seems that Sever's now come back at him to get that 13th position as well. So Kalinic is dropped back to 14th for Juice's Motorsports Club. So he's going to have to try and get that position back once again, as they've got one of the burst cars. I think that is the 49, which is currently in a good position in the LMP2s. They're there in that 3rd place with well over a minute to the car behind as well, with Mocek in that car. But for this GTE battle for now, looks like the Aston Martin has been able to hold on, as Kalinic hasn't been able to come back at him just yet.
Not yet. Yet being the key word in that sentence. But look at this, Maximilian Kalinic in this Juice's Motorsport car, trying to close down on the car in 13th place, which is, of course, the Black Hawk Racing number 81 with Chris Savert at the wheel, as they're making their way through Corvette Corner and up towards Maison Blanche, and indeed towards the Ford chicanes, going left, right, and that Porsche is looking very big in the mirrors of that Black Hawk car.
Yeah, he's now got that speed once again. Is it going to be enough to get the overtake on this lap? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that in this first sector. But that first sector is all about setting yourself up for the wonderful Mulsanne straight where you've got all these opportunities back to back to try and get past, and it certainly seems actually through turn 2 and 3 he's really gained on that Black Hawk car coming down the hill now. Is he going to think about an overtake or just trying to put his car in a good position? It looks like that he's just doing that nicely as we now come up to Tetra Rouge. And if he can hold it through this corner, which he can, I think he's going to get a really nice slipstream now down to the chicane.
Yeah, look at you see the overspeed that Porsche will have as he's making his way down towards that first chicane, getting closer and closer, moving it to the right-hand side, which is of course the inside for the chicane. And almost a bit of contact there. Now look, Kalinic going all the way to the right-hand side of the circuit, trying to put as much space between himself and Seaver as possible, and he's got the move done before the braking zone.
Let's see if Sever can get back again, because that is what happened last time when Kalinic got past. Aston Martin just flew back, although that gap has really opened up as we come out of that first Mulsanne chicane. And Kalinic trying to get out the slipstream here, but it's very difficult when you got a somewhat experienced driver in Chris Sever trying to follow that, and he is doing so nicely as well. As we come up to this second chicane, is he going to be able to get a bit of a run back out of the chicane, or is that Juice's car just going to have enough to pull away? And I think he might just have enough to hold on to this position.
Yeah, holding on to position for now. But Kalinic, look at the gap that he's pulled out over Seaver as it stands. And it looks like that he's almost managed to break the slipstream, but you can see the Black Hawk car weaving, trying to follow in the Jesus Motorsports Club tracks as much as possible. So coming through Mulsanne corner and onto the next main straight here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, the run up towards Indianapolis. And look at the mirror driving that they're doing.
Yeah, this is Kalinic really trying to pull away. And it does seem that he's just managed to pull away enough that Sever's getting this, the not quite, he's getting a tiny bit of slipstream, but he's not getting that real big, almost suck, the vacuum that you get when you get really close behind them. So it looks like he's able to keep onto this position. He's got 37 seconds to the next car, so he's got some work to do, and that's probably why he really wanted to get past and just go off into the distance. But the Aston is staying there, but I don't think, as we come up to Porsche curve once again, I don't think it's going to be close enough to get past, as we've got one of the other burst cars now coming past them, the number 50.
Yes, trying to pass those other cars is, quite nerve-wracking occasionally, especially if you're coming up to lap them, especially if they're in the same class as you, because if they're in the same class, you obviously don't have the overspeed that you would if they are of a different class. So, that could just be a little bit more nerve-wracking when you come to blue flags of the same class. We're now having a look at Arne Schoenvliet in the number 2 Ajira Racing car. And Schoenvliet having a look at the live timing is about 37 seconds ahead of Marcel Cieńczyk in that 27 Varga car as it stands.
It would be quite a big story, to be honest, if Ajira can win this race. Over the course of the season, it has been either Burst or Varga winning every race. So they haven't been 1-2 every race, but they've sort of alternated over the season with wins. I believe it's 3 to Burst and 5 to Varga over the course of the 8 races. So that has been quite a remarkable feat, really, for 2 teams to dominate so much. So if we can then come to the biggest race of the season and Ajira can come out and beat both of those cars, albeit, we've seen that Burst Edge had some misfortune, but then again, some teams have had misfortune in the other races as well so far this season. So it would be good to see a third name get themselves on the history list as such. So it would be nice to see that. But there's still plenty of driving left to do, as we've just gone over 7 hours remaining in this race, and Schoenvliet still leading the way, as you say. They're not going to be able to do much in the championship. The number 2 is just a little bit too far. They will be getting ahead of the Wayframe car, so they will be getting 3rd place in the championship. But they won't be able to do too much to challenge the top 2. But this win will certainly be a good end to the season.
Yeah, it would be a good end to the season if they can maintain this positioning. Having a look still at that complete car coming his way through Tesh Rouge and down the Mulsanne Straight. But as we said, 38 to 40 seconds the gap. And now having a look at Alejandro Lopez Arjona and that number 67 Volante racing car coming into the pits. And the question is going to be a driver change for this car?
We will see when they leave the pit lane if they're going to do so. And the driver changes are always quite important in these early hours of the morning. I mean, obviously it's not quite the night time anymore. The sun has risen, but if this is that driver's first stint again after having a bit of a nap or a bit of a sleep overnight, they've then got to get back in the rhythm and get up to pace again. It's sometimes it's easier in many ways if you stay up all through the night to this time in the morning, because you still have all your senses, you still have all your your muscle memory and everything working. Whereas once you go to sleep and wake up, lots of that resets. So you need to get back in the rhythm, and that's why we can sometimes see some things. As Lopez in the top left there has got a penalty, so he must have sped either in or out of the pit lane in one of the either which one it is. So he's going to have to come back in, and that is going to obviously add some extra time to their race, which is not ideal considering how close he was in the fights with a couple of those cars.
Yeah, that is pain, isn't it? Just having to come back into the pits. That is pain, and obviously it's not really something that you want when you're fighting for position as well. And of course, every point is important at this point in the championship. Scoonfleet doing a good job to get round the Your Name Here racing car on the run up towards Indianapolis, and now towards Arnage, braking hard, then taking the almost 90-degree right up towards the Porsche curves for the let's have a look how many laps has this LMP2 car done. Well, this will be lap 284 that it's on. So it's a very good pace here from the leader from that Ajira racing car. And we've just went over 7 hours to go.
Yeah, it still seems like you're getting near the end, but it's also obviously it's still got quite a bit of work to do for these teams, as we're going to see a replay. Where's KPH? Bottom left. So he's 85 Ks, and obviously 80 kilometers an hour is pit speed in VEC. So that will be the penalty, because you do have maybe 1 or 2 Ks that sometimes you can get away with. But yeah, with being 84, 85, you're not going to get away with that one. And he'll be coming back in to serve that penalty.
And of course, that's going to be a big blow for that Volante racing car, because they were in a battle just before they came in. So with that Nitro Velis car, so it's going to be very interesting to see where they come back out after after serving the penalty, and see if they can make that time up again. Scoonfleet still leading the race though, with 6 hours and 55 minutes to go, and he's leading the race by 43 seconds over Marcel Chinchik. Alex Siebel in the 28 Burst Edge Esports cars came to the pit, so although I see Alex Siebel, I think it's Dennis Jordan.
Yeah, I think he might still be in that. Obviously, we didn't see how many stints he did before we came back, but I know for a fact that Dennis likes sort of doing these night stints, so he might have been in that car for quite a while. And then obviously when he gets out, there'll be a physical driver change in that rig. So hopefully they can still get to the end of the race. You just got to keep going, because you never know what's going to happen to your opponents, even though there's 4 laps ahead. And it's kind of the same in GTE with Vargas. So Vargas Sim Racing now are only 19 seconds behind Alejandro Lopez. So that is probably enough for that move to swap around when Lopez then comes in for his drive-through penalty. So I think that'll be another position for the Vargas Sim Racing GTE.
Yeah.
So that is, that's going to be quite good for them. Probably won't be enough. They'll need a few more positions, but at least that just checks another one off the list.
Yet another one off of that list, another position gained for that Varga car. And having a look out on the circuit, well, there might be some interesting battles between Spiegel and Smith for 11th place in GTEs, and between Kalinic and Siebert. Well, we should say we saw Kalinic pass Siebert a few laps ago, and that gap's moves up to 4 seconds, so it appears that the Jesus Motorsport Club has the pace on the Blackhawk at the moment. But yes, Spiegel and Smith, Vargas Sim Racing and Rookie Monsters respectively, 6 seconds separating the two of them.
Gosh, yes, Middle really going up the order now as a couple of people are in the pit lane, including Lopez for his penalty, but also Turka Hakkinen has got into the Nita Velux number 60. So Schmidl pit about 3-4 laps ago now. So that is, I think we can call that on strategy, but also who's that? Rookie Monsters as well. So Varga's got past Rookie Monsters in the in that situation as well. So Varga now jumps up to 9th place. So that is a big step for them. And I think from the looks of it, that's on some strategy as well. So that could be, that could be just good enough for them to push even further forward. The issue for them is the next car now is well over a minute ahead. So they've got to keep pushing.
Yeah, a minute is a big amount of time to make up, but there is still a large amount of time to make up that minute. So you can never tell what is going to happen. We've got one of the LMP2s in the pits now. It's number 50, Bursty Sport Hard Radio DK car. Rasmus Andreasen currently in that one in 10th position in class. As Kasper Stoltz in that 66 car is currently getting some blue flags. Of course, the 66 being the GT leader.
And this car doing, very good. And coming up on to the back of Sim Racing for Holland, which is a bit of a shame for that team. I mean, Sim Racing for Holland is already 3 laps down on the leader. So this is not a new sight for them in this race. But with that car, that Corvette winning, I should say, the first couple of races of the season, people thought that they really had a good opportunity, but they just haven't been able to keep that. And being lapped is a bit of a shame. And before the race, they were 49 points off the lead, so they already lost effectively, just coming up for 2 race wins worth of points as well. So over the course of the season, they had lost all those points despite leading early on, and as they're going to be getting lapped probably on the next lap, that's not going to be the nicest view for them. But at least they're still trying to get towards the end of the race to see where they are in the points. I mean, they're still 8th in the race, which is still respectable, considering there were 24 GTEs that started the race.
Yes, many GTEs started the race. And, we've still got a good number of them. We've still got 20 out of 24 out there on the circuit. So, yes, we've still got a good number of the GTEs. And in terms of LMP2s, we have 12 of the 17 that began out there on the circuit. But, yes, Ferris Stanley is still holding that gap at about 3 minutes and 7 seconds over Stoltz. That Zancho car appears to be fairly consistent. It appears to be keeping pace, if you like, with the John Lacey car.
Yeah, they're doing all right at the moment. In the stream chat, I saw apparently Zancho, with the way the tyre strategy has worked, apparently Zancho will be taking tyres and John Lacey won't at the next pit stop, which means that obviously there'll be a time loss, and that will probably be Zancho getting put a lap down finally. We've been saying it for a while that is going to be a possibility, but that will certainly be coming to fruition in that case, and that would be quite crazy actually to see This Jean Alesi car 1 lap ahead of everyone else on the field. That is quite a feat to be done. And I mean, on the last lap, they're on a 51.4, whereas no one else is really even in the 52s, apart from one team. Most people are still in the 53s. So they're really pulling a gap towards most of the cars behind.
Yeah, and putting everyone a lap down is always an achievement, but especially at Le Mans, by the fact, you know, the track is 3 minutes 50, 3 minutes 55 for these GT cars. So being able to pull that sort of a gap over everyone else really is extraordinary. It really just goes to show the consistency and the pace of the 66 car over the past 17 hours. But yes, Stolzen making his way up towards Indianapolis yet again. He's just past the sim racing Holland car. You can see the distinctive livery just there in the background, and being passed by an LP2 car just before we make it to Indianapolis, so he should be fairly unimpeded through the right and through the left. And look at the concertina effect there, actually. I think that sim racing Holland car may have actually gained a little bit of time in the braking zone for Indianapolis.
Yeah, that can always happen. There's variances in the braking zone, but obviously there's quite, you know, some people think that this track's basically just straights, but there's quite a lot of important corners on this track, and it's obviously that's where you can really the gain or lose the time over the course of your stint or so. It's certainly one of those tracks where also, because there are so many straights, that makes the corners even more important, in fact, because how you get out, for instance, Mulsanne corner that we're coming down to now, really tricky little corner. It sort of looks like a 90-degree corner, but it's almost more like a hairpin. You've got the kink in the braking zone. Like, there's a lot going on in this corner, and if you get a bad exit, you're just going to lose that all the way down to Indianapolis as well. So that almost makes the corner, as I said, even more important, because if you lose time, it just gets compounded.
Yes, and that compounded lost time can be incredibly painful, can't it? But Malcolm Smith now, look at this, so close to the Nigel Alex car now, just half a second separating the two of them, as they're making their way down towards Indianapolis as well. And of course, he'll be using as much of that slipstream as possible, Will Smith, to launch an attack. I think his main opportunity is probably going to be down the Mulsanne Straight next time by.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the better opportunities to do so. And it's yeah, a bit crazy once again that we're seeing this Nigel Alex car in this location. Häkkinen's just got in. This is his first flying lap, effectively his second lap of the stint, but he's still sort of under attack from Malcolm Smith at the moment. As you say, Lopez is only a few seconds behind after serving his drive-through penalty as well. So this has been actually quite good for Michael Schmidl, getting past all three of those cars, which are fairly close together in the recent times. And I'm sure we'll check on him a bit later on. But Malcolm Smith, for now, he is getting himself closer and closer to that Nita Velix car. And I'm sure at some point he'll be trying to make an overtake.
Yeah, making an overtake soon, perhaps that Rookie Monsters car. But you just see that he lost a little bit of time through the Porsche curves that time by, and that was a big wiggle. He took a lot of curb there in the final part of the chicanes, and you can see how much that hurt his lap time, because he's lost about 0.8 of a second to a second just between the Ford chicane and the Dunlop S alone.
We'll have to see actually if this is the other way around, if Häkkinen's actually going to be pulling away. Looking at the lap times, it might just be that way actually. And it seems that Häkkinen was a bit quicker on that previous lap, so maybe we're going to see Häkkinen now come back maybe towards Schmidl, although he wasn't quite close enough. Schmidl's still comfortably the fastest car. In fact, he's still faster than that Jean Alesi car leading the race. So it is a bit of a shame for that Vargas Sim Racing car that they had the disconnection and such earlier, because I think they would be able to really fight, or at least try to fight the Jean Alesi car. I think they would have been able to be in that 3-minute bubble that is between the Zancho and the Jean Alesi. I think they would have been in there somewhere trying to close them down at least.
Yeah, trying to close down that gap. So now having a look at Casper Stults in that number 66 Jean Lazy car making his way through Indianapolis. And again, I've seen that with pretty much every time we saw that 66 car go through Indianapolis. He's put two wheels on the gravel on exit.
Yeah, you can really push the limits there, but just enough to not lose any time. You've got to get the balance of that correct. Otherwise, you will be going off and either having a spin or getting a cut track penalty as well. And I'm sure we're going to see a few cut track penalties as we get towards the end of the race, where they get towards their limit of 12. And obviously those would have added up over the race. And if they haven't got one already, then they might be getting one. And that'll just add on another drive-through penalty to add to their race.
Yes, another drive-through penalty. Not exactly what you want, is it? The drive-through penalty can be incredibly painful, especially if you are in a battle. Now, Stults is now just making his way up onto the back of a Wayframe car, by the looks of it, coming out of the Forge Kings and beginning the next lap. That Wayframe car will get the blue flags, which means they'll probably just ease off the throttle at some point, coming up towards the Dunlop S. Is he going to allow Stults to have the inside line? No, he's continuing there. And there we go. Stults dives towards the inside.
Oh.
A little bit of contact there as well. Oh, there was almost contact again as the Wayframe car rejoined.
Yeah, I mean, Stults did sort of dive there, but the Wayframe car probably could have just made that a little bit more comfortable for both of them. That would have been preferable. So hopefully,
Yes.
hopefully they to do that better next time. But that was the number 68, and now the 66 leading the race is actually coming up towards the 99 Wayframe that we're looking at potentially winning this championship as it stands. So maybe winning the championship on the track, but Stults is going to be putting a lap on that team, and that will be that'll be the first lap that they'll be putting on that team. So this is quite a big moment for the race, because going a lap down is always, it just makes things harder. It just, you're always limited by the fact you are behind the leader, and when we get to the last lap, if you're lapped but then the leader has an issue on the final lap, they've still done more distance than you. So that's one of the main reasons really why you want to be on that lead lap, so you can always make up that time if need be. But you can see just ahead is that Ferrari of Wayframe number 99, and then just 20 seconds up the road is going to be Ferris Stanley for Zancho as well. So as it stands with the previous lap, Stults are doing a 50.8, 4 seconds lap faster than these drivers. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be lapping Ferris Stanley anytime soon.
Yes, and that gap, it's going to be a little bit painful almost for Jean Lazy as well for Stults, because he knows that he's about there to lap the field, and it's just painfully close. They're not able to do it yet. A second place overall comes into the pits. Varga Sim Racing, Marcel Chinchik is coming into the pit lane on lap number 289 for that LMP2 car.
And he's only got maybe, obviously the lap time's coming down now, but he's still maybe only got 40 seconds or so to that burst car. So
yeah,
I've been seeing that the burst guys, they sort of had a look at how the Varga team is driving, and they certainly seem to be a little bit more cautious with their shifting and that sort of stuff. So I think Varga are just really trying to save now to make sure they get towards the end of the race, and just being really nice and careful, because there's no reason to risk anything. And that is, I think, one reason, or one helping reason, as to why Ajira are doing so sort of comfortable in the lead. And Chinchik that is now 2 stints that he's been in, so they might be swapping driver. And yes, they have. Daniel Wisner has got into that car for another double stint that he'll go up to do.
Yes, yet another stint for Mrocek. And Daniel Visna is now in that number 27 car. That's been driver's fault, so we'll probably see Visna in that car for a couple of hours. And 34 seconds behind Mrocek. And we're expecting that 49 car in within the next couple of laps. So that position will swap yet again. And the Cetra has now developed Rookie Monsters battle as well. That gap is up to 5.5, up to 6 seconds now. So it does appear that Hakkinen is faster than Smith at this point in time. Indeed, having a look at the previous lap times, 2 seconds was the gap between Hakkinen and Smith. So Hakkinen just driving away a little bit as it stands. And something we've got to have a look at is the battle between Smith and Arjona, perhaps for that 11th place in the GTEs. Rookie Monsters versus Volante Racing. 5 seconds separate the two of them at the moment. As the overall leader comes in as well, Arne Schoenfleet in that number 2 Ajira car.
And on screen we got Stolzer here, quite a significant moment in the race, putting a lap down on 3rd place in the GTEs. And that is going to be Wayframe number 99 now, 1 lap down. And there's only 1 more car still on that lead lap. So that just shows you how good this John Lacey car has been doing in the first pass of the first part of the race, the first 2/3 of this race. They really pulled away, and that's quite a significant moment, especially if Wayframe go on to win the championship in this race while being so far off, specifically here at Le Mans. Then that is quite an interesting factor, but that is endurance racing. That's how it works out. And as you say now, Schoenfleet is in that Ajira car at the head of the field. So Nick De Silva wasn't in that car for too long, and they've got Arne back in again and trying to pull that gap even more.
Yeah, that gap flowing and extending and then contracting again. Just got to wait and see what happens to that gap over the next half hour or so. And then Dave Schoenfleet coming back out, continuing his stint. And the question is when we'll see Schoenfleet coming out that car and passing it on to the next driver. That's going to be the main question for that number 2 car. And indeed, after that pit stop, having a look at the live timing, the gap between Schoenfleet and Mrocek is 54 seconds as it stands. But I said that Mrocek is just going to the pits, so it's going to be the gap between Schoenfleet and Visna, which we'll really be able to see once Mrocek finishes his stop. But I think it's going to be somewhere in the region of about 90 seconds. So Mrocek in that 49 Burst Esports Simplicity car. Another question is there going to be a driver swap there? Hanging between Rookie Monsters and Volante Racing. Now you can see that gap is coming down. 4.5 seconds is Arjona behind Smith now as they're coming down the middle section of the Mulsanne.
Yeah, this battle's getting a little bit closer for these guys, and hopefully they can close up that gap, because it's also this point in the race where the gaps are spread out just a little bit, so there's not always specific on-track battles for position, but it's always good when you get one in this area of the GTE field. It's certainly been closing up over the course of the last hour and a half that we've come back into the commentary for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it's starting to really close up. And I actually just got a message from Nick De Silva saying he was in the car for 3.5 hours, which by my maths is I think 6 stints, so 3 double stints in a row, if I'm not mistaken. So that is good job from him, and obviously taking on a bit of the night shift compared to his European teammates. So that is always nice to have. So good job for him for doing that long in a row in the car. Not easy to do really more than sort of 2-3 hours, but to go 3.5 is certainly a good stint. I'm sure there'll be some people out there who be like, oh yeah, I could do 4 or 5 hours, but yeah, that's still a good achievement to do that distance.
Yeah, and of course it really helps in Australia because he's just finished, what time is it there now? I think it's about 6:30 in the evening there. So a nice little run from maybe about 2:30 to 6 o'clock local time. And that's quite a nice time. You're awake. You've managed to be fed and watered, and you've had time to drink all of the energy drinks in your house to make sure that you're alert.
Yeah, I'm sure quite a few energy drinks have been consumed during this race, and probably quite a lot of coffee as well to keep you awake. But especially if you have maybe 4 drivers, it isn't actually too bad, because obviously divide the race by 4 and you have only 6 hours of driving. So if you split that up well across the race, you will actually be able to get quite a bit of rest. So it's only really for the teams who have sort of 3 drivers maybe where it becomes a little bit more, because then you have to do 8 hours of driving, and it gets just that little bit just that little bit harder to keep awake and keep sort of rested. I do remember one time I did a 24-hour race. One of my teammates literally did something like 14-15 hours of the race. And then me and my other teammate only did that other 9 hours or something between us. So yeah, I mean, it has been done in the past, but I'm sure some of the teams will try and split it up fairly equally between their drivers.
Yes, I've just been messaged by Nick that it's 4:35 where he is at the moment. So it's a nice run from about 1 o'clock to about 12:30 to 4 o'clock or about that.
We've got cars stopped
just post lunch. The thing is, post lunch is a perfect time for a nap, as that's a car. Well, that's a car I think was stationary on the inside of Checkered we just saw.
Yeah, Nita Velux, Timo Andonovsky, he is stationary in. What's he now? He's in 5th place in the LMP2s. He's stopped. That's a weird place to stop. On the inside of Tech Rouge. So he's obviously had some issue previously, and he's decided to pull over. So he's been overtaken by... Oh, is that back to pit lane? Is that a DNF?
That's
potentially. I wonder if... maybe you're right. Maybe that is another engine blow in the LMP2s.
Did he miss the pit lane? When was his last stop?
We'll have to see. Let's have a look. Oh, engine blow. Another engine blow in the LMP2s. And we still got a quarter of the race to go, boys. Come on.
Yeah, Nike Velux doing their best by Collis impersonation there.
Yeah. Hopefully the other LMP2s are seeing this and trying to be a little bit careful, but once you blow your engine in rFactor 2, that's it, because if you basically manually disconnect and reconnect, then it saves that saves the damage, so you will be keeping your engine blow, so you really need to be careful. And with still 6 hours to go, that's at least 5 engines. 5 engines in LMP2 that have gone. That's starting to get a little bit squeaky bum time. That's already, it's already a third of the field have DNF'd just from engines.
Yeah, 1/3 of the field, and the Varga in particular, currently in 2nd place. They need to be incredibly careful. They need to just short shift the entire time now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mixture of loads of things, but the main thing is the shift points, really. We're going to see here, it's actually got the smoke coming out of the car as well. Not ideal for them. But the main thing is the shift points, because in rFactor 2, for the engines, there's this thing called the, I think it's called the safe RPM or something like that, which is basically where that's like your limit as such. But then you have a barrier maybe of like 500 RPM. So if you go 500 RPM over the safe limit, then it basically sort of doubles. And if you're 500 below that, it also doubles. So you have a sort of this band where you can easily go and get double engine wear, or half if you're saving as well. So that then obviously adds up if you go extra careful. So it is certainly possible, but one of the main issues with the shifting is not just the upshifts on the straights, but it's the downshifting as well. You can really bang the gears, you can go well over the RPM limit, even though it's only for a few tenths of a second, but you're going way over that point. So for that initial point, you might actually be doing maybe 16 times the damage over the course of those few tenths of a second. So that can really add up. But also on this part of the track where Mochik is, where you're staying at high speed, you may be keeping it in 4th, 5th gear, high RPM for this whole sequence of time. That can also be a place where you can damage the engine. So just a few little driving techniques and you can really save yourself.
Gavin Mrochek here in this Burst Esports Impact car, 20 seconds behind Varga, and really that isn't that much at all at this point in the race. And here we go, here is Daniel Vizsla in that Varga car, 91 seconds behind the number 2 Ajira. So it appears that in general, I think the gap between Simplexity and Ajira has stayed constant, but Vizsla has moved back in that gap closer towards the Simplexity car.
Yeah, that has certainly got closer, to be honest, over the course of the last couple of hours. So I wouldn't actually be surprised if Mochek and Co can try and close them down. On the previous lap, it was only a 10th, but they were still faster in the number 49, and with only 19 seconds between them. It would be quite nice to see if that gap can come down even more. Both of them are actually quicker than Schumveli in the lead, but only by about 0.6 of a second. So the gaps are sort of going around, as you mentioned, just depending on where you are with your tyres and that sort of thing. But it is starting to close up just a little bit. And with 6.5 hours to go left in the race, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing some moves later on in the LMP2 category.
Yeah, some moves in the final sections of the race. We're going to have to wait and see if that happens. But yes, excuse me, having a look at Vizsla, still 90 seconds. That gap still 20 seconds back to that Simplexity car. So that gap appears to be holding fairly steady at the moment. And even having a look at the previous lap time, there was just a 10th of a second in between the two of them. Essentially nothing.
Which over the course of such a long lap that we've got, well over 13 kilometers, it is quite interesting that you get lap times so close, but then obviously part of the reason why it's so long is because of the straights. There's still a normal-ish amount of corners for the track. It's not really too much longer in that regard than the other tracks that we go to, but we've said because the straights are so long, if you make a mistake in the corners, you then just lose that time for even longer than a normal lap. As we're now seeing Vizsla come up to a bit of traffic, although I think he's just going to easily fly past them as we come up to the Porsche curves. But he's just lost a tiny bit more there on the previous lap. Schumveli was actually a bit quicker the lap he's just completed, so it does seem that pace is fairly stable, but Vizsla just losing a tiny bit of time there.
Yeah, just losing a little bit of time, but again, that's what you have with the traffic that you have to try and contend with, especially there's just some very awkward sections of the circuit where you really have no choice. We're having a look here, it's Filippo Vertze in the Arms Sim Racing car coming in from 7th in class. Now, Arms Sim Racing, having a look at the standings, where are they at the moment? If I can find them, that'd be a good question. They're 9th overall in the championship, which is quite a good showing for Arms, because I think this is the first time they've been. I think this is their first season, at least in Division 1.
So they were in Division 2 or 3 last season and the season before, and then they've worked their way up. They've had some good results, actually. They've had some fast drivers in that car, and they were in the Senna when we had the McLaren Sennas at the beginning of the season. They were in that car, which is what they were doing pretty well last season in Division 2. So they managed to get themselves into Division 1. Then obviously, as that's been merged now since the mid part of the season, with the Senna and the LMP2s going down to one class, that has obviously made it just a little bit more difficult for them to have such good results. But they, all things considered, really, the teams ahead of them are good, experienced teams. So it's not like they've sort of struggled as such. They're just coming up against some really good teams.
And here we are looking at a battle between Rookie Monsters and Volante. You can just see Volante in the background, just hazed out, that turquoise and black car. The gap between the two of them, 3.5 seconds now. We saw the gap between the two of them in the previous lap as well, 0.3 of a second in favour of the Volante car. So Volante slowly closing on that 73.
Getting close indeed. The gaps really come down just a little bit. So Lopez trying to make up for that mistake that he made earlier in the pit lane, and it was a few tenths quicker last lap. They've he's overall really lost out to the overall battle with the likes of Nita Velux and Bug Sim Racing. They're quite a way up the road, but this will be a good opportunity at least to get back one position with Malcolm Smith here. You can just see Lopez right in the background there, really starting to close down, but he's still got a few seconds to go. And at the rate of the last lap, it is going to take him a few laps to get there. But it does seem that he has a bit higher pace than this. As we saw, Volante were well up the order earlier before a couple of issues, so they've certainly got some decent pace in that car.
Yes, some good pace in that car, as you were saying. But yes, the gap just ebbing and flowing, as it always does here in endurance racing. You can see that because it was about 3.2 seconds beforehand. That gap's now up to 4 seconds between the 67 and the 73. And so yes, just perhaps just different parts of the circuit where one car is stronger than the other. You've got to remember this is a Porsche versus an Aston Martin as well, so they will have their own inherent advantages and disadvantages just by being two different cars.
That's really the cool factor as well with the GTEs. You know, people will always complain about the BOP and all this sort of stuff, but that's still one reason why the GTE category is that little bit more exciting in some ways, is because there's these differences between the cars and the teams are trying to work their cars out. And obviously when we get into battles, we've seen, especially with that Your Name Here Racing, they were struggling a bit for top speed, so maybe that's the Porsches in general here. We'll have to see if that is the same when we get to Lopez, as I think that was someone in the pit lane. That was the Varga in the pit lane. Schmidl coming in for his pit stop, so he's obviously slightly earlier than some of the other teams. But yeah, that those differences are one reason why this GTE battle is certainly a little bit more interesting.
Yes, Malcolm Smith is 11.5 seconds down to the next car, being that number 60 Nita Velux car. That number 60 car is currently being driven by Turkka Hakkinen, and again we were talking about this earlier when those two cars were quite close. Hakkinen just appears to have the edge over Smith at this point in the race. As the World of Sim Racing number 52 comes into the pits, Jose Berengar is in the pit lane to make the next stop for that 52.
I want to see what pace Schmidl is going to have now after this pit stop. See if he can continue this incredible pace. He did set the fastest lap of the whole race on that previous stint. I want to see if he can continue that and try and work his way up the field. He has dropped down to that 12th place, but that's because his pit is a bit earlier than I don't know whether it's because they're disconnection or what, but either way, their pit stop seems to be a couple of laps earlier than some of the other people. So he will then get that track position back, go up to about 9th position or so. But I want to see if he can get up towards the guys ahead of him, maybe Sim Racing for Holland, for instance. If he can try and get past them, or even higher than that, go sort of the World of Sim Racing car, that would be quite nice to see if he can make that huge jump to those drivers and really challenge, because they've got some speed in them, and obviously just the way the race has worked out, they've lost out a bit, but it'd be good to see them get back up the field a bit.
Yes, see them gain a few positions would be a very good thing to see, and indeed this Varga racing car Schmidl 14 seconds to make up to try and attack 11th place, which is that Volante racing car. But again, we saw it last night. We've seen it so far. Lopez Arjona is very good. He's very consistent and fairly quick at the same time. So in order to make a move, you need to be quicker and more consistent, which is, well, that's something which is quite difficult sometimes, especially here at Le Mans, especially here with the incredibly fast corners and also dealing with the lapping traffic as well in terms of LMP2s, and also occasionally your own class, the GTEs. And sometimes when you have to let a GTE lap you, you lose a lot more time almost, because you have to actively get out of the throttle. Compared to the LMP2s, for example, you can still just go full pelt still, and they just let the speed of the LMP2s do the work for you.
Yeah, you can certainly be, as a GTE especially, you can certainly be cooperative to the overtake. You don't want to be, you don't want to be sort of fighting a losing battle in that regard. And you can always help the situation, but for the LMP2s as well, sometimes you just got to absolutely send it and try and get the move done. But obviously that is high risk, high reward, because if you make a collision, then you're just going to be penalized for it, and that's not going to help anyone out. So yeah, hopefully we can see them do some good, nice moves. And I see there was a car spun at Mulsanne corner. I can't see which number it is on the track map. It might be the 52. World of Sim Racing just had a bit of a spin at the Mulsanne corner, so he's obviously had a bit of an issue down there, but he's going once again, and it doesn't seem that he's sort of lost a position because of that from what I can see. We have a few mistakes here and there coming in, but overall it's actually been fairly good in that regard. There hasn't been too many crazy sort of crashes and everything. There's been a couple, but considering how many hours we've had in the race now, it's actually been quite good.
Yeah, it's been a fairly clean race so far as well. There hasn't been any major incidents. It's only really been single car things that we've seen with fuel and engines, and single car spins as well. We haven't really seen any major contacts so far during this race, so it has been fairly clean. I don't think we've had a code 80 either.
Yeah, I don't believe we have, but code 80s are generally sort of called out when there's a really slow car that's sort of driving, say they've lost their rear wing and they've got a bit of suspension damage, so they're sort of weaving all over the place a bit uncontrollably. That's generally those situations, but we haven't really had that. And also the main issue with that is if that happens, say, in the first sector, and then they've got to do the whole lap coming back, because if that happens in the final couple of corners, you can probably get away without it. So we haven't really seen that situation, which is good actually, because if you have a 24-hour race and half the cars DNF in the first 6-8 hours of the race, it just makes the second half of the race a little bit less exciting. But the fact that we have all these cars still battling for points, up and down both the categories, that is always a nice sight to see.
But yes, this Schmiedel now, he's losing a little bit of time to Lopez Arjona, isn't he? Because that gap was about 11 seconds last lap, and he's now 13.5. So I think that Volante racing car is pretty quick at this point in the race. Indeed, the gap down to that Ricky Monsters is just 2.9 seconds.
Yeah, he's doing some good work, is Lopez Arjona. So he's putting in a few decent laps. He's only a couple of tenths quicker at the moment, though. So the gap is going down slowly, but it is still going down over the course of the last few laps that we've been following that. Schmidl is catching fairly decently, though, behind. Now under 14 seconds between those two teams. But as you mentioned, I do believe there's going to be a pit stop for those guys just ahead of him, and then they will get out of the way as such, and then Schmidl will be back up the field just a little bit. But how that works with the final pit stop is going to be quite interesting as well, because Schmidl pit with about 6:20 to go.
Mhm.
So that if you say roughly an hour a stint, that means he's got 20 minutes elsewhere. I'm sure he's going to try and save that, so that will probably still end up being 6 stints to the end. But everyone else going longer, they will either end up with not having to splash and dash, worst case scenario, or best case scenario, they have a much shorter final pit stop as well. So that strategy game could already be coming into the calculations for these teams.
Out here comes the Rookie Monsters car into the pits, and that releases Ferguson Racing up into 11th position.
Juices as well coming into the pit lane. Make sure you don't speed. Don't see any more drive-through penalties.
Yes.
But yeah, Schmidl now has got those 2 positions back, so it seems that maybe about 2 laps longer, or not really longer, but 2 laps difference between those teams. So Schmidl is almost at a disadvantage there to make sure he can get to the end, but the earlier pit stop does mean he actually gets a bit of an undercut as such, so that has worked out pretty well for him. And he's now got a gap of 13 seconds to Lopez Arjona in that Volante racing car.
And yes, the gap between the two of them, 13.2 seconds. And again, still about that 13-second mark between Varga and Volante. Volante is 16 seconds behind Nitro Velix as well. With the pace that we've seen that Volante car do, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see the 67, the rear end of the 60 within the next 10-15 laps.
Yeah, I think that gap is going to come down a little bit. To be fair, we've got some good teams. If you look here in this part of the race, we've got Sim Racing for Holland with Dennis Duna, who's generally their quickest driver. We've got Nita Velix, got Volante, we've got Varga. I mean, even Rookie Monsters and Juices, they're not too bad, looking at history as well. And those sort of 5-6 cars are down fighting for give or take 10th place, which just shows you how competitive the GTE field is, but also just how a couple of teams have had maybe bad races, bad seasons to be this far down.
Yes, the thing is that none of these teams are bad teams. It's just that they've had misfortune during this race. So having a look, the top 3 in GTE are all in at the same time. So when will they all be released from their respective pit stops? Of course, Jean Lazy, Zancho, and Waveframe. This is the point where Jean Lazy can lap the field as well.
Yeah, so those drivers in the pit lane now, let's see how they come out. We will have to see if this is going to be any major changes in maybe drivers and strategy. We'll see as Jean Alesi now, yet they are out ahead of Ferris Stanley, or the Zancho car, whoever's going to be staying in that one. So they are now officially 1 lap ahead of the entire GTE field. So there's still 6 hours to go in the race.
And there's still a driver change, it's can in that car now.
Yeah, but still fair play to that Jean Lacy car in the first 18 hours, or just under 18 hours of the race, lapping the whole field. So yeah, that's quite a remarkable achievement. As we're now seeing Ibrahim Khan come out for his morning stint here in the Corvette, and he is now pulling away a nice gap from Waveframe and drive game seat as well. So yeah, let's see what he can do, as we've got a yellow in sector 2. Can I see anyone who's had a big accident, although it's actually just gone away, so maybe someone had a little bit of a spin. But yeah, let's see what Ibrahim Khan can do now.
I can't see anyone still being slow on the track map, so I think it might have just been a quick little off at one of the chicanes. Because Ibrahim Khan in that number 87 car now, 12.5 seconds is the gap between himself and that Varga car in a 3rd position. So, it's drive game seat at the moment, and it's Waveframe in 4th, a further 12.5 seconds behind. So Khan has about a 25-second gap over the 99. And we're going to see the 83 in the next time round as well, most likely, aren't we? Because I think that's what happened last time. I think Drive Game Seat went a lap longer than the other three.
And we're really getting towards that 6-hour mark, so we're getting to our normal, race distance, 6 hours. But obviously we're pitting just a bit before that as well. So there's that extra sort of 10 minutes or so that these teams need to factor into their strategies of what they would normally do in a 6-hour race. For most of the teams anyway, in a 6-hour race, they would be having a slightly shorter final pit stop. So they will probably end up just doing pretty much 6 full hours, or at least close enough to full hours towards the end of the race now, at least for these GTEs. For the LMP2s, it's a little bit more complicated than that because they have a lot more pit stops as their tank is so much shorter.
And yes, having a look at cannons, you can see that plus 1 lap to next. So yes, John Lacy lapping the field, which is a very, very good effort considering the quality of the cars that we have here.
Yeah, it's been a very... I mean, I know some of the gaps have spread out, but it's actually been quite a close race and a very sort of high-quality race. Unfortunately, a couple of teams have had a few issues that have really spread out. But in terms of pure pace, it's been quite close, especially between the sort of midfield of both categories, the P2s and the GTEs. So it's certainly been very close in that regard. It's just there's been a few, couple of spins here, drive-through penalties, cut track penalties, little disconnections, things like that. They've really spread it out. But in terms of pace, it's actually been fairly competitive.
The number 68 Wave from Eastwards car, Michele Riccon, is now in the pits from 17th place in the GTE class. And well, I was going to say number 13 Idealis car is also in the pits, but yes, I kind of forgot what happened to that car. It's fine. This is why I need to write things down sometimes. But having a look, still having a look at Ibrahim Khan in that Zanshu car, and the gap behind to the Wave Free 69 is still about 25 seconds. So he appears to be keeping that gap fairly constant as it stands. We really get to see what sort of lap times they're doing this time by, because this is really their first flying lap since the pit stop phase. And 19 seconds still separate Varga from Simplexity for second and third in the LMP2 class. And not only has John Lacy managed to lap the field, you find that the top 4 has managed to lap everyone up into 5th as well. So you get to see what sort of speed the top 4 themselves have as well, as we've got a yellow in the middle sector. Who is that for? There's an LMP2 off at the second chicane. I think that is the number 235 car, which the undercover sim racing currently driven by Jimmy Hughes is off at the second chicane, but he's got going again. So I think that might have just been perhaps a looking up at the rears. So perhaps a little bit of an incident there for Jimmy Hughes in that undercover car. Anyone else in the pits? Not at the moment. Everyone else is out on the circuit. We're seeing some blue flags for some of the GTs and for some of the LMP2s as well.
Oh, here we're seeing that spin for Hughes. Yeah, as you say, just losing that rear end into the chicane, and they're basically last, apart from the LMP2s they've DNF'd, so they're pretty much last in class. So they haven't had the race that they would have wanted, and they were so far back actually that remember all those laps ago that Andonovski had that engine failure, and Undercovers still haven't got past Andonovski just yet. That's how far behind, unfortunately, that they were, but they've had a few issues here and there during the race, and that little spin from Hughes doesn't help that situation too much. But on this lap, they will be getting past that car of Andonovski, who obviously hasn't rejoined the race from that engine blowout. being that 5th LMP2 to have an engine blowout, but we still have 11 others in the race. So hopefully those 11 can get towards the end during this final 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hours of the race to go, which is equivalent to one of our shorter races. The last time we had a 6-hour race was it was Indianapolis, I think, was the last 6-hour race we had, wasn't it?
That's
Spa was 8 hours. Sebring was 1,000 miles. I think it was Indianapolis was the last 6-hour race.
Yes, trying to remember
Zuka,
trying to remember the schedule off top of my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What races have we commentated on? I can't remember.
It's so yeah, to be honest, it's been at least since I joined VEC 3-4 years ago now. It's been the longest season. They're normally 8 races from sort of September, October until June, but then you normally have that gap, the extra sort of month's break between Le Mans and the race 7 normally. But this season we put in that extra race, and we now had 9 races, which makes that championship just that little bit more difficult, because you obviously have that extra race that you need to come and complete. There's no drop rounds or anything like that you see sometimes in other series. It's just you've got to come and you've got to perform for those 9 races. And if you add up all those hours of racing, that's a lot of driving that you have to do to be the champion here. And I guess that is one reason why it's quite a feat to become champion, because it is so difficult.
Yeah, you have to be consistent over, well, if we say 24 hours, you've got to be consistent over the best part of 80 hours of racing, which is not easy at all. We haven't got Lorenzo Risi and his setup at the moment. Is that a curved monitor, or is that just the camera angle?
I think it might be a curved monitor, to be honest, and that's certainly something to. If you're sort of newer to sim racing, if you get, especially like an ultra wide, but if you can get like a curved ultra wide screen, then that is such a big help, because it just makes you see the apexes a little bit better and things like that. And even when you're battling, you have a bit more peripheral vision. I mean, ultimately, like triples or something that wide would be a bit better, because you can literally see the size of the car. But they are a little bit pricey. But if you can afford like one of those sort of curved ultra wides, it's certainly something that will be beneficial, as Schumblick there's in the pit lane. And because of the lead that he's got, he's easily going to retain the lead of the race, as he's pitting with just shy of 6 hours. Oh no.
I saw them pop up. I saw a yellow pop up and they went off down towards the second chicane, down the Mulsanne straight. So I'm wondering what has happened to ARMS. Who were in 6th position.
If you say that's coming into the chicane as well, I wouldn't be surprised if he's blown the engine on downshifts, because that is quite a common area. As we mentioned, with downshifts, you can easily go above that safe RPM, and that can be just what tips it over the edge. Unfortunately, that is another LMP2 DNF. It's been quite an attritional race for those guys, and that would be the 6th, or would that be the 7th DNF that we've had in the category. So that is quite a lot, considering when you look at the GTEs, there's only been about 4 DNFs so far.
Yeah, so another LMP2 retiring as it stands. Presuming it was that, it might just be a disconnection. And we'll have to wait and see what happens with the ARMS cars. We've got a replay, and that is a lot of fire.
Another engine blow. Still 6 hours to go in the race. We're only 3/4 of the way through the race. 30 seconds left, and then we will be getting into the final quarter of the race and the final 6 hours of the season. It's been quite interesting so far, and we're getting towards that final part. But this is why we come for these 24-hour races. If we finished the race at the 6-hour mark, the results would be completely different to what they are now. So fortunately, we do have the classification rate of 50%, so they will still get points. as we hit 6 hours to go now. So they'll still get points, but they're obviously now going to be overtaken by everyone who's behind them and still going in the race.
Yes, and everyone behind is going to be gaining a position, and that's going to be gaining position from that instant. Well, they were in 6th place. You got Burst Edge Esports, that number 28 car, again gaining another position. That might be incredibly important towards the end of this race.
Yeah, these little freebie positions as well is another reason why, for instance, Burst Edge Esports came back. You know, they had that issue, trying to sort of do the maths now, but they had that issue something like 10, 11 hours ago now, with their disconnection. Alex Siebel coming into the pit lane, disconnected, then they obviously had to join, they didn't have enough fuel, so they had to be pushed back and all this sort of stuff. So that happened about 11 hours ago now. Had they just given up, had they just quit, they would have obviously been behind all of the cars that had their engine failures over the night. These 2 cars now, in recent times that have blown their engines, they'll be behind all those drivers, plus all the people that they have now overtaken on pure speed as well. And they're now up into 6th place. Yeah, they're basically 3 laps off getting towards the podium, but still, if these little issues happen for some other teams, then they're right there and fighting. And yeah, it's 11 hours of driving since then that they've had to do, and it's a big effort and it's hard to keep yourself motivated, but staying in the race and getting towards the end of the race is what's most important.
Yeah, getting to the end of the race is the most important. As you said, 24 hours is certainly not easy to make it to the end of a 24-hour race. Having looked at results, of course, in that 66 car having lapped the GTE field, and it appears that Ibrahim Khan has actually managed to open up a little bit of a gap over the Waveframe car. It's now 28 seconds, and I have a feeling that was larger than it was before.
Khan's doing some good laps indeed, only 3.5 tenths off that car's fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. So certainly picking up the pace just a little bit. And it seems maybe Khan is, I don't know if he's necessarily faster than the guys around him, because Stolzer is doing some lap times slower, but I think it's just they've obviously, I think that they will be on new tyres this stint, where I think John Lacey are alternated. So I think John Lacey are on their older tyres this stint. So I think that is just going to sort of fluctuate when we get to the next round of pit stops as well. But either way, using that potential you have at the moment is the only thing that you can do. And he's doing that certainly very well. But 3rd place at the moment would be enough for Waveframe, with Varga all the way down in 10th place in class. Nita Velix all the way down in 9th place in class. Yeah, Waveframe would be looking pretty as it sits.
Yeah, Waveframe just doing a very good job yet again in that 3rd position. That's all they need to do to keep a hold on that championship, because the 69 and the 60 are still 9th and 10th respectively. So yes, 99 again still provisional winners of the GTE field. The DX Droids car has just came out of the pits, 5th place for the number 330. Yes, I don't think there's been driver change on that DX Droids car. But yes, the 330 doing a very good job as well to be up there in the top 5.
Top 5 is always a really good position to aim for as well. As he being the top division, best teams, best drivers, that's always a good place. And DX Droids, with the number 3 at the beginning of their name, means they started the season way down in that 3rd division. So they've worked their way up, and getting themselves inside the top 5 is certainly going to be a good achievement for those guys. And their pace, not ideal at the moment, but I think they are obviously at the end of those tyre stints. They are losing about 3 seconds to Alex Siebel behind them, but the main thing with that is that Alex Siebel is about 2 seconds behind. So that is not the the best situation for them to be in, but hopefully that is a big enough gap that within the final 6 hours for them that the Burst Edge car won't be coming and overtaking. But it's actually not Alex. It was still Dennis Jordan.
It's still Dennis Jordan.
Still in that car, doing what he does best, which is the sort of early morning stints, and he's still going, still looking pretty calm in that one, and looks fairly
well, either Alex or the team manager over TeamSpeak.
Yeah, I would assume. Well, we can actually have a little look on the old TeamSpeak to see who they got there. Yeah, they've got Yoni Simcic. He's awake. He's in there as well as the real Alex Siebel. Is in there. Is in
Can the
there
real
as
Alex
well.
Siebel please stand up?
Yeah, exactly. So they're still there. They're still pushing as a team and just seeing what they can do. Because as I was saying a few minutes ago, there was no reason for them to quit. Yeah, it's been many hours since then, but they're already up into the top 6 and being, what was that, almost 5 seconds lap quicker than Fernandez on the previous lap as well. So if they continue with that speed for the next 6 hours, who knows what can happen.
Yes, another 6 hours is still a long time to go, halfway around the clock, of course. The thing is that Siebel's got a lap to the next car, which is that DX Droids, but then DX Droids themselves have a lap to the next car, the car in 4th position as it stands, which is of course the Go Team Racing 247. Moritz Mel is currently driving that, but he's in the pit, so there may well be a driver swap for that 247.
Yep, there may well be indeed. Let's see what they do. You don't get to see until the car's actually released from the pit stall. So it's always a nice waiting game to see if someone else is going to be getting in. And it is Matthias Stair who is in that car. So let's see what pace he's going to have. But he does have a nice gap to Fernandez behind. And that will be, a fairly comfortable gap for them in that 4th position. But they do have to obviously make sure that they are doing the job. And you actually see there's the DX Droids car right behind them. So the DX Droids car is pretty much exactly, I think that's a lap behind, almost exactly to the meter.
Which is quite impressive to get to make it that close to the 2 cars. But as you said, yes, almost exactly a lap down. Is the DX Droids. Matthias Stair is going out on these cold tyres. It's going to be the first time in a while that he's going to have seen the track. And of course, it is daylight now. You may well have driven during the night, and of course, during the night the conditions are much different. But Stair's got to be careful just to warm up those tyres nice and slowly, and to make sure that he doesn't make any mistakes during his outlap.
You got to get back into the rhythm once you get in the car. Ari's found my days driving in VEC. That was one of the hardest things for me, was getting in the car after having a couple of hours, or even in the morning you had a bit of a sleep, trying to get back in the car, get back on pace straight away. You can obviously do the benefit of sim racing is you can go and do some practice on either the practice server or just on the single player mode of rFactor 2 as well. So it is possible to at least get some practice in, but sometimes that actually can make it worse, because if you make some mistakes in that practice, it might then put a mental block with certain corners before you get back in the car. So sometimes it's easier just to jump in and learn on the job as such. But even then, that first lap or two can be quite difficult. So for those drivers who can just come in and on their first flying lap can pretty much set their personal best, then they've certainly got some good, I don't know what the word would be, but they're just able to stay calm, really. They're able to handle that pressure.
It's very good to handle that pressure, as you said. But yes, Go Team Racing, he's 203 seconds to the car in front. So yes, just about a lap to the car in front. Indeed, you might just be able to see the 3rd place car in the background. I'm not sure.
It's getting quite close in terms of the track position. But no, they're actually yeah, pretty much a lap behind. Who's in that car now? Michi Hoyer
Yes.
is in that car for Burst Esports Complexity. So yeah, he will be coming up to them fairly shortly if they're not careful. Yep, there he is, coming up towards the Porsche curves, and he is still continuing going on in the race, and they're only 37 seconds off Daniel Wisner, who has really dropped off, and that Varga car in general has really dropped off the back of Ajira Racing. And on the previous lap, Hoyer was much faster indeed. So I wouldn't actually put out or discount this burst car getting up towards second place by the end of this race.
Yeah, second place could certainly be on the table for the Complexity car. It's a minute 50 between second and first, between that Vargas and Racing and Ajira in terms of LMP2. That would be a bit much for Hoyer and that Complexity car to make up, though.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, it's not easy actually to gain time, really. A lot of the time that we're seeing is from different tyre strategies, but then obviously once you then make the next pit stop and someone changes tyres and someone doesn't, then the advantage goes to the other team. So yeah, the times have been sort of flip-flopping up and down for a lot of these battles, but certainly there's been various points where a certain team is a lot quicker than another, and for now at least this Burst team is closing down. Although on the last lap actually they got another cut track, and the cut tracks is what hindered them in the previous race in Spa. So they were leading very comfortably, but they decided to basically slow down to give their sister team, the Burst Edge car, the victory. But then sort of at the same time, with a couple of laps to go, they got or maybe even on the final lap, they got a cut track again, which was their limit. So they ended up getting a penalty, and then that effectively gave them, I think it was a one-lap penalty the game gave them because they couldn't serve it as it was on the final lap of the race. So they were sort of, yeah, in some ways a bit unlucky with that. But then again, it was also their decision to sort of, slow down and whatnot. So they could have had a race win this season, but they decided to give that one up to try and help the number 28. But the way that it's going so far, 28 isn't going to be winning the championship. But if this team can now go and get ahead of Varga, then that will be another factor to help out their teammates.
Yes, and helping out your teammates is always helpful. But as you said, a little bit of team orders last time out at Spa, and there's not going to be anything like that today, because the esports car is numerous laps down compared to the Complexity. But yes, Michi Hoyer still making his way up towards Indianapolis. 33 seconds is the gap to the Varga car in second. Of course, that's pretty much a tyre stop, isn't it? That's about the time that you lose by changing tyres when compared to a fuel-only stop, isn't it?
Yeah,
roughly
pretty much
30 seconds.
Yeah, pretty much. Obviously, you then have the time on top to actually go through the pit lane, so it's normally just a little bit longer than that. But yeah, that's roughly the time, and that's why a lot of these drivers are double stinting their tires, because the fuel and the tires don't happen at the same time. They're one after the other, which means if you don't change tires, you effectively save that time, which is somewhere in the region of about 37 seconds. So if you double stint tires, what you're basically assuming is that over the course of your double stint, you're not going to lose that extra 37 seconds, which obviously most teams have worked out that you don't, especially when you just double stint those soft tires in the LMP2s. All make sure it goes a little bit wide there. Don't want to be getting another cut track, because that would not be good for them if they get another penalty. But that lap was a 27.3 or 0.5, I should say. So that's another 3 seconds taken off Daniel Wisner.
Yeah, 3 seconds. It really is chunks at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, they're really starting to reel them in. Just depends if this speed advantage can stay for long enough for them to close down that 32 seconds.
Yeah, 32 seconds is a long time, though, isn't it? So minute. Just having a look at that number at 49 car. What is the gap actually on the track? What is the physical distance between the 27 and the 49? The 27 has just exited the first chicane, and the 49 is just about the same distance. It's about the length of one section of the Mulsanne Straight, the distance between the two of them.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy when you think of it. So it's that first straight then is pretty much 30 seconds of flat out, just accelerating, going through the gears all the way down to that first chicane, which just shows you why we're seeing so many overtaking opportunities there, because you have so long where you're getting the slipstream. And now Burst is coming up towards DX Droids, who are that P5 car. So they will be putting another lap on them, as there'll be the blue flags starting fairly shortly for them. And that is going to be another lap, and DX Droids there get out the way fairly nicely actually. So Mitchell practically lost nothing.
Yeah, practically lost nothing. That is incredibly helpful when you are trying to maintain a gap, or indeed trying to close down a gap. It depends what perspective you are looking at it from. But look, that gap's now 30 seconds. That gap is just melting away.
Yeah, it's getting very close between those drivers. 3 seconds a lap though, so even with 30 seconds, that's still going to be 10 laps, which is a whole stint to catch down Daniel Wisner. And Wisner is only a tiny bit slower, so less than a second slower really than Schumvliet. So that gap is opening up slightly, but not crazy amounts. As we have to see if that one is going to extend any more, but certainly Varga aren't pushing to the absolute limit, because they were easily comfortable enough, sort of leading the race, but they've really sort of taken a step back, I assume, to try and make sure they get to the end.
He's going to have to wait and see what the gap, how much faster that Complexity car was than the Varga car this time by, because it's going to be quite interesting to see what rate that gap is closing down at. Now, having a look at Casper Stoltz, that 66 Jean Lacey car. Of course, that 66 car in the lead by a full lap over the rest of the field. They can just kind of take it easy for the rest of the race.
Yeah, they're in a nice situation, but it also depends on the, I don't know how you call it, but almost like the ego side of it.
Yes.
If you just want to slow down so much that cars just stop coming past you, it's not really what you want to be able to do. Fortunately for them, for Varga, LMP2 is only really Mitch Hoy that they need to worry about, because that Go Team Racing is about another lap behind them. As we've jumped to Dennis Dooner in Sim Racing for Holland, P7 in class, 3 laps down on the leader, and 1 minute and 10 seconds behind the next car, who is World of Sim Racing in P6. And this car is now, I think they're just potentially coming up for a pit stop, if I'm not mistaken. But they've got quite a, the gap behind them is about 5.5 seconds to Your Name Here Racing. Then Mikael Schmidl is 40 seconds behind. So Schmidl has been closing down that gap ever so slightly over the course of the previous couple of stints. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes his way up to this car at some point. This number 451 really, not where they would have hoped to be, but 7th place is still somewhat respectable for the level of competition that we've got in this GTE field.
Yeah, and again, it's an incredible level of competition we've got in this GTE field. You can see that by the fact that the gap between the top 3 coming into this race, just 9 points, of course, separating the top three cars. And the fact, it's both that we've seen, the same contenders each race up towards the front, but also, there's been opportunities for teams that are lower down the standings to go and challenge for podiums as well. It's an incredible depth of field that we have in the GTE class. Of course, it makes it all the much more fun with the different marks as well, because of course, as I said before, they all have their different strengths and weaknesses. But yes, as we came into this race, it was Cetres Nightavellix in the lead, then Waveframe and Varga in the championship. But at this moment, it's going to be Waveframe taking the championship with their current third place finish.
Yeah, that would be an interesting one to win the championship in third place on the road, but also not really winning a race in the season as well. We have said that Waveframe has had, I think it's two second places in round 1 and round 6, and then they've had a couple of other good results, but there's quite a big difference. Obviously getting the victory, because there's those extra few, there's 5 points extra between first and second, where there's only maybe 1 or 2 points difference between some of the other positions. So yeah, if they can win the championship without winning a race, then that just shows you how consistent they've been. And to finish the race with another podium would certainly be a little bit sort of weird, but certainly a good thing to show how consistent they've been.
Yeah, Nitravellix need to get up into 6th in order to tie the championship. Then they'll be able to take it on race wins after that, I believe. Yeah, Nitravellix have 2 race wins to Waveframe's, well, 0. So, yes, Nitravellix need to make it up to 6th in order to tie it on points and then take it on countback.
Yeah, the countback situation's always very interesting, but let's see. So that's 6th place is on the same lap. So
this is true.
They are still on the same lap, but they, I've got to do some quick maths here, but it's somewhere.
I think it's 150 seconds, roughly, so 2.5 minutes.
So it's like 2.5 minutes that they need to get. So possible in 5.5 hours, but they're going to need to really start turning on the speed, which they just haven't quite had so much. They have been obviously closing the gaps a little bit, but they haven't just been absolutely reeling them in, because, as you mentioned, this GT class is so close. I mean, if you look at even on the previous laps, there's so many people in like the 3-minute 53s, etc. Like all of the cars. There's obviously a couple of cars slightly quicker, slightly slower, but for the most part, pretty much everyone's like doing the same lap time. So once you lose that time from various issues, it's so difficult to get it back.
Yeah, it's so difficult, because essentially at that point you're just relying on mistakes from your competitors. But having a look here, this battle for 6th place in the LMP2, it's the Burst Edge Esports. In 6th place, Yerny Simincic, and the gap is 11 seconds back to Jerome Lewing in the Team Spirit racing car.
And look at that gap for Yerny Simincic. Gap ahead to Fernandez, 1 lap. Quite a crazy one. Is this the Varga car that they're actually coming up to? This is their championship rival. Wisner currently 2nd place on the road, 1st place in the championship. And now Yerny Simincic is coming to unlap himself. And that is going to be quite important, actually, if they can try and get themselves a lap or 2 back before the end of the race. That would be certainly very good for them. Although, as we just mentioned with the GTs, even in the LMP2s, it is so close on pace that it's difficult just to physically gain time on pure speed. But Wisner is probably the slightly slower member of that Varga team. So he would obviously, bleed a couple of bits of time. And Simincic needs to be careful here, because he's going to go down the inside there nicely. Wisner letting him go, but he now needs to get out of those blue flags. Otherwise, he'll have to let the Varga car straight back past.
Yes, you will face the wrath of Jimmy Allison if you don't get out of the blue flag zone too quick enough. But yes, that previous lap, Michi Hoyam actually gained 3 seconds on Wisner. Again, it's a 31.5 versus a 28.6.
And Simincic, this is his first flying lap. So let's see, as he comes out of the 4 chicanes, what this lap time is going to be. He would have obviously lost a tiny bit. There's a couple of corners where he probably couldn't go to his absolute potential. But let's see, as he comes across the line, he did a 27.7. So that is, as well, about 3-4 seconds a lap quicker than those guys. And even from the car ahead, that was 4 seconds a lap for the car ahead, Carlos Fernandez. But let's see, what car is Fernandez in? He's in the 3 30.
The
So
extra is
where
3:30,
is he on the lap? Oh, he's just coming into the 4 chicanes now. So that is almost 2 laps advantage, actually, that he's got. So Burst basically need to make up 2 laps to the next car, because it's really like 1.7 or 1.8 laps.
Yeah.
That the graphic only shows whole laps, but yeah, it's really nearer 2 laps. So that is about 6 minutes that they need to gain in the last 5.5 hours.
Yeah, and last time it was 3.5 seconds. Visna at 31.1, Hoya at 27.5. So that gap is going down. It's already just 20 seconds to get between second and third.
Yeah, it's really getting close between those guys. Another 3.5 seconds on the previous lap. So it's really starting to get close between those guys. And it would be quite nice to see if that burst car can try and get onto that. Podium, or the second place, really, because they, as I said, they could have won that race last time out. They gave up the victory for this car on screen, the Burst Edge Esports. Sister teammates decided to swap positions for the championship, but then they didn't get the second place either because they had the cut track. So it would be nice to see that Burst car getting a good result, because they've had a few good performances, to be honest, this season, but the best that they've done, I think, is a third place from round 6 or round 5, I should say. So it would be nice if they can finally get ahead of that into second place.
Yes, of course, that will be an extra. That'll be an extra 6 points for that simplicity car, and of course, it will take 6 points away from the Varga car, which is incredibly important because Varga. I would say Varga came into this race ahead of Burst Edge Esports, but it does mean that if anything does happen to Varga, it could perhaps allow Burst Edge just to get in front. It could be all important 5 points that they need. But that Burst Esports Simplicity car will be getting the 50 points for participation plus 38 for that second place, which would give them obviously a total of 88 points, which put them on 612, which I think would be good enough for 4th in the championship.
And that would be, that'd be a nice result to get them that high up, considering, as you said, how close it's been, but also just with the way that it's gone. But that would be, very nice for them indeed. And
because that Wave 3 esports car is not. It was third in the championship at 26, isn't finishing this race, so they're staying on 554. So that would put Burst Simplicity ahead of them. But the car ahead of Simplicity in the standings is Ajira, who are currently winning, so they won't be able to pass them either. So at the moment, Simplicity will be a 2-4, I think, for Burst Edge Esports in the standings.
Yeah, which isn't too bad, all things considered. I'm sure before the season they would be aiming for probably a 1-2.
Yes.
As you'd imagine. Varga, so we mentioned previously in the season that there was the merge between the Sennas and the LMP2s, but Burst Edge and Varga were in the LMP2s from the beginning of the season, so this has been a direct fight between them all season. Ajira number 2 was actually in the Senna, so in round 3, so on the standings, if you check out the standings via the website, in round 3 Ajira also got a victory, because in round 3 we still had the Senna. So so the way that the points worked is the classes merged, but everyone kept their same points as well. It wasn't then obviously factored in, because that would be unfair. So effectively there's going to be more than there's 9 races, but there's going to be more than 9 winners, if you get what the point I'm trying to make. So that, in terms of the points, that's also been quite interesting. But despite that, they've still Ajira still dropped off the way just a little bit. There's some 62 points off Varga, which is quite a lot considering there's only 30 points for a win.
He did 30 points for a win during the normal races, 45 here at the moment. But yes, as you said, it is a big, well, essentially it's 2 victories, isn't it?
Well, yeah, 2 victories, and as we know how hard it is to get a victory, for starters, to then be that far behind is, quite an interesting factor. But then that is why we have a full season of racing. You want to see who's going to come out best on top over the course of those races. And I think Ajira have done actually pretty well, all things considered. They're maybe slightly lucky about the Wayframe car having that crash early on, or lucky. I mean, they'd probably still be ahead of them, but that's going to make that position in the championship just a little bit more, because Wayframe have done a good season as well. They've really been improving just a little bit there.
Yeah, they have been improving slowly and surely, as you said, and it's always good to see these teams just get better and better throughout the course of the season. But yes, Jeremy Simoncic, we're currently looking at still a lap behind 5th position. Having a look at that battle for 2nd position though in the LMP2s, that gap is now down to 15 seconds. But Hoya last time round had an invalid lap time.
Yeah, so he...
As did Screenplate, the leader, actually.
Yeah, so I've been looking of it in the burst chat. I don't actually really have access to the specific team chats.
Just hack your way in. It's fine. How hard can it be?
No, but I meant because obviously I'm not actually part of that car as such. But I can see that Mojek is sort of keeping a tally in the chat, and obviously they're trying to avoid getting a penalty, because that would not be good, considering they're only 13 seconds behind Visner as well. Getting that penalty would really hamper that. They've done so much good effort. I mean, this was, even when we started commentating, that was like 45, 50 seconds. So they've already done a lot of gaining. And then to suddenly lose, 25 seconds or however much exactly it is to go through the pit lane, that's really going to start hindering them. But you can see just ahead of them on our picture, that is Hoya behind Lahinya for Team Spirit Racing. He's getting some blue flags, so he should be moving out of the way for them. But yeah, Hoya trying to close down, but at the same time trying not to get cuts.
Trying to drive as fast as possible without going beyond the white lines is something quite fun, especially when you've only got 12 for a 24-hour race as well. But Bama Gosen, we're currently having a look at in the Europe name here, car 4.5 seconds to the car in front, so certainly within striking distance.
Yeah, certainly getting very close. Gotta make sure you're keeping it all within the track limits and all within the rules, as Schumfleet now comes into the pit lane for another pit stop. So those LMP2 stints really go by quite quickly indeed, and he will be potentially changing driver, because I think that might have been his 2nd stint. So we'll see if someone else is going to be getting into that, or if they keep him in for a bit longer. But that gap to Visner is going to be coming down, but because of their gap, they're going to be comfortably coming out still in the lead of the race.
Yeah, comfortably in the lead of the race, and that's always what you want, to come back out in the lead of the race, isn't it? But yes, that gap, 13.4 seconds. That last time round, Hoya's time was a 27.8, Visner's was a 32.4. That's almost 5 seconds.
Yeah, 5 is a lot of time. I wonder if Visner is doing some extreme saving potentially. We will have to, we'll have to find out. But yeah, I mean, let's see how this one goes, because that time is really going to be coming down, and it's going to be getting close. But is it going to be enough for Michi to make that overtake? Because I think once they get to the next stint, I think with the way the tyres are going to be changed, I think then Hoyer won't have quite a advantage in the next stint.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be the question of what is going to happen in the next stint. And the question is, I'm just wondering, is Hoyer on fresh tyres and Visna isn't? And essentially they're going to swap around. In next stint, Visna will be on the fresh tyres and Hoyer not so much.
Well, let's see. Hoyer's coming into the pit lane. Let's see if his car is going to be going up onto the jack stands, as Visna is in the pit lane as well from the graphics. So let's try and see. Also, if there's a change of tyres and one... Yeah, so Visna's changing tyres and Hoyer isn't. So, yes, so now Hoyer is going to be...
On the worn tyres.
On the worn tyres, and Visna is going to be on the new ones, but Visna is going to lose that 30-something seconds. So Hoyer might, or should, jump him in terms of the track position, but then obviously that might flip-flop back when we get to the next stint when they're swapping tyres again, the other way around. So let's see if Hoyer can get out ahead, but I wouldn't actually be surprised if we're going to see Hoyer leaving the pit lane with just the fuel stint, or the fuel stop, I should say. And there he goes. So that is going to be second place on the road for Burst Esports Simplexity. Visna is still sitting there for now, and they might actually be doing a driver swap in that Varga car because they seem to be doing double stint of tyres and then swapping every time they're swapping tyres as well. So Hoyer back out into second place.
Yeah, back out into second place, which of course means some extra points. That's Complexity Car, 6 more points, and that could be very important towards the end of the championship to try and capture that 4th position. But now you can see in that timing, Hoyer is 92 seconds down on Schoenvliet, that number 2 Agera racing car. Can he track down those 92 seconds? He's been incredibly quick over the past couple of stints.
And let's see how Mitchie's pace is now on these older tyres. It will be naturally a tiny bit slower because obviously he's had a whole stint worth of energy and heat and load going through them. So it just depends how much or how little time he is going to lose compared to that first stint. As we now jump to Agera, and last lap Hoyer was a bit quicker, but he came into the pit lane, so we can't really use that for complete reference because the pit entry obviously takes away some of that lap time. But let's see now what Schoenvliet can do. He's just made his pit stop as well. He is, I believe, on his 3rd lap out from his pit stop. So let's see how this one goes. Are Agera going to hold on for this, or is there going to be a burst comeback? Let's wait and find out in the next 5 and a bit hours.
Yeah, just 5 hours to go. It's not that much at all, is it?
Yeah.
But yes, just 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. And Schoenvliet, what was his last lap time? Let's have a look on the timing. Well, of course, it's going to be the outlap for essentially all these drivers. We're going to have to wait maybe about 5 minutes or so till we see representative times.
Yeah, it's going to be obviously a waiting game in that regard because the outlap is not representative because it will include the pit stop time, and then you got to wait for him to then do another whole lap before you get the actual time. So let's wait and see what Hoyer can do. But that gap, 95 seconds as the reference. Let's see how that one comes down.
Yeah, that gap, well, almost like it's 95 seconds having a look at live timing. So it gives us a good idea of what sort of what the gap is just now and what Mitchie Hoyer has to close down in the final 5 hours and 20 minutes of this race. Having a look elsewhere on the circuit, we've got about 4 seconds between Dennis Duna and Manuel Goisen. That's the Sim Racing for Holland, and well, I say that Sim Racing for Holland's just coming to the pits. So that's, well, no, your name here is also came into the pits at the same time, Manuel Goisen. So it's going to be a race out of the pits, but for 7th position in the GTE class.
That's going to be yeah, getting a bit close between those couple of drivers, and it's actually going to be just about two. Just a couple of tenths between them as they sit there in the pit lane. But once again, moving, we'll see who's going to come out on top. And actually, their last lap was only a few thousandths apart in terms of time, so they're obviously very closely matched.
Yes, it's quite incredible the fact that it can be this close. We've got some other LMP2s in the pits as well. We've got DX Droids, Juan Carlos Fernandez, and we have the Team Spirit Racing number 45 car pitting from 5th and 7th overall, respectively. So got to see where they come out. Of course, that Team Spirit Racing car is trying to hold off the number 50 Burst Esport Hungry.DK, but I see that Team Spirit is out of the pits about 85 seconds ahead of that number 50. And there's been a driver change to the DX Droids, now Elias Fernandez in that car.
Let's see what his speed is, although to be honest, I really doubt that Burst Edge car is going to be able to get back those 2 laps.
No, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult indeed for them to do that in just over 5 hours. Yeah, bit of a tricky one to get back that amount of time, but either way, let's see what Elias Fernandez has got with his time, with his lap time, and let's see if there's going to be any sort of change in that midfield of the LMP2s.
Yeah, that fear. Where did that word come from? Those LMP2s. Yes, it's going to be interesting to see what sort of speed they could do, having with Gus Stoltz again. Incredible drive by everyone there in the number 66 car over the past 19 hours or so. And yes, the number 73 Rookie Monsters is now in the pits as well. Malcolm Smith is still driving that one. I wonder if there's going to be a driver change this time round. The Juices Motorsport number 74 also in the pits with Maximilian Kalinic. Matthias Stara in the 247 Go Team car coming in from 4th position in the LMP2s, also in the pits. But Hoya, we've got to see what his speed is this time round when he crosses the start-finish line, because this is going to be his first flying lap since the pit stop for the number 49. Where is the 49 out in circuit, actually? Just coming up towards the Porsche curves.
Yeah, he's got a few, 4 GTEs just ahead of him as well. And he's going to catch at least probably 2 of them before he gets towards the end of the lap. So that's not going to be ideal for him. That's going to just hinder his lap time slightly. But then again, that is the same for everyone in that regard. So he will be now coming around those couple of final kinks before coming to the Ford chicanes to see what his lap time is and how fast. Schumvli did a 27.3, which is a very respectable lap. And considering this is old tyres, I doubt Hoya is going to be that fast, but let's see as he comes across the line like a qualifying session. Let's see what he does, a 29.0. So he is slower, as you would expect. And importantly, actually, in the battle with Vargas Sim Racing, Yuri Toman is back in the car. So we will expect him to be a little bit faster than Daniel Visner from what from the information that we've seen so far this race. So that gap will probably not decrease so much.
There's been a driver swap of both the 73 and the 74. It's now Christos Segunas in that 73 Rookie Monsters car, taking over from Malcolm Smith. And the 74 is now João Barbosa in the car, taking over from Kalinic. So a driver swap for both those cars. They're now 12th and 14th on class. And between them, you've got the 81 Blackhawk car. So those 3 cars separated by about 20 seconds at the moment.
So looking at the P, I'm just looking at the P2 field. It seems that it sort of sorted itself out regarding the DNFers that we had recently with the ARMS and Cetrus Nitavex. They're finally behind, which is good, because Undercover actually took quite a while to get past them because there were so many laps behind, but they're now comfortably there. And then looking ahead, the gaps have actually, still opened out quite a bit for those teams in the midfield of the LMP2s. So that is one reason why there hasn't been any specific battles for position. But there's been some good strides by some certain teams. Even the Burst Esport Hungary car getting up there towards that 8th position, obviously with the help of some other drivers. But if you remember, it was that car that actually had to sacrifice its race to push back the Burst Edge car all the way from the first Mulsanne chicane. So they would have lost a lot of time from that one as well. So to sort of get back up there is doing a fairly good job so far. And looking at this Michi Hoyer car at the moment, he's still about 22 seconds ahead of Yuri Toman. So let's see how Yuri closes down that one, as he was about 8/10 faster on the previous lap.
It's quite interesting what we saw last night. The question is, does what we saw count as a bump drafting? Because in the rule book, 0.5.2.4, it says bump drafting is not allowed in the subject to penalty. Bump drafting is defined as the passing driver pushing the car ahead to make two cars go faster. Well, obviously the 50 car wasn't going any faster by pushing the car ahead, so does it count as bump drafting?
But also, he wasn't really drafting. He wasn't really drafting either.
Considering the car ahead had no power. But
I mean, it's not our. I mean, we're just commentating it. It's not our decision whether that was right, wrong, or whatever. Is decided from that one. But certainly with the situation, how far back they are anyway, I don't think in the grand scheme of things it's really going to make too much difference with how the race is unfolding at the moment. But let's just see how that one works out, as Hoyer's next lap was a 30.3. So that is potentially a good couple of seconds that he's going to lose on this lap. So we'll see Toman's, when he comes across the line, what speed he is going to do. But if that is about 2 seconds, then that would be... Oh, no, he did a 30.9, actually. So he lost a bit of time maybe with traffic as well. So that gap staying in the favour of Hoyer. So in that case, if Hoyer can hold on to this gap, then that could be quite good for them, actually trying to get second place legitimately and not with just the pit strategy.
Yeah, that second place, well, it would be incredible if they could get that second place. Of course, Simplicity car, I would say the second car in the Burst Edge Esports is kind of, but it's also not at the same time. Yes, that Simplicity car would be very good to see if they can get that second place on, pace. As the top three in the GTs have came in as well. The 66 John Lazy, the 87 Sancho, and the 99 Wave Freem Esports have all came in at the same time.
And those pit strategies are going to be very important when we get to that final pit stop. We're just coming up for the end of another hour, actually. It's going to be just coming up for 5 hours to go. So already the teams will be working backwards and working out what they're doing and trying to work out where they are with their final pit stop, because that final pit stop is going to be crucial. If you can save some fuel and have a shorter stop, then that's going to obviously be a benefit for you, because you'll physically just be stopped less in the pit lane. But also, if you're in the need of a splash and dash, if you can save that fuel now, because over the course of the next 5 hours, if you work it out now and you know that, and you spread that fuel saving over the course of the 5 hours, it isn't really that much per lap. So if you can work back now and get yourself planned, then you won't have to do mega fuel saving in one of the final pit stops. So that is looking pretty good for those guys.
Oh, but it's always so fun, extrapolating backwards. Of course, it's also guessing how many laps, especially for these GT cars, kind of guessing how many laps the LMP2 car is going to do and kind of estimate it from there as well. So, of course, if you push it right to the limit, you might well run out of fuel in the last lap or have to make an extra splash at the very end of the race.
Yeah, and that splash is always a bad thing, because you might be like, oh, it's only going to be 5 seconds of fuel or 10 seconds of fuel that I need to take. But then you've got to do effectively a drive-through penalty to get that. So hopefully that is good for these drivers. But from myself, it's now 9 o'clock in the UK. I need to go. So for the next hour, I'll be swapping with Ewan O'Leary. So for the next hour, I'll be Ewan and Neil taking you through towards the final 4 hours of the race. So enjoy, guys, and hopefully we'll be seeing a nice finish to the race. So see you later.
Thanks very much, Cam. Yeah, well, thank you for your contribution throughout the 24 hours this weekend. He's done a fair amount, so we'll leave him to do whatever he's got to do now. You've stuck with me for the final part of the race, really. I'm sorry about that.
Run away! No, it's
I'm
fine.
sorry about that. But yes, just over 5 hours to go in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Couple of battles going on up and down the order. We're currently watching the one between Dennis Duna and Manuel Goosen at the moment for 7th place. But yeah, things are going fairly smoothly at the moment, Neil. No big incidents to talk of for the next few moments until I've just cursed things and made one.
Don't say things have been going smoothly. Don't say that. You know, something's going to go horrifically wrong in the next 10 minutes as soon as you say that. It's almost law at this point in terms of commentary.
Yeah, people are going to hate me already, to be honest, because I'm already trying to curse things. But no, I do hope that everybody gets to the flag at this point, to be honest, because especially these LMP2 cars, actually. I know we've talked about it before, but goodness me, are they getting through their engines quickly. 7 of them are out of the race already. There's only 10 left from the 17 that started this race, and I have to say I'm a little bit surprised that so many are blowing up.
Yeah, it was fairly interesting to see what's happening to these engines, because as far as I can remember, I don't think we've had this many engine failures before.
I can't recall a race like this in terms of engine failures. Certainly, it's been a very long time since I've seen so many. But yeah, they're dropping like flies, or they certainly were anyway. We went about 110 laps in this race, which equates to a very long time, without any retirements. We got 4 in the first 2 hours, which is quite a lot, really. But then we went very long time without any retirements at all. And then we got 4 engine failures within 3 hours or so in the middle of the night. You might have missed it at home in case you weren't with us, especially if you're in a European time zone, as we're having yellow flag in Sector 3 at the moment. Who's that for? I wonder aloud. It's for the 50 Burst Esport car off in the final chicanes. I think it's got back going again, but I think despite the fact that they're not going to win the championship here and they're unlikely to win the race either, Burst Esport has still had a solid race. They've still got 3 cars in the top 8, and that is not a bad achievement whatsoever.
Yeah, 3 cars in the top 8 is a very good effort there from the Burst Esports. We're having a look at Arnold Schoenvliet still in that number 2 Azure racing car, number 1 on the circuit, in the gap back to Michi Hoya. It's 100 seconds pretty much. The thing is, last time around, Schoenvliet's lap was invalidated, and that's been quite a few now that I've seen for that number 2. I think they're close to getting a drive through.
Yeah, you might be right there. We've got 2 in the last hour, certainly, that I've been monitoring them. So, that's not good news for those guys if they are going to get a drive through. But they do have a 100-second lead at the moment, 1 minute and 40 seconds in front of Michi Hoya, who's in 2nd place right now. So they would be able to take that drive through and still be leading this race if that were to happen. But let's hope for their sake that it doesn't at this point, because that would be bad, and they could do without it, really. But Michi Hoya is being hunted down at the moment, or it generally is, by Yuri Toman. Toman took tyres at the last stop. Let's not forget, Hoya is on his 2nd stint of tyres right now. Got 5 laps to go until the next pit stop, or 6 laps as Toman comes over the line right now. But Toman's not quite making the inroads that I was expecting. He's got new tyres on, but they're really not making as much of a difference as I would expect.
Yeah, that tyre change was interesting, because of course that tyre change last time around allowed Hoya to jump. Well, it was Vizna, it's now Toman. Allowed him to jump that car in the last pit stop phase. But as he said, in fact, last time around Hoya was faster than Toman, so it appears that number 49 car has a lot of pace.
Yeah, it does seem that way. We've seen them have some pace a little bit earlier on. Let's not forget they took the lead at the very first corner of this race, what seems like an absolute lifetime ago now, really. As we've got another yellow flag in Sector 1. We'll see who that's for. The 235 is off the road. Undercover Sim Racing as they go down the hill towards Tete Rouge. Just went off, or at least out, maybe out of the Dunlop chicane. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, they've also gone for a spin. It's that kind of the race, really. I've been in here for 5 minutes and I've already seen 2 spins. It's that kind of. It might have been what I said at the very start, actually, but it's it's all about this kind of stage of the race, really. The fatigue that starts to set in, and you do tend to see some silly spins at this time of day.
Yeah, again, it's just kind of the moment where everyone's feeling a little bit fatigued. 5 hours to go. We've been driving for 19 hours as we're having a look at our replay. I think, this is Undercover Sim Racing, just lost the rear end on the turn-in. It's so easy to do there, isn't it? Because not only are you braking, you're also weight shifting as well under that braking zone, from turning right to turning left.
Yeah, it's very, very awkward, actually, to get your car to the right-hand side, because obviously you want to open the corner as well. If it was just a braking zone kind of in isolation, you just probably stick it out to the right-hand side, really, as we got a battle going on for 17th position. Lazarus Philippakos right round the outside of the Waveframe Ferrari into 17th place, and a bit of a lock-up as well from Rocon, who's in that car at the moment. So that's a pass from Philippakos, who actually went off at the Indianapolis corner not so long ago. Michele Rocon, though, has been displaced, and he's down to 18th position. A good move into Indianapolis right around the outside, and not much that the Waveframe car could really do. I'm afraid it's not been a great day for Waveframe. They're possibly losing out on a championship that was theirs for such a long time. Well, it is still theirs at the moment, but other than that, it's not been particularly good. It was very, very sketchy though, wasn't it, into Indianapolis?
Was pretty close between the 2 cars coming into Indianapolis there.
Yeah, it was a big lockup as well. So not good for Waveframe, but that GTE has not had a particularly good day of things, as you might be able to imagine. They're down in 18th place and third to last at the moment. Their other LMP2 hasn't had a great day, reversing into, I believe it was this car actually that they reversed into at the Porsche curves. That wasn't too pretty. And then it's their other GTE car has had a good race. They're in 3rd place at the moment in GTE, nearly 40 seconds down on the Zancho GTE, and currently leading this championship. The Naito Velux car is currently down in 9th position, so they'll be losing a good 14 points on them. Another yellow flag going on at the moment, trying to see who it's for, but it's not apparent to me right now who it's for. But yeah, Naito Velux at the moment are 2nd place in the championship. There is Turka Hakkinen, and I believe he's got 3 screens in there. Although it's difficult to see from this angle. Certainly a very good setup for Turka Hakkinen there in 9th place.
Is that triples or something like doubles? I can't see a 3rd stand in the middle.
Well, I can't really. Yeah, it's difficult to tell from this point, but it's certainly
just be doubles,
more than
actually.
one. Certainly more than one. Yes, it's certainly a fancy display, whatever it is. I mean, a double display certainly would be not great, really, because you'd surely have a line down the middle, really, between the 2 monitors, and that's exactly where you want to be looking some of the time.
It's the halo.
Well, yeah, that is true.
But that is almost perfect if you're driving a Formula car with the halo on it, because you can just almost do the resolution, so it's the central part is almost completely obscured by the line between the 2 monitors.
That is a good point, to be fair. I've not really seen that done before, though. But it certainly would look realistic, I suppose. Looking at Alex Broughtingham at the moment, he's in 13th position for Black Hawk Racing. Just lost the 10th to Christos Segunas of Rookie Monsters on the last lap. He's about 4.5 seconds down at the moment. There's a couple of these battles that are at this kind of distance, between 4 and 5 seconds at the moment. It's kind of that frustrating distance, really, where you can see the car in front of you, but you can't quite get close enough to actually make a move on them.
Yeah, not close enough to make a move, but of course saying not close enough to make a move is all really relativistic. because you can make a move from 4.5 seconds back. It may not be nice, it may not be pleasant, but theoretically you can make a move from 4.5 seconds back.
Yeah, it might not be legal either, really.
It might,
to do
it might
that.
also go against all of the rules of the club as well, but theoretically you can still do it.
I guess in theory, yeah, you are correct. It can happen, but unlikely to make a dive from this distance. Going to need a bit of intervention, probably from traffic, to be able to get a little bit closer, maybe. But he did gain. Well, actually, that's Sal Barbosa gaining on him a little bit further down. Jesus Motorsport Club in 14th position at the moment. It's actually the first time I've seen Barbosa in the car here today. Not entirely sure if it is his first time in the car or not. But it is certainly the first time I've seen him, and he is closing on both of these guys actually. And the Juices are a team who are in contention for this championship. Mathematically, they can still clinch it, but they need a podium at the very least, and they need loads of other teams to have lots of other issues as well. Yeah, it's hard to see Juices Motorsport Club winning this championship. Although I was expecting a better drive from them. Down in 14th was not where I expected them to see.
No, they've had a little bit of problem. I think they disconnected at some point during the race as well, which is not helpful. But currently 12 seconds behind Broughtingham is Barbosa in that Jesus Motorsport Club Porsche, making his way down through Mulsanne corner now. The big braking zone into that right-hander, using all of the curve on the left-hand side. As much curve as possible before accelerating back out, stamping on that throttle before making his way up towards Indianapolis.
Yeah, he does at the moment, 12 seconds down on Alex Broughtingham in front, who was driving the first few stints of that Black Hawk car actually, and did a very good job. He was inside the top 10 when he got out of that car, I believe. So, yeah, they were going quite long on stints as well. They were really able to stretch that car out a very long way. As Leonardo Pupo comes into the pit lane for Drive Game seat. They were in 4th position before that pit stop, and the number 83 now is into the pit lane, which means One Move Esports can unlap themselves from that Drive Game seat car. But there's going to be a big gap forming now to Lorenzo Arisi up front. In the top 5 or 6 places, the gaps really are stretching out very, very big indeed. You have to go down to 8th place to find a gap lower than 30 seconds at the moment. Manuel Goosen is just under 6 seconds behind Dennis Duna, but at the front of GTE there are some real big gaps starting to form.
Yes, some gaps starting to form, as you says. I just refreshed my timing. Yes, Jean Lazy Esports, well, Abraham Khan has just got his lap back in that Zansha car. It's now 3.5 minutes, separating the 87 and the 66. There's 40 seconds back to Lorenzo Arisi in the 99. But having a look, the battle for 7th place in GT, so Racing for Holland versus your name here, Dunat versus Goyson, 6 seconds separated the two of them, and that gap was actually maintained through the last pit stop cycle that they had. It was about 6 seconds beforehand, and it is still 6 seconds now. But yes, having a look at Ibrahim Khan coming through Corvette and then coming up towards Maison Blanche, 3.5 minutes behind. Yeah,
a long way for him to get back into this race with just under 5 hours to go, although you never know what can happen. To be fair to Jean Lacy Esports, wasn't expecting to see them put in such a good drive here this weekend. They've been absolutely dominant. I can't remember very many laps where they haven't led in this one. Sancho gave them a run for their money in the first 2 hours. I think Ibrahim Khan slightly overcooked his tyres in the first part of the race, trying to keep up with that Aston Martin. And now you can see this is about the gap that it was for a fair amount of time actually, but obviously this is one lap between them at the moment. But John Lacey Esports, really good drive. They've led most of the laps of this race. I can't remember anything going wrong for them really. Martin Darlin did say that he had a couple of wheel issues not so long ago, so it's going to be Casper Stolzer and Matteo Caruso taking that car to the flag in this race. So they're not risking that at all, and it's a sensible decision really, because we've seen plenty of wheel issues so far here today. Caspian Motorsport had one earlier on this morning as we came back to air. It was very soon after we came back to air. They went smashing into the wall, and now they are last in this race. So not taking any risks there, and that's a sensible choice for John Lacey Sports and Martin Darland.
Yeah, but still keeping up that pace though. It's still 3.5 minutes, the gap. So still keeping up that very good pace is John A. Lacey. As they're now just, well, the GT field will now pass, I say pass in quotation marks, the number 30 Central's Knight of Velix car. Of course, Adamovsky, about an hour ago or so, blew the engine up at Tetra Rouge. So that number 30 car is now going to be tumbling it through the GTE class. And then it's not long until the same happens to the ARMS sim racing car. The Citroën Niter Velix number 60 GTE car, Turka Hakkinen driving, has came into the pits as well.
He has indeed. That's another 15 lap stint from him, absolutely on schedule for what those Niter Velix guys are trying to do here. Let's not forget those guys out of contention because of a disconnection for Christian Mikel earlier on in the very same moment where Alex Siebel and Tim Ulrich all disconnected, all from Germany. We believe there have been some problems in Germany with the internet connection for certain regions, for certain providers, some real problems over the last few weeks. I know you've been having a couple of problems as well, Neil. Yeah, things have not been good in terms of the internet, but it's Turka Hakkinen getting out of that car right now. You can see he's sitting down and relaxing ever so slightly, and Mika Happinen is now into that car. They're in 10th place.
Yeah, in 10th place is that number 60 car, and as you said, Mika Happinen now in that car. And immediately getting and Cedric Church ahead is 65 seconds up into 9th place. So let's see if Happinen can make that gap up. But yes, and having a look still at that battle for 12th place in the GTEs, Rookie Monsters versus Blackhawk, just 3.5 seconds the gap now.
It is starting to close down. Like Broughtingham did take a fair amount of time out of the Rookie Monsters car on the last lap, not the last lap, the one before that. So a couple of laps ago now, but still making up some time as we're looking at Matteo Caruso catch up ever so slightly to Ibrahim Khan just in front of him. And yeah, you're right, we are starting to make our way through in terms of the GTE order. Timothej Andonovski, if you remember back to when Niter Velix blew their engine a very long time ago from 4th place in this race, it was very disappointing for them to see that you can see how far the GTE car's behind, because they're only just beginning to overtake him in the actual order right now, which is quite remarkable to think about, really.
Yes, and it could be interesting to see how this race pans out in the last 5 hours. Well, say it's under 5 hours now. It's 4 hours 52 until the completion of the 24-hour race here at SRC. Indeed, the completion of season 13 will be crowning a couple of champions here in Division 1. But Matteo Caruso we're looking at in that Sean Lacey number 66, and I don't think he's managed to lap the Zancho car again. I don't think he has. Where is that's it? Just having a quick look on the track mapper. That number 66 car is just coming out of Tetra Rouge, and the number 87 Zancho. Where are you? I'm just trying to have a look at. We are on the circuit, but I can't see it. I think I might need stronger glasses.
Just dead in front of him, and actually side by side
in front of him. Yeah,
right now.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little bit difficult to see when they're on top of each other on the track map, to be fair. So, yeah, that's probably why you couldn't see them. But Matteo Caruso is now through, and the Sancho car is in the rearview mirror once again, and is 1 lap down here once again. Matteo Caruso took over from Kasper Stoltz at the last pit stop 5 laps ago. They'll be going another 10 laps before they come into the pit lane for the next time, and Ibrahim Khan will go another 10 laps as well. Because while Khan is pitting, or would be pitting a lap earlier than Caruso normally, he's a lap down, so it works out in real time that they come in pretty much together into the pit lane. So we do get the 3 leaders in GTE in pit lane pretty much together as we go back to Alex Broughtingham, who's the closest to another car out there on the circuit right now, trying to close in on the Rookie Monsters number 73, Christos Sigurnas in the Porsche. not too far behind Alejandro Lopez Ayona himself, actually, but not really making an impression for the moment. Ayona did actually get a cut track warning on that last lap, as did Sedlacek, so these guys have got to work out and be careful of those, but I guess at this point, you do know how many you've used, you know how many you've got remaining, and with less than 5 hours to go, you can start to use them up a little bit if you've been disciplined in the first half of the race.
Yes, yes, as you said. Yes, it's been good to see, as you said. But when I have a look at Alex Breutigam, 3.5 seconds. Still, that gap, he doesn't appear to be making any inroads.
Not really on this lap, and not really on the last lap. So yeah, not generally for the moment. Needs a bit of traffic, you'd imagine, and there is a prototype in the background for him to. There's a load of cars in the background of him actually, but most of them are GTs. So that's not been a fun few moments for the prototype of Burst Edge Esports to get through. But as they complete another lap, they will be able to do that. Yoni Siric is currently in 6th place, 1 minute and 22 ahead of Jerome Legui of Team Spirit Racing. The number 45 team having a pretty good result, actually, a pretty good race. They're currently 11th in the standings, but have not really finished in the top 5 so far this season. Well, I say they're not really, they haven't finished in the top 5 this season. 6th place was their best result so far in this season. That came all the way back at the second round, which was at the Nürburgring for a 6-hour race. This is obviously a little bit longer, and those guys are still doing pretty well. It's been a race of attrition as Michi Hoyer comes into the pit lane, and Yuri Toman will follow him as well. So we're up on LMP2 pit stops once again. Arda Schublit has also been in on this occasion.
Yeah, yes, very good on this occasion. Excuse me, as you said, but yes, having a look at Breutigam, that gap is now closing ever so slightly now as well. It's now 2.5 seconds, so the gap really is just ebbing and flowing depending on where in the track they meet traffic.
Yeah, it really does happen like that, really. 2.6 at the moment, and that may have been down to the Burst Edge Esports car making its overtake, but you can see in the background there is another car trying to get through. Might be ground effect, this one, coming up in the background. A little bit difficult to see at the moment. Yeah, I'm finally learning. It's 19 hours into this race, and I have learnt some liveries by the end of it. Here is the pass, though. Very, very ideal for Alex Breutigam, that was, because it was right on the straight there for Lucas Leishton, who just gets through. Yuri Toman is out, by the way, and he's in front of Michi Hoyer. Over 2 minutes is the gap to the leader, Arda Schublit, but this often happens. Varga and Burst are changing tyres on opposite pit stops, if you see what I mean. So at one time, one changes tyres, and one time the other does. And it means that they constantly change around, and we don't actually get to see an on-track battle, but maybe one of these times there will be a chase down from Michi Hoyer or Yuri Toman, and we will get to see those guys fight. But I guess it's beneficial for both of those guys to not fight at this point in the race.
No, essentially this, yeah, oh, excuse me, let me begin that sentence again. Yes, at this point in the race, well, you don't really want to fight anything if you come up to the next couple of hours. Next couple of hours, I think these teams will be fighting a lot harder, especially as that clock continues to click down.
Yes, they probably will be fighting a lot harder. 4 3/4 still remaining in this race. Fair amount of racing still to go, and longer than the shortest runs that we've had last season. If you remember, we had a couple of 4-hour races at Silverstone, Imola. There might have been one more as well, but 4-hour races are gone for season 13. And yeah, we've had a great season. Not over yet, certainly, but the some of the storylines have already been written, I'm afraid. Looking at the moment to see Alex Breutigham's gap coming down, actually 2.2 seconds, 2.3. It is starting to close between these two at the moment. They come into the final chicanes, and what is the gap going to be as they come over the line? What's the gain going to be from the Black Hawk Racing car? Team Rookie Monsters come over the line with a 3 minute 54.0, and for Breutigam it's invalidated, actually. No lap time next to his name, so he's got a cut track warning. We won't be able to see how much he gained, but we can certainly see with our own eyes that this gap is down to 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, 1.7 seconds. It is getting closer, and for Segunas, just looking in that rearview mirror, that car is getting bigger and bigger, isn't it? Coming through the Tetra Rouge S, and now over the crest, the right-hander, then eventually will go over the second crest to go dive down onto the Mulsanne straight. This fast right-hander, and then the second right-handed kink, and then we're down onto the Mulsanne straight.
Yep, once again onto the Mulsanne straight for the 289th time of asking for these guys. They've been through the whole sunset, darkness, and then the sunrise as well a good few hours ago now. And yeah, it's about 5 hours ago, 4 hours ago. So they've been in the light for a fair amount of time now. But Christos Segunas is starting to look into his mirrors ever so slightly because Alex Broughtingham is closing fairly quickly. See the Go Team racing car just getting through when I'm in the background, and that's worked out quite well again. So Broughtingham's going to continue to close in, you might imagine, especially if the LMP2 tries to overtake at a point where it's not ideal for Rookie Monsters, i.e. a dive down the inside here. And yeah, the Rookie Monsters look at, oh, and spin in front, very near, a good save, very good save, but this is going to slow up the Rookie Monsters car no end. A big slide with the rear ends just locking there for Go Team Racing, currently in 4th position for Matthias Ster. A big slide though in front of Christos Segunas, and that's going to have cost him nearly a second almost in a couple of corners.
Yeah, a lot of time lost there for that Rookie Monsters car just because he had to take a little bit of avoiding action going down to Mulsanne corner, the big right-hander. Can he get a good exit off the corner? Indeed he does. There isn't much wheel spin, there isn't much wiggling on the exit, so he appears to have had a good exit and kind of put that little incident behind him for now.
He has indeed. Let's see where the next LMP2s are going to come from, because they are certainly going to prove problematic for these guys. They're actually coming up to the Mulsanne chicane, the second Mulsanne chicane, the 50 burst esport car, so don't have to worry about LMP2s for a little while now, these two. And Broughtingham can focus his efforts on making the move before that indeed happens. He just dip a wheel onto the gravel there though through Indianapolis. That wasn't ideal. But he slides as well out of Arnage, a little bit messy through those couple of corners. 1.2 seconds is now the gap, a couple of mistakes, and the advantage just opens out ever so slightly between these two drivers. Going to head into the Porsche curves right now. We've seen how fast the Aston Martin is in a straight line, but it might not be so manoeuvrable through the corners. It doesn't seem to be going too badly overall though in this race, in terms of how good it is. It's 1st and 5th at the moment. Matteo Caruso still leading the race, but this is by far the closest battle on the circuit. Other ones that may develop soon. Mitsuya Yuri Toman, that gap is coming down, and the gap between João Barbosa and both of these guys we're watching right now is coming down as well. Dennis Doon and Manuel Goosen not too far away from each other either, but these two are the closest. They come over the line once again. And yeah, it's still Rookie Monsters in the lead, but it remains to be seen how much longer Black Hawk Racing are going to have to trail that Porsche.
Yes, the Porsche makes its way up towards the Dunlop curve and then towards the Dunlop chicane. And yes, you can just see that rear view on the lower portion of the screen, the rear view from the Porsche, and you can just see that Black Hawk car getting bigger and bigger, can't you?
Yeah, it is indeed. Coming into full view now, you can see at the bottom of your screen, the Aston Martin is going to be getting up a slipstream now when they're on the Mulsanne straight, and that's the sign that things are really starting to get close, and it starts to get closer at an increasing rate at that point. So Alex Broughtingham is going to close in and not make a move into the first Mulsanne chicane, but you get the feeling that the move is going to be coming very shortly. Yeah,
very shortly will a move perhaps be on the cards coming down towards the first chicane. You could just see the looming car getting closer and closer, coming through the left, the right, the left, and the right of the first chicane, and onto the middle portion of the Mulsanne straight now. You can definitely see that Blackhawk car is physically closer.
He is indeed tucked right up behind that Porsche now, and into the second Mulsanne chicane they go. Alex Broughtingham closes in, pulls to the left-hand side as we look at it, now the right, and he will have the inside line for the second chicane. It doesn't look like Rookie Monsters are going to fight this one too much, and Alex Broughtingham moves up into 12th position in the GTE category. Christos Segunas moves down to 13th, and Broughtingham can now focus and set his sights up in front to Volante Racing, who are in 11th.
Yes, set their sights towards Volante in 11th place, as you said, but it's 22 seconds away. That is a long, long time, isn't it?
It is really, as Segunas nearly having another go into Mulsanne chicane. He is very close, and we were talking about that battle as being pretty much done out of the second chicane, but it certainly isn't. Rookie Monster's very close behind, and not able to get through at the moment. Just gaining in the slipstream at the moment right now, and we'll see if there's a move into Indianapolis. Look at the speed of the Porsche outside line. He's going to go for into the first part of this section of corners, and then into the left-hand side as well, and he gets the move done again, so he's back in front into 12th place.
And now Blackhawk will respond, probably down towards the Mulsanne Street next time round. But having a look coming down into Arnage, you can see Blackhawk just moving to the centre of the road, then back again, just to make sure that Rookie Monsters know that the car is there in their mirrors. But yes, closing up ever so slightly again, but obviously not enough of a slipstream to make a move down towards the Porsche cars.
Not just for the moment, but you never know. There could be no. Too far back, just into the Porsche curve. So Broughtingham sticks behind for now. Segunas stays in front. Toman and Michi are closing in on each other, by the way. 3.3 seconds Michi Hoyer took out of Toman on that last lap. So expect to see a battle between those two in the next few moments. Look at that, 10.5 seconds at the moment between the two of them. And that's a fairly hefty margin, even around Le Mans, which is a long circuit. But yeah, that's a hefty margin.
Yeah, 3.2 seconds is incredible, isn't it? It's a massive amount of time.
Yeah, Hoyer seems to be making more use of his new tyres than Toman is, really. And we saw last time around that Toman just wasn't really able to make an impression at all on this Burst eSport car. But when things are the other way around, it's really a different story. So Hoyer looks like he might be able to get through here and take 6 points off of Vargas Sim Racing, which would be important in a normal situation, but given the fact that the other car, Burst eSport, down in 6th place, it may not matter too much. As things stand, Varga will be winning by 20 points. If Burst eSport was to be able to take those points away, then it would be only 14 points, but still, it's not enough for Burst Edge Esports.
Yes, not enough as it stands. As the Blackhawk car, that number 81, just actually came into the pits, so I'm wondering if he just let Rookie Monsters pass because he knew it was a pit-in lap.
Yeah, quite possibly. He's dropped behind Juice's Motorsport Club now. He's not going to drop another place before he exits the pit lane, unless there has been a catastrophe for Alex Broughtingham, which we don't believe there has been. So Richie Hoyer comes over the line again. What's he gained this time? Wow, 4.8 seconds from Michi Hoyer. That's outrageous. And just over 8 seconds is the gap between them at the moment. He is a man on a mission at the moment. There's still 8 laps to their next pit stop as these guys complete this one. Yeah, they're really, really closing in our Burst eSport at the moment. And this is just something that we didn't see either last time they were in this situation. Certainly something that we didn't see Toman doing in the last time they had new tyres.
Yeah, we saw how much faster Hoyer was on fresh tyres. 2 stints ago, but he's managed to be taking 5 seconds a lap out of Toman, as you said. That's incredible pace. You could just see Toman in the distance there, turning into the first chicane down the Mulsanne, but no doubt that gap is going to get smaller and smaller.
Yeah, it is. And hopefully we see a battle between the two of them. Now, what's going to happen in this battle between the two of them, really? Because we've seen already that the Burst Edge G-Sport car was very civil with the Vargas Sim Racing car when that one unlapped itself. Joni Simoncic at the wheel at the moment. How is Michi Hoyer going to treat that Varga Sim Racing car? Because let's not forget, they are teammates of a car fighting for a championship. I'm not suggesting anything sinister is going to happen here, but yeah, you never know. Something could arise between the two of them.
I'm not suggesting anything sinister is going to happen. Is that right? You're not. But yes, having a look at Michi Hoyer, and that, as we said that last time round, it was a 5-second gap between the two of them. Got to see what the gap is going to be this time round. That number 27 Jira car. Where are we on the circuit? Yes, just coming out of Mulsanne and straight up to Indianapolis. It's going to be about a minute or so until we see what the time difference is. You can see the two next to Delta down there in the bottom right get smaller and smaller. Hoyer is absolutely incredible on these fresh tyres. Coming through Indianapolis, braking hard for the left-hander, ever so slightly banked inwards as well. So you can take a little bit more speed through that than if it was a standard flat turn. And then through Arnage and accelerating out towards the Porsche curves. The narrowest section of the circuit is the Porsche curves, the safer barriers and the Armco barriers being right there. No room for error through the Porsche curves.
Absolutely not. We saw Michi Hoyer last lap. Really pushing, by the way. It was quite scary. Here he goes through them right now. Yellow flag in sector 3 as well. Let's hope that it's not in front. But look at the way he's pushing this car right now. Where is that yellow flag? I can't quite see for the moment. I think it's a 77 car maybe that might be going a little bit slowly. Not entirely sure. We'll see if they pit at the end of that.
I didn't see anyone going incredibly slowly. No.
Maybe it's just my eyes. Yeah, they carry on. So it kind of been a big issue for whoever it was. But this is really going to kill Michi Hoyer's lap time, actually. Oh, that's a very sideways car in the background. I think that's DX Droids, quite possibly, or Go Team Racing. They're very similar liveries, and I can't quite tell from this distance. What's the difference between them at this lap, though? 1.7 seconds. So Michi Hoyer gains some more time on Yui Toman. The gap's now down to 6 seconds. And that car in the background, by the way, of I think it must be DX Droids.
Droids is just coming through Porsche curves.
Oh, okay. It might well be Go Team Racing then. Well, they're trying to unlap themselves. That's Moritz Mel. And yeah, really fast at the moment, actually. We were talking about Michi Hoyer being quick, but goodness me, Moritz Mel is even faster at the moment. He took 8 tenths out of Hoyer on the last lap, and this could get a little bit tricky as well with unlapping yourself. It always does get a little bit nervy.
Yeah, it always gets a little bit nervy when you have to try and unlap yourself. But have a look at here. Hoyer making his way down towards the first chicane. And again, you could just see the car in front turning into the first chicane. Again, just for really about half a second. So Hoyer can definitely see his rival directly ahead of him on the circuit.
He can indeed. He's weaving to try and break the slipstream of the Go Team Racing car right now, and I get the feeling that he doesn't really want that car of not Elias Fernandez, that's DX Droids. Moritz Mel doesn't want him to get through with him and unlap himself. Not that he sees him as a danger in the grand scheme of things of this race, I don't think, but getting in the way in terms of making this overtake is definitely a possibility. They come into the second chicane right now, and Deuces Motorsport Club are in front. They're going to be passed by both of these cars, you might imagine, on the way up towards Mulsanne Corner. So that's not going to be a big deal, but it looks like Michi Hoyer might well just about hold on here. The gap's now under 5 seconds to Yuri Toman as he continues to get reeled in.
Yeah, continuing to get reeled in is Toman at this point. You can see the gap now down to 4.7 seconds. That golden Burst Esports Complexity car making his way up towards Indianapolis Corner. And as you said, that Go Team Racing car still in that slipstream. That's going to be incredibly annoying for Hoyer.
Yeah, it really must be. And going up towards Indianapolis at the moment, is he going to go for a move maybe on the outside line through the right-hander?
He has to defend.
Not quite. Hoyer defends slightly. This is going to hurt his lap time, though. Let's not forget, when you do have two cars racing like this, it does affect your lap time, and we might see a little bit of that at the end of this lap, although, to my reckoning, I think he's taken another 2 seconds out of Toman on this lap.
Yes. Yeah, I think he's done a very good job, and as you said, yes, I think it's still going to take a little bit of time out of Toman.
despite the pressure from behind, Hoyer still driving very well. Here he comes through the Porsche curves again, really pushing the limits. Look at this. There's Mike Smell in the background as well, by the way. They come through here. 4.5 hours still to go in this race, and a couple of cars just in front. That's going to have hurt Toman. I think he's lost another second in that altercation there. You just see, if you catch the traffic at the wrong point, you can really cost yourself a lot of time. However, Hoyer hasn't exactly caught it at a good point either. He's at the 4 chicanes right now, and he's going to be slowed up by Rookie Monsters.
Yeah, he's going to be slowed up a lot by that. He's going to be slowed up a lot by the Rookie Monsters car just coming through the 4 chicanes. And of course, the chicanes is one of the sections of the circuit where there is only one line, as there's another yellow in sector 3. I'll see if I can see who that is for. I think that's for the 75 car.
I think you're right. I think you're right on that one. Number 75 is, I'm afraid they are dead last in this race. Semel Selick is in that car, and he's just got through on Timothej Andonovski, by the way, in the actual order. So, not a good race for them, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it certainly could have gone better for them, let's put it that way. But yeah, Hoyer, that gap's now only 2 seconds to Varga.
It is indeed coming down all the time. 1.8 as they come out of Tete Rouge. He's gaining even more time at the moment. On the last lap, Yuri Toman did a 3 minutes 32, 0.1, and Michi Hoyer did a 3:28.2. That is 3.9 seconds. Even at a track like Le Mans, at a normal circuit, that is nearly 2 seconds a lap as well. At a 2-minute lap, that is about 1.5, 2 seconds. This is serious time gains being made right now by Michi Hoyer, and surely with the rate of closing that is going on right now from Hoyer, surely the pass isn't going to take very long either.
No. Yeah, I don't think it's going to take that long at all, you're right.
Find out how long it will take, because the battle is about to commence. 1.1 seconds as they come out of the second Mulsanne chicane. It's another half a second through 2 or 3 corners. Michi Hoyer driving like a man possessed at the moment. A man who can see second place in front of him. Let's not forget though, Varga Sim Racing will be more than happy to let Burst Esports Simplexity through here. They don't want any issues with their championship rivals' teammates, first of all, and also they can afford to lose 6 points here. With the margin that they've got, it's currently a fairly big margin between the two. They've currently got 20 points over their championship rivals. It's very hard to see Burst Edge winning this unless Varga have a crash, and that's what all they need to avoid right now.
Don't say that. Don't say that. As Hoyer is now making his way up towards Indianapolis. It's going to be interesting to see when Hoyer makes a pass, when that go-team car also just follows him through to try and unlap himself from the Varga car. But yes, that GT car having to be stuck all the way on round the outside, round Arnage. But let's have a look, it's 3 in a row, but of course only the front 2 in this battle are actually battling for position. Hoyer, I don't think it's close enough for moving to Porsche curves, or is he? He moves to the right hand side of the circuit using the slipstream. Will they go side by side through Porsche curves? No, they don't. Hoyer passes Varga, and that puts the Simplicity car up into second.
Very smart driving from Yuri Toman though. You saw him lift off on the way into the Porsche curves there, not interested in having that fight whatsoever. And why would he be at this point in the race? He has lost out on 6 points in this championship. However, he's still leading it by 14 points over Burst Esport in this LMP2 category. And it's not this car either, the number 49. It is the 28 car, sorry, not the 20, no, it is the 28 car, excuse me. The Burst Edge Esports car that is currently in 6th place. For them to win the championship at the moment, they need to beat Varga Sim Racing by 5 points. And even getting past them right now into 3rd place, and Varga finishing 4th would not be enough. It's an exceptionally tall order for Jurne Simoncic right now.
Yeah, it is going to be incredibly difficult for Jurne, as you said, and yeah, I don't think it's possible, to be quite honest.
No, I don't think so either. Unless,
watch
as I said,
this, etc., etc. Yes.
Yes, you never know. It's never over until it's over. We saw that in Spa, the 8 hours of Spa, if you remember. Varga Sim Racing finishing 9th in the end after leading for most of the race. It looks like it was going to be their 6th win of the season. And in only a 9-round season, that is very, very impressive indeed. As Go Team Racing look like they're going to make a move here. And Yuri Toman, 2014 FSR Pro Series champion, is going to lift off and let the car in front of him through, and that's it. Go Team Racing are in front as well. So Yuri Toman may well get a little bit of slipstream and a little bit of fuel saving help, a little bit of straight line speed help as well, going down into the next couple of chicanes. But other than that, Toman is not going to be worried by those two cars getting through on him.
Yeah, and I think the Go Team Racing car has also got past Toman. Of course, Go Team Racing has to try and unlap themselves again, still from that from Hoyer in that Simplicity car.
Yeah, indeed. So Cummins just driving conservatively at the moment, just letting the race come to him, really, letting the championship come to him. It's quite an interesting statistic actually from LMP2 as we went into this race. Only 2 teams had actually won a race. It would either been Varga or Burst Edge. It looks like Agera Racing at the moment would be able to break that complete streak. And to be honest, I can't remember even a season of anything, never mind VEC. VEC is so unpredictable and there's so many different winners every season that we almost never see that. But to have only 2 winners so far in an 8-race so far season, that's really remarkable.
Yeah, as you said, it is incredible, and it's something that we haven't really seen for a while here in VEC. The fact that the wins have been dominated by just 2 cars.
I think GTE last season may have been a very limited amount of cars because Sancho won quite a lot of them because they had 3 cars, didn't they, right up towards the front. There was a 5-way GTE championship fight last year as well, with 3 Sanchos involved. So they obviously came out on top in the end with that one, but it's not been a great start to the season for those guys, I'm afraid. Sancho were in the fight for a championship here this weekend, but not really able to do very much with it. They finished 14th in the first race, and then fairly steadily consistent mid-pack finishes for the GTE car throughout a lot of the season, but not quite the heights of last season, which would have been difficult to match.
Yeah, really, they could have won, but it was most definitely a mathematical chance rather than a realistic chance.
Yeah, it was not a probability, certainly, at the end of all this. Yeah, they're down in 2nd place at the moment, 47 seconds ahead of Lorenzo Risi driving the Wayframe Esports car. And a word at Ibrahim Khan as well here, because he's put in an astonishing drive this weekend. Got pole position for that car. He drove away in the first and led the first few laps, and now he's driving away from some very, very accomplished GT drivers indeed. He's been very, very fast recently, and he was spearheading their challenge last month as well, the 8 Hours of Spa. He's been on top of his game recently.
Yeah, they have been at the top of the game. That Jean Lacy car has been absolutely incredible, hasn't it? We've got number 2 at Giro Racing, Arne Schoenle, currently driving that one. He's currently in the lead of the LMP2 class by 2 minutes and 4 over Hoyer. An absolutely incredible lead for that number 2 car.
It was indeed. The closest winning margin here at Le Mans is 40 seconds back in season 9 when we had the LMP2 cars. In the LMP2 days, we only had 1 LMP2 overall victory here in the VEC. That was back in season 10 when the LMP2 was the top class for the very first time. And it's not season 10, was it? It was season 11. I'm getting my seasons mixed up. But the winning margin then was a very similar margin that we have right now. It was ACR Zach Speed of Jonas Simičić and Dennis Jordan who won the race. They're very familiar names from this season. We'll obviously talked about Dennis Jordan a fair amount during this one. ACR, no, I'm looking at the wrong results. That's very clever of me, isn't it? I was looking at a different results. It was Singularity who won. Jordi Zvajas, who looks like he's going to take another victory in this one, his second 24 Hours of Le Mans overall victory and LMP2 overall victory. It was 2 minutes and 7 seconds to ACR Zach Speed of Simičić, Siebel and Jordan, those guys who are now driving for Burst Edge Esports. So Jordi Zvajas to take a second overall LMP2 victory would be very, very impressive. And the Agera guys are running out front at the moment at a very similar margin to what they had 2 seasons ago.
Yes, and as you said, it would be a very good showing from Zai just goes to show how good he is with the LMP2 cars as well, doesn't it? Because he is not only is he so versatile, he's also, because we've seen him in many other rFactor 2 series, but the fact that he's so good in these LMP2 cars is incredible.
Yeah, Giro Racing were runners-up last season in Season 12, the only hypercar finish that we've had here at Le Mans in the history of the VEC. But Jordi Zayas was driving for Team Singularity Racing on that particular occasion, and he won. So this would be 3 on the bounce for Zayas if he was to be able to do that. And I don't think anybody's won 3 Le Mans on the bounce in the VEC. That would be very, very impressive indeed. And I was actually talking to Jordi not so long. Well, I say not so long ago. It's probably about 10 hours ago now. It was a very long time ago, but it doesn't feel like it. It was obviously, I said I actually criticised this Giro car. It was running up towards the front very early on, but it was only on a Schumbliet driving, whereas Chinsik and Toman were all changing. They were changing around, and the Burst Edge car was changing between Siebel and Simoncic. They were swapping around, and I was saying that Schumbliet might not have the strength in depth of that team to back him up, but Jordi Zayas showed himself to be very, very capable, not just capable, but impressive. Maybe I shouldn't be so surprised, but he was very, very good. And Nick De Silva has been driving very solidly overnight as well. So that's a very, very good team indeed, and kind of making me eat my words, really. Schumbliet has had the team to more than back him up in this race.
Yes, a very, very good team, as you said. Is that a Giro racing car? And of course, it also helps. I was talking about this with Cameron earlier. It also helps that they have a team that's spread out across the globe, especially with these longer races. Yeah,
they're able to give Zayas what is quite a long rest by now. I've not seen him in TeamSpeak for a very long time. Yeah. But Nick De Silva has been here for quite a while. I believe it's about 10 to 7 in the evening in Australia at the moment, because we're on the summertime again. So I think it's 9 hours in front now, not 11. It does change. But anyway, it kind of depends where Nick De Silva is in Australia as well, doesn't it? Because there'll be different time zones for the different regions, etc. Yeah, they're anyway. It's late afternoon, early evening, whatever you like, for Australians at the moment, which makes it very, very useful for you to be driving. And of course, it's also useful to have people from America, South America, that kind of region as well. They're a little bit behind, because when things are getting towards 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock here in Europe, the real graveyard shift, it's only getting towards late evening, sort of midnight, which is a comfortable time to be driving if you're from that part of the world.
Yeah, I definitely remember Brazil is actually surprisingly not that far behind the UK. I think Brazil's only 3 hours behind the UK.
I thought it was...
if I remember correctly.
I thought it was only 4 hours behind the UK, actually. But I don't know.
I think it's 3 actually. I think it's a little bit shorter than that.
Oh, right, okay.
It's actually surprisingly close in terms of time zones. But yes, got some in chat saying it's 9 p.m. in New Zealand, which would make sense if it's 7 p.m. in Eastern Australia, and I think probably 5 in Western Australia. But yes, about that time at the moment.
Yes, it's a sensible time anyway, for those guys in Australia. So Nick De Silva might not have even been awake when this race started. Just think about that for a moment. You think about any other form of racing that's not endurance, how you're constantly watching it and you're really focusing on it, but some of these guys won't even have been awake when this race started because they needed to rest for when their actual stint was. That just seems absolutely bonkers to people who are not quite accustomed to endurance racing.
Isn't that true? Yeah, again, you don't really see that often in IRL. Usually you've got all the drivers there to at least see the green flag.
Yeah, that is true. To be fair, it's broad daylight when the race starts if you're all there in the same position. So it is a little bit harder to get sleep in that situation. But obviously when we're all spread across the globe in all corners of the world, it is a lot easier to sleep when it goes dark. But yeah, you're right. For the start and the end of the race, they do all tend to be there. and just get a bit tired, really. But not that these guys don't get tired, by the way. But no, they are normally all
No,
there.
they're all robots. They're all machines. They don't feel tiredness.
Yeah, well, they certainly feel tired as less than the rest of us because, goodness me, they've got some mental strength to firstly stay awake, but stay concentrated because I find, especially at circuit like Le Mans, I do enjoy driving Le Mans. It's decent, okay, but those straights are long, aren't they? Those straights are very, very long. And so keeping yourself awake, keeping yourself alert, keeping yourself on the ball, right on the top of your game for 24 hours, especially with those straights, that's another kind of mental strength.
Yes, again, you kind of almost lose where you are on the streets as well, can you? Because they are so long, because they are, it's just the braking zone every so often. You almost lose where you are.
Yeah, you can do from time to time. It's not not what you want, but yeah, it can happen. As we look at Michał Sedlacek at the moment, 9th place for Varga Sim Racing, the number 69 car. They're just in behind Bert Knops at the moment. Lost 8 attempts on the last lap, so I'm afraid we might not see a battle between these two, but I hope so. It would be nice to see these two go at it for the moment. The number 69 car has been in the pit lane about 4 laps ago, I believe, anyway. Yes, they were. Or they should have been, anyway. And now they're chasing down a couple of cars in front. Mario Tump we're seeing on the screen, though, is being caught by both Bert Knops and Michał Sedlacek at the moment. So, yeah, we'll see if the battle is able to develop there, though. Varga Sim Racing, though, down in 9th place at the moment. They were looking on course for the championship for a fair amount of time in this one. Coming into the day, 3rd in the championship. They are actually beating Nitro Velix in the standings right now. Oh, actually, are they? I say that. No, they're not quite. But still, they were leading the championship earlier on. They had that disconnection with Michał Schmiedl about 6 a.m. CET earlier on. So a good 5 hours ago now, they had that issue. It's really set them back. And so now they have got a really, really big job on their hands if they want to still win this championship. It's, that championship is starting to run away from them just a little bit, and they're running out of time to do anything about it.
Yeah, and that time is slowly ticking time. And, it's almost like a feeling of helplessness is growing in the Burst Esports camp, because they know there's less and less time to actually gain those positions that are required.
Yeah, it's getting down to that point where they'll realise, but anything can happen. We've seen so far 10 cars out of this race, 41 started. Let's just go through some of the retirees from this race. Blackhawk Racing with Saba Kiss very early on with I believe, an accident out there. Henry Cynic and the Satellite Racing 264, 2 accidents in the first hour and a half. Put them out of the race. Pedro Romado, also out. Andy Dixie as well. That's Speedy Bite and Ramada Motorsport. They're all GTE cars. In the first 2 hours of the race, 4 of them fell by the wayside. And we haven't had a GTE retirement since. It has been... No. It's been 18 hours since we saw a GTE retirement. And hopefully we make that 22 by the end of this race. So that all 20 that are remaining can get to the end and get points in this race. We've got 7 LMP2 cars out of this race, though. Only one of them is for accident damage. Waveframe Esports, the number 26, reversed into their teammates, I'm afraid, at the Porsche code. Michele Ricci, with not the best piece of driving we've seen all weekend, putting both himself out of the race completely, and the 68 out of contention for a podium spot, which is where they were before. Michele Roccon is driving that car at the moment. 17th position for those guys. Away frame, but all the others, engine failures in LMP2. Rookie Monsters, Wanaco, Blackhawk, Zancho, Nitro Velix, Arms Sim Racing. A lot of blown engines in this race.
Yes, indeed. It is just turning 11 o'clock here in Central Europe, which means I shall head off for a couple of hours, and I'll be replaced by someone else.
Yes. Hello, everyone. And I'm looking forward to the next well, 4 hours and 10 minutes. Neil, you've done a fantastic job. And yeah, we'll see you again later. But yeah, right now it's looking really interesting. As you were just mentioning with the DNFs, the attrition rate in LMP2 has been much, much higher than in GTE because there's already only 10 LMP2 cars remaining actually on the field, whereas with GTE, we've got, as you said, 20. That's double the amount of those GT cars. And yeah, as well, we haven't had any GT DNFs since those first 2 hours, which is really good to see. And hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, hopefully it does. So, yeah, for the next couple of hours, it's Ewan O'Leary, myself, and Hugo Burround alongside me for the next couple of hours before we welcome Neil back for the end of this race. But 4 hours and 10 minutes to go. Just remember we had that little bit of a delayed start to the 24 Hours of Le Mans here this year, which means we're slightly out of whack in terms of the hours. We normally try and get it to the top of the hour, and that's when the top of the hour in the races as well, as we've got a penalty for Michi Hoyer. Penalty for Michi Hoyer. Now, what's that for? Is it for speeding in the well, they have just had a pit stop, so it could be for speeding, but it's more likely for cut tracks. And we saw this last time out at the Spa 8 hours with a late penalty for Michi Hoyer. It dropped him out of a podium spot. It's not going to drop him out of a podium spot on this occasion, but it is going to hurt his chances at a podium, at a second place in this race.
Yeah, definitely. What they've got to do now, though, they're going to serve it. But this does mean they've got a clean slate for the next 4 hours. So all they have to do is try and keep it on track and avoid any more cut tracks, because it's only going to further hurt their chances. I mean, the problem with this penalty is that only 44 seconds down the road currently is Daniel Visner with Vargas in Racing. I'm not sure if they're out of pit stop sync or not. But if they are in the same pit stop region, that's going to severely close that gap. And it actually means that the Burst Esports Complexity car, the number 49, is going to have to be looking back to that 27, potentially catching up to it as a result of this penalty, because it is pretty much going to half that gap, if not more.
Pretty much, yeah. 45 seconds at the moment. Let's have a look if Michi Hoyer comes in. I think he's just in front of Jerome Lengy as we're looking at him. And there he is into the pit lane. Team Spirit Racing actually follow him in. That's a scheduled pit stop for those guys. But Michi Hoyer into the pit lane from second place. Now, he'll come over the line in a few moments' time, and we'll be able to see if that lap time is there. And it's not there. So it is for cut tracks, I'm afraid. It's a drive-through penalty for Burst Esports Complexity for cut tracks. And DX Droids and Team Spirit Racing both into the pit lane behind him. But Daniel Visner out there at the moment is going to gain a fair amount of time. I think he's going to gain about 20 seconds in that one to bring the gap down to just over 25 seconds in this race. We'll see if he can maybe go about catching Michi Hoyer from now on, because he is on newer tyres than Hoyer. Might be able to make some use of those to get in front.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep the pace up. He's come out just behind that number 391, the Your Name Here car, so that's delayed him a little bit. But yeah, as you said, lost 20 seconds in the pit lane, pretty much exactly. He's now 25 seconds ahead of Daniel Visner with Vargas in Racing. So whilst those top three in GT all on the same lap, he just got to keep pushing. And one thing I saw mentioned earlier, I think it was Casper Stolzer, he said that Ajira Racing, well, they've got Jordi Zviers at the wheel. Well, not at the wheel currently, but as a member of that team. And he believes that if Ajira win this afternoon, as it will be when the checkered flag is waved, that will mean that Jordi Zviers has won every LMP2 Le Mans that he has taken part in, which is really quite impressive. Well, they've still got 4 hours to go, though. Don't want to cast a curse on the Ajira car that have done a really good job so far. But we shall see whether Jordi Zviers is able to keep up what is apparently a clean sheet of wins at Le Mans.
Yeah, and it would be 3 overall wins on the bounce as well. He's won in season 11 when the LMP2 category was the top class in the VEC competition. And he won last year as well with the hypercar in its only appearance at the top class of Le Mans by 1 minute and 16 seconds. Won the first one by 2 minutes. And so, yeah, you might think that this was coming down. It's coming down each year, getting closer, but it looks like it might actually be a bigger margin than that right now. 2.5 minutes between Arnaud Souvli and Michi Hoyer, who is in second place right now. So, a big gap up front at the moment, and Ajira in control. By the way, Jordi Svaz isn't even in TeamSpeak at the moment. He hasn't been for ages, so he's getting a good rest at the moment. We've been talking about that with regards to Nick De Silva, who is Australian, and he been helping them out. He'll be the race will finish about 11 o'clock his time, so he'll be able to enjoy the victory on Sunday night and then probably go to bed, to be honest, because he's been doing a lot of driving throughout the night stints for us here in Europe, but it's a sensible time for him. So yeah, he's been doing a great job throughout the night in the graveyard hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans. It looks like it's going to be a victory for those guys, though. Still over 4 hours to go, and plenty that can still happen. So, closest battles going on out there on the circuit, I believe. Well, Christos Segunas and João Barbosa are only 4 seconds apart. Barbosa took 6/10 of a second out of the Rookie Monsters car on the last lap. And we've also got Mario Tum being closed in by Bert Knops and Michal Sedlacek all at once. So we've got a couple of GTE battles still going on the circuit.
Yeah, we've got it's mainly GTE at the moment. The closest gap in LMP2 is 25 seconds, and that is between Hoyer and Visner. But yeah, as you were saying, João Barbosa, he's 4.5 seconds behind Christos Segunas and that Rookie Monsters guy. We've also got a couple of other close battles or closing battles as well. We've got the number 451 Sim Racing for Holland in 8th. Not too far behind the 391 Your Name Here, and behind them as well the number 69 Vargas Sim Racing, which hasn't had a brilliant time out of it this race, although they have been showing some potential. But this is Daniel Visner, and it does seem that he is catching up to Michi Hoyer. The last lap was a pit stop lap essentially for Michi Hoyer, so it was only a 3-minute 44. We shall see at the end of this lap in about 3.5 minutes time what the relative pace of these two drivers is. But up further, Ajira Racing, they seem to be relaxing a little bit, or at least on Schumfleet is. He did a 3:31.5. That might have been slightly due to traffic, but that's definitely not the full potential of that car. But they have got a 2.5 minute leeway, so they have essentially just about, I think, a pit stop safety distance at least. So that's always going to be very beneficial towards them if anything goes awry, which can definitely happen, because we're not quite at the end yet. So we shall see how that evolves. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on this GTE field. It's a field that has been providing us with battles pretty much the whole race long, and I think it's going to continue to do so right up until the checkered flag, because they have just been demonstrating how closely they can battle. And because there's such a lower attrition rate in those GTs, they don't seem to be having the same engine issues that LMP2 appears to be having, not just in Division 1, but across all 3 divisions. That has allowed them to keep 20 cars on the field and provide us with some good racing. So this is Michal Sedlacek now, the 9th placed Vargas Sim Racing, number 69, 6.3 seconds behind the 8th placed Sim Racing for Holland car. And we shall see how quickly he can catch up. Last lap was exactly the same between the both of them, a 3:52.711. That is quite impressive.
Yeah, but the important gap is to, or at least for us, in terms of a battle developing here, it's between themselves and Mario Tump, who lost 2.1 seconds on that last lap, which is a fair amount, really, even at Le Mans. And a normal circuit would be about maybe a second, but if you just kind of halve the gaps, it's double the length pretty much of a normal circuit, of a lengthy standard circuit anyway. So yeah, it's coming down, certainly 7.3 seconds between Sedlacek and Knops. It says on the graphic anyway. My timing has got it at less than 6, but it's hard to tell, really. Also coming down, João Barbosa and Christos Segunas. 1.1 seconds between those two on the last lap. That's a fair amount of gap as well. So we're going to have to try and keep an eye on 2 battles at once, which is quite difficult. So apologies if we miss anything, but they'll be both going on at the same time. You might be able to imagine. Sedlacek is only 7 laps away from a pit stop though, so I'm not entirely sure if he's going to get there before that. He may well do, but it's a race against time really. As we look back to Juice's Motorsport Club, who are indeed closing on Rookie Monsters. It's been a disappointing race for Juice's Motorsport Club, really. In mathematical contention for this title, doesn't look like they're going to take it, though. Looks like they're going to be in 5th place by the end, might even be 6th. Not sure how close John Lacey are to them, because Juice is already scoring 12 points at the moment, which is not very many. So, yeah, it's not been a great day for them in a day that they needed to finish on the podium to even stand a chance.
Yeah, they are currently 4 laps off the leader, and yeah, it just hasn't gone well for them. But that is the nature of Le Mans. You've just got such a long race to deal with and try and get to the end of. But as you're saying, a race against time couldn't be more perfect to describe this event that we've been watching for the last 20 hours, as we are just about reaching the 4-hour mark. And this really marks the sprint to the end, I think, the last 4 hours, when you're really reaching those last few pit stops, and it's those last positions that you're trying to pick up before the clock reaches 0 and you run out of time. So now the drivers are going to be looking much more ahead than around them, and this is quite an important part of the race, because if you are really concentrating on your strategy, you want to get that final pit stop down to as short as possible, and that's what lots of the drivers are going to be beginning to focus on now. But as we've seen, João Barbosa 3 seconds off of Christos Sakunas. He is closing that gap quite a lot, you can see, as he heads through that right-hander, and you can see both in Porsches, so that's a somewhat balanced. As we've seen, there's a big disparity between the different manufacturer cars in the GTE so far, and yeah, this is Christos Sakunas now with Rookie Monsters, that car in 12th. He's receiving a fair bit of pressure, that gap now under 3 seconds. And João Barbosa is just trying to pick up this position, because it is going to be very difficult to take the position afterwards, because ahead of Christos Sakunas is Bart Sabodzian, but that Volante racing car is another 27 seconds up the order. And whilst there is time, it might not be quite enough time. So we'll see what he can do. But this is definitely a position, and therefore some points, that Juice's Motorsports Club can pick up, especially considering how they'd much rather be up the order, and how, well, yeah, as you were saying a moment ago, they needed a podium at least for a potential win. That probably won't be happening today unless we see, well, I don't think there is any way it can really happen, unfortunately, for those guys. It just hasn't worked out for them. But Christos Sakunas now, he is going to be looking a little bit in his mirrors, because that gap is coming down quite quickly, because as we saw, Juice's Motorsports Club took a second out of Rookie Monsters last lap. They're coming to the line now, just heading out of Corvette, so we'll see what the difference is once they cross the start-finish line. There's an LMP2 in between them, but that won't be too much of an issue, because it's going to get past Christos Sakunas now as we enter the pit straight, which is always really good place. It's not going to hold either of them up too much, but across the line now, Sakunas sets a 3:55.1, and it was a 3:53.4 for the Juice's Motorsports Club car, and that's really showing how much this gap is closing down. 2 seconds now. We should see an overtake in the next couple of laps, and therefore Juice's Motorsports Club should be able to get past before their next pit stop, because they've still got a few laps to be able to get past these Rookie Monsters.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how many laps they do have, but it's a fair amount, or at least I think it'll be enough for them to be able to make this overtake at the very least. And at the moment, the only guys I do know about who can make it to the end on what I believe is going to be 4 more stops, sorry, at the moment, Naito and Velix, who are, let's see how many laps away. At the end of this lap, they'll be in. And they're not too far away from the battle between Tump Knops and Sedacek. We'll go to that in a moment, because this battle is getting closer. But yeah, we're seeing at the moment they're not too far away from a pit stop, which means that they could be able to make it on 4 more stops and make it quite nicely without having to short fill or anything like that. As we have a yellow flag in Sector 3, it is the 2-3-5 of Undercover Sim Racing. I'm afraid they have not had a particularly good race, and they are stopped at the exit Varnage, which is a very strange place to be stopped, actually. They did get moving initially, once again, but they are not moving again. So I don't know what that's all about, but surely they're not out of fuel or something like that.
I think it is very possible that this is, once again, a further engine failure for the LMP2 class. And yeah, he's gone to the pit box, and I believe he has retired. So we shall see in just a second if there's a potential replay of that car, the 235, I think it was, undercover sim racing Tony Jukic. But that is another example of what can happen. So this is him going through Indianapolis now towards, yeah, the engine has just given up on the exit. He has managed to get out of the way at least, fortunately, because Arnage is quite a quick succession from Indianapolis. But that just goes to show the temperamental nature of these LMP2 engines. And another example, that's our 8th car that won't be reaching the checkered flag, but will still be classified as 10th place because it has done half of the race.
Sedlacek has made a fairly big mistake somewhere because he's 13 seconds behind Bert Knops now, and I don't know quite what happened there, but he's lost a fair amount of time. It was a 3:59 on the last lap. That's a good 7 seconds slower than Bert Knops, which is where all that time has come from, so might have been a spin for Sedlacek, the driver who's competed in GT Challenge a fair amount in his time, when that's had its appearances in the last few seasons. It's been around recently, so he's been appearing in that and doing well. Clearly a very good GT driver up there in the championship here in the VEC. So yeah, it's disappointing to see for him. He's going to have to try and close that gap down once again. It looks like that Bert Knops versus Mario Tump is going to be a two-way fight. And not a trio, so we'll leave them to it. That was very close for an LMP2 car trying to get through on João Barbosa going through the Porsche curve there. Was that Midgy Hoyer, or was it Jure Simincic, or was it the other car? It could be João Pitos, because there's 3 Burst Esport cars. I think it might be the 50 after all of that. So yeah, anyway, one of them getting through. And costing Barbosa a little bit of time. They're both coming through, actually. Good photo opportunity here for everybody at Burst Esport, because the 50 followed by the 49 coming over the line and coming through on these 2 GTE cars right now.
Yeah, that does look quite nice, of course, on very different laps. That number 50 on lap 328, the number 49 on lap 334, and that's just the way it goes, I suppose. But yeah, that's not affected Christos Akunos too much, and I think this battle will still be happening relatively soon. That gap almost down to under a second. João Barbosa still closing up, only gained 7/10 on the last lap, but I think that was partially down to that traffic hitting him in the Porsche curves. It's a wrong time for him, but it managed to get past the Rookie Monsters car on the pit straight, which is where you want it to go past you as well. So not worked out too much in his favour, but he is still quicker, and he has got it down to 1 second, so it shouldn't take too long. He will be just about within the tow, or although a very distant tow at this stage of the Mulsanne straight, but he should start closing up quite soon. And if we don't see an overtake this lap, we could be very likely to see an overtake next lap, unless we see something similar to what happened with Sedlacek, where I do think he spinned, because 7 seconds or so is about the amount of time you lose to a spin. It's a shame that happened though, because both himself and Bert Knox were closing up to Mario Tump, and if they had both caught up at the same time, that could have been quite interesting. But at least Knox is still making progress, and we'll see what the event, or how that battle works itself out. But right now, Christos Akunos is looking in those mirrors. He's looking at the 13th place car, that number 74, Juice's Motorsports car, but closing up behind him, just 0.8 of a second. It's slow, but it is definite progress, and he's going to be slightly concerned. And this could be quite an interesting point as to where they come across each other, because we've just come out of the second Mulsanne chicane, and we're heading towards Mulsanne corner now, and I think they're going to come close together actually towards the Porsche curves, which is not an ideal place for an overtake for either of the drivers. So we'll see how this battle develops, and it is looking quite interesting. But yeah, so Undercover Sim Racing as well, they're out of the race, which is a real shame, because they had been doing a decent job just to keep going. But it's almost half and half now, with LMP2s still running and those who are out. So we shall see how the rest of the LMP2 cars fare as well, because they do seem to be struggling in terms of engine wear. But now it is the battle of the Porsches, which we look to, and it should be quite an interesting one at that.
Let's see as they go into Indianapolis. There's going to be no moves here because it's too far away for João Barbosa, certainly to be going for it from this distance. So 6 behind for now, and they go into the banked left-hander with the Rookie Monsters in front and Juice's Motorsport Club behind, just dipping a wheel onto the grass, or the gravel, excuse me, on the outside of that corner, pushing hard. and it's now below a second. And there's a Varga Sim Racing LMP2 car in the background. That's Daniel Visner, 22 seconds behind Mitchy Hoyer, despite that penalty. And despite the fact that Visner's got newer tyres right now, he's not really able to make an impression on the German in front, who's won 4 or 5 FSR World Championship races by this point. I think it's 4 to his name. And yeah, he's been driving very, very well in since 2020 especially. But 2021 he's been continuing to carry on with that form, as right round the outside goes Daniel Visser, and slicing and dicing his way through this traffic. Rookie Monsters and Juices Motorsport Club have been overtaken once again, and they are into the Ford chicanes. Now, where is the move going to come? It's probably going to have to wait for the Mulsanne straight. Surely not at turn 1, although it is a good exit from João Barbosa, and Christos Segunas is going to have to look into his mirrors as Barbosa just ducks to the inside line, taking a bit of a shorter route through that corner. Right-hander at turn 1 and then into the chicane at turns 2 and 3. The Dunlop chicane under the Dunlop Bridge, and now down the hill heading towards Tete Rouge, which brings them out onto the Mulsanne straight. And surely there's going to be a move there from João Barbosa. He's really applying the pressure now to Rookie Monsters. Not cracking under the pressure, but it looks like he's going to forcibly remove him from 12th position here. Through the right-hander they go, and now he's into the slipstream. It's a long straight, about 30 seconds from when you exit Tete Rouge to the apex of the first Mulsanne chicane. About 30 seconds, and that is a lot of slipstream to be picking up. João Barbosa picking up all of it right now. Down the inside he's going to go. Rookie Monsters not really fighting it. Into the first chicane, and João Barbosa moves himself up into 12th position and gives himself another couple of points.
Ooh, that's a big slide there from the rear of João Barbosa, and that's going to severely compromise his exit. And I think we could see a return from the Rookie Monsters car. So Kunis is closing up quite a bit, and he might try and retake the position he's just lost. He's moved to the inside, really using all of that slipstream, and he's going to hold that inside line as much as possible. We'll see what he can do under braking into the next turn. Off in the distance, you can see Alex Breutigam as well. So this battle, slowing these two down, allowing that Black Hawk Racing Pescara team to get up into the top positions. But there we go. Back past goes Christos Segunas in front of João Barbosa. The battle of the Porsches still underway, and we can see in the braking zone into that first chicane, going offline onto that right-hand side of the track makes it really bumpy. But João Barbosa about to retaliate now as we head towards the Mulsanne corner. It'll be a right-hand kink, and this is where both the GTs are right on the edge of grip, going through this braking zone as they turn. It makes it very difficult to attempt to move, and you can see João Barbosa deciding not to go for one, sitting in the slipstream once again behind that Rookie Monsters car. He is going to have to try and get past though before we reach those sweeping curves, because it is going to be a whole lot harder to get past until we reach the Mulsanne straight the next time round, if he can't get through now. Although I think he's going to have a go here as we make the run towards the Indianapolis corner. They are side by side at the moment. This could be quite risky if they both go through the right-hand kink together. But no, João Barbosa is going to squeeze ahead just about. And can we see a return from Christos Segunas? Not quite, but he's not going to let that go quite so easily. As we've seen, he's already tried to defend it. But João Barbosa is through now, and I think he should start pulling away, especially as we reach the curves. That's going to be to his advantage.
Yeah, this straight really up towards the Porsche curves, not really long enough for Christos Segunas to have another go. And now Juices Motorsport Club are going to be in front. You have to say, probably for good at this point in the race. So we'll probably focus elsewhere in a few moments' time. But good pass from João Barbosa. And now he's through into 12th place. Here is Bert Knops, Sim Racing for Holland, chasing down Your Name Here Racing. Mario Tump versus Bert Knops in a few moments' time. Another 1.5 seconds taken out of Tump on that last lap, and that's roughly what the gap is right now. 1.7 you can see on your screens. Corvette versus Porsche. I have to say, throughout this race though, I've seen the Corvette struggling a bit in a straight line, so we'll see how this overtake goes. Obviously when it's Porsche versus Porsche like we've just seen, it doesn't really matter how fast the car is. It's all about the slipstream and the racecraft. But when you've got inter-manufacturer battles going on, straight line speed is pretty important, or you're not going to find it very easy to overtake. Or even if you do get through, you're just going to be re-overtaken on the next straight.
Yeah, it is quite difficult in different machinery, especially if you haven't got the straight line speed here around Le Mans, because it is so critical in being able to overtake. Even with the slipstream, if you haven't quite got that power, you won't be able to get past. You'll be able to close up, but you will struggle to pass. So we shall see who is quicker, because if you're overall much quicker though, you should be able to get past. But that battle between Rookie Monsters and Juice's Motorsports car has allowed that Black Hawk Racing car, it was 7 seconds behind before that battle, it has now halved that gap to 3.5 seconds. So Alex Brautigam trying to close up. Christos Sekunas as well, he went off the track at some point during that battle, so he's had his lap invalidated. He doesn't want to get too many of those, because that will lead to a drive-through penalty in the last 4 hours, which could be very damaging overall to their race, because there isn't this Alex Brautigam is closing up quite rapidly, so we might have to drop back to that if Bert Knox struggles to get past Mario Tump, but he is closing up quite rapidly. That last lap, he was 1.4 seconds quicker, so definitely advantage to Sim Racing for Holland, but it's one thing to catch up, another thing to get past, so we shall see what he can do in this Corvette, which, yeah, as you said, the Corvettes have mostly struggled around here. I mean, we've got the current GTE Championship leaders. They're sitting in 10th in class with Mika Hakkinen at the wheel of that car. Much further down than we perhaps expected. I mean, I predicted them for the win, and that doesn't look all too likely now. But Bert Knox is who we are watching at the moment, trying to get past the Your Name Here Porsche, who is defending that 7th position. And we'll see for how much longer he will be able to succeed in that mission. Dunlop chicane then now, under braking, trying to keep in that toe. It's not very beneficial through those high load turns, especially through the S's we're approaching now. It's not going to be too easy to close up. Who have to keep the gap low. Will Bert Knox up towards Tete Rouge now, as we're just coming through the S's onto where you open up the throttle a little bit. It will be a tap of the brakes, and the dirty air won't help too much, although the good thing that the GTs are very more focused on mechanical grip than aerodynamic grip in comparison to perhaps the LMP2s. As we head along the Mulsanne straight now towards that first chicane, we can see that even on the onboard with Bert Knox in the slipstream, he is closing up, but it's not as quick as one might expect. He's going to pull out into the air, though. That will stop his acceleration a little bit. He will have the inside line into the first chicane. He's just about pulled ahead as we go into that first braking zone. He's got to make sure he has a clean exit, though. As we saw last time, if you get a bit of oversteer, it can really compromise the speed you can carry out of that turn onto the middle part of the Mulsanne straight. But it seems that he's got away quite cleanly, and he should be able to hold onto that 7th position. A good move there by Bert Knox.
He should be able to, but let's not forget there's multiple opportunities for him here to come back right now at the Mario Tump. So see if he goes for one into the second chicane. He looks to the outside line as if he's going to maybe switch around and surprise his opponent here, but doesn't decide to do that on this occasion. They go through second chicane. Good exit from the Corvette again. It seems more than able to stand up to the challenge of straight line speed going down towards that chicane there, and you'd expect it to be a similar story into Mulsanne corner. Whether it's going to be the same when they get to Indianapolis is another issue, because that is a longer straight, I believe anyway, from Mulsanne corner to Indianapolis. However, he's had 3 corners in front now as Bert Knox, and he is starting to pull away ever so slightly. Make that move as meanwhile further behind, Alex Brautigam was actually getting through on Christos Sekunas at the moment. It's hard to know where to look with these battles at the moment. There's lots of things going on in GTE, but Alex Brautigam has indeed... Oh no, he's not got through because he's in the pit lane, so never mind. That battle's ruined because Alex Brautigam is into the pit lane, and I'm pretty sure that is a normal pit stop rather than a cut track. So yeah, he's in right now, but yeah, ruins our battle ever so slightly. Bert Knox, though, gets through on Mario Tump, and Alex Brautigam comes into the pit lane. He had some fantastic pace, though, probably because of new tyres, whereas those around him didn't. So he'll be able to jump Deuces and Rookie Monsters in this pit stop cycle. But whether he's going to stay there or not is what we're all looking out for.
Yeah, well, Alex Brautigam was closing up a little bit in that final stage of their of his stint. So we'll see what happens through this next one once the 2 cars ahead of him have pitted. But right now, Bert Knox doing a good job pulling away from that car that he has just overtaken. The gap up to 1 second now. And if he is able to, through these 4 chicanes, just squeeze it beyond 1.2 seconds, and he'll effectively have forced the Your Name Here Porsche out of his own slipstream. So that's going to be good for him. He can start making progress, although he'll have to make a lot of progress to get up to Daniel Fonte in the world of sim racing. Porsche all the way up in 6th position, 39 seconds up the road. Although its last lap was a 3:56.2, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. It seems a bit slower in comparison to Bert Knox, 3:52.8. But that was likely due to traffic or a little mistake somewhere, so that's not brilliant for him. But at the moment, John Acer Esports stood in the lead of this category, 1 lap ahead of Zancho with Goran Djordjevic there. That is that Zancho car doing really well so far this race. I don't think we expected to see it quite so far up the order, but it has definitely succeeded in its goal, and I think it was partially down to their strategic decision with tyres and how they wanted to play the race that's helped them elevate themselves up into that position. Although Wayframe Esports in 3rd, they aren't exactly clear of them. It's only a 50-second gap, 3 hours 40 minutes to go. There's definite possibility that could get closed once again. But in GT at the moment, I think the next battle we'll see is Mikhail Sedlacek and Mario Tump. That gap is coming down gradually, but as a result of the battle between Tump and Bert Knox, Sedlacek has been able to start closing down that gap that he built up from what we can only assume was a mistake somewhere where he lost about 7 or 8 seconds.
Sedlacek is going to be in the pit lane at the end of this lap, though. It is his turn, so to speak, to make a pit stop, and so he will be making his 4th last stop of this race. He is going to need a little bit of fuel towards the end, and it's a bit of an awkward stop to make right at the very end, but he's going to have to make it, unfortunately, for Varga Sim Racing, which means it's going to put them down quite a way behind. Not quite down below Nitro Velux, but it is going to put them down the order ever so slightly in this race. Sim Racing for Holland, though, have had a decent season. I mean, they won a race very early on, got podiums in the first 3, I think. Yeah, they were having a fantastic drive it, but, you know, it just shows that you need consistency to win a championship, not just a few good results. And case in point of that is Wayframe Esports, number 99, on course to win the championship here this afternoon with that GTE car, their Ferrari. But they haven't even won a race this season, and we don't often see that.
No, that is, as you were saying, an excellent example of the importance of consistency, them in comparison to Sim Racing for Holland. And whilst they haven't won a race, it's still a great, and they probably won't win a race this whole season. It's a really good achievement to be able to accomplish a championship win, as a result, even without having any of those top step podiums throughout the whole course of the season. So you've got to give it to them. They've been a great example of what you need to do to win a championship, especially in endurance racing categories. It's all about making it to the end of the race and getting to every race as well, because of just how many points you get for simply participating in a race. It's more than you can even get for winning. So just ensuring you get to every race is critical in this championship, because of course Division 1 is 50 points, Division 2 30 points, Division 3 you get 10 points for participating, as it all is all part of one whole championship, and that's how you get differentiation. But at the moment, yeah, as you said, Mikhail Sedlacek, he'll be coming into the pits at some point, so he'll be dropping out of that battle relatively soon. Just having a look around, yeah, Alex Valtigam, he's come out about 50 seconds behind Christos Akunas as a result of that pit stop that he's just completed. So all of the gaps, once again, sort of being drawn out. I mean, Mario Tump isn't letting Bert Knox get away too quickly. That gap, 3 seconds. The overtake wasn't made too long ago, and there comes the Varga number 69 into the pit lane to make its next pit stop. So we'll see where Sedlacek comes out, and we'll see where he is in relation to those two cars. He was behind. Mario Tump as well actually has entered the pit lane. So we'll see if they're on a similar stop strategy right now. It looks like potentially tyres for that Your Name Here Porsche. So we'll see what happens with the Varga car. But that Your Name Here Porsche, of course, somewhere else on the track, the number 391. I'm just trying to look for it right now. I'm not sure where it is, but We shall continue. This is the lead of the race. Matteo Caruso with Jean Lacey Esports and Aston Martin. We perhaps weren't expecting to have such a lead, and especially such a dominant lead, but they pulled it off so far. They've only got 3.5 hours to go, and they've led much more than that so far in the race. They are really in with a great chance of winning this 24 hours of more. What do you think, Ewan?
Well, yeah, I think they've got this one at the moment, but it's a really great result for them. A little bit surprised, a little bit of a surprise. So I'll have to say, Aidan picked them straight off the bat. He said that John Lacey Esports were going to take it, and yeah, I didn't really believe him at the time. But no, he was certainly a very, very good chance of winning this. At this point, they've got over a lap's lead over Sancho. They're just coming through Arnage at the moment. Sancho coming in towards Indianapolis as we speak now, as they head out of it. So really impressive from Caruso. Just continually faster than everybody else. And I mentioned this to Neil earlier on, that they've really not had any, if any, problems in this race at all. We very rarely see perfect 24-hour races, but this is one of the very, very closest efforts you can possibly get to it.
Yeah, they've had pretty much flawless driving. We don't want to curse it quite yet. You can see getting a little bit close to the barrier, but they've been quick and they've been very consistent. In fact, I think they are well, they're not the quickest in GTE, but I think they are in the top 3. Of course, last lap was a 3:52.5. The fastest lap in GTE, though, or the fastest most recent lap, was actually the Sim Racing for Holland car doing a 3:51.7. So they're demonstrating that they are quick, but you can't really be quick without being consistent in the grand scheme of things. And that's what Jean Lacey Esports have succeeded so well in. And that's why they're about 1.5, 2 laps ahead of second place at the moment in their own category. So just a fantastic move. And they also hold the fastest lap of the race so far. So they aren't going to get the Grand Slam. They didn't get pole position in qualifying, I don't believe. That went to Zancho, but Zancho only in second place. They haven't been able to hold on to that first place, which they were starting from. So yeah, as you said, as close as you can get to perfect so far, and they just got to keep doing what they're doing, and they'll be guaranteed this win. We've also got a few pit stops emerging from GT, much less salvo-like are the pit stops now than they were about 19 or so hours ago, when we were last commentating, or I was last commentating at least, when everyone was pretty much at the same stage. But because everything happens in endurance racing, you got incidents here and there, you got different strategies. They've really spread out, and we'll only really see all the cars come together in that last hour or so, and that's when we'll really see the final positions of where people are. But at the moment, there are still potential battles. Right now, behind Michael Schmiedel in 10th place, 9 seconds behind Cedra Nita Velux. And they've actually had a driver change, that Varga car. They've also got Bart Sabogian behind them. 8 seconds down the road is Valente Racing, or rather up it. That number 67 car could potentially bring a bit of a fight to the Varga Sim Racing car in 10th place right now. So we'll see how that all develops. Yao Barbosa with Juice's Motorsports car, actually 20 seconds down the road. So from 18th down to about 18th overall, 8th in GTE, down to about 13th. We've got quite an interesting battle potentially developing between all of these cars, because most of the gaps are below 10 seconds in that area. So we'll see how this all works itself out, and it could be really interesting to watch.
It could indeed, and we'll be watching here, of course. Last 3.5 hours, just over, still remaining in this race. And yeah, we'll wait and find out who wins it, basically. Looking at some of the things that have happened in LMP2, Daniel Visner is now into second place because David Bocek is now in the Burst Esports Simplexity car. The gap between them is 18 seconds, and Bocek will be on new tyres. Varga will be saving their engine most of all, so that gap's going to come down fairly quickly, and there may well be a pass for second place before very long. Nick De Silva has also got into the Agera Racing car for Arnaud Souvli, who has been driving that car for an awfully long time in this race. Jordi Zayas may well be getting back soon, to do some more driving in that car, but he hasn't done an awful lot recently. He has been not, just not here and doing whatever it is, sleeping, I'd imagine, at this point, because, it's been a long night for some of these guys. I know that I was having a conversation with him about 1 o'clock last night in my time, 2 o'clock Central European, so he said he was getting into the car at that point. If he's done a couple of hours at that point, then it would have been a pretty late shift for him, but somebody's got to do it after all, and that's why they have, it's not the only reason they have Nick De Silva on the team, but it is one of the reasons, because he's very quick as well, as being Australian, and helping with the timings, because he's from the other side of the world. He's in the car right now. 2-minute 15 gap, but David Mojek is in the Burst Esports Complexity car, as I said, and he'll be chasing down Daniel Visser. I expect to see another battle between those two bubbling up.
Yes, and as well as that, we've got Zancho right now, 50 seconds behind to Christian Margera, on course to win the championship, as we were talking about earlier. Pardon me. Just looking around, we will see how all of this develops. This is David Mrozek, though, that's caught in third right now, number 49 overall. 16 seconds behind Daniel Visner, so we'll see what he can do to try and close up that. They've both had pit stops recently. I think Mrozek took tyres, whereas Daniel Visner did not, because that would explain the extra 40 seconds stop time. But Azura Racing, as you said, Nick De Silva, very beneficial to have an Australian driver on the team for when you've got the rest of the team based in Europe, because it means that everyone is still able to do much more reasonable times. Because if you've got everyone based in, say, the UK and then Western Europe, then there's only really a 1 hour difference. It's not really going to benefit you. Someone's still going to have to go and drive from about 2 a.m. till 4 a.m., which isn't always quite that fun, especially when you've only had about 2 hours of sleep. But it all depends on how it's worked out between the team. But yeah, at the moment, everything sort of expanded for now, but I do think we're going to see it start coming together. We have got this set of LMP2 pit stops underway at the moment. Moritz Mel is in the Go Team racing car. He just 2.5 minutes really behind David Mrozek. So in 4th place and two laps ahead of 5th place. Quite comfortable there, I think, the Go Team racing. So they'll be quite happy with that position for the moment. And it doesn't look like they'll be able to push themselves up into the next position. Christian Pallinson has just got into that Go Team car, so he's going to replace Moritz Mel. And we'll see how this all develops now. And we've also got Sim Racing for Holland, Bert Knops into the pits as well. So once again, more pit stops all underway, and they're going to shake up the order a bit more. So we'll see what the result of that is, and whether Bert Knops stays in the car and whether he takes tyres as well, because he could come out in quite a busy part of the track. It all depends. So Jose Berenguer not too far behind him now, 4 seconds down the road. So we'll see what Sim Racing for Holland do in response to that car. Mario Tump behind him. Your Name Here Racing might put a little bit of pressure on that World of Sim Racing Porsche. So this could be really quite interesting.
Still getting very close in GTE. So Bert Knops just under 3 seconds in front of Jose Berenguer. Mario Tump 8 seconds in front of Mika Happinen. And Michal Smidl is catching them both, I believe. Although Mario Tump set a blindingly quick lap on the last time around. It was the fastest one by a good 2.2 seconds. Really, really quick lap from Mario Tump. So, he's clearly a man on a mission at the moment. But, Go Team Racing have just changed their driver, by the way, in LMP2. Christian Pallinson is now in that car from Moritz Mel, who was in a few moments ago. And I've been really impressed with Go Team Racing so far this season. They've started out very low down. They started out in Division 2, and they've got themselves into the first division. At round 5, they had their first race. I think that's Indianapolis, maybe Sebring, one of the two. But anyway, they were in Division 1 for Indianapolis and Sebring, getting those races. And when they came into the top tier of VEC racing, it wasn't immediately successful for them. They came 9th on their first race, and then it was only 14th, I'm afraid, in the not 14th. It's a little bit higher than that, but still, It was quite a long way down anyway. But then finally, over the last couple of races, especially Spa, they've really been getting up there, and they deserved to get a podium last time out at the 8 Hours of Spa, I believe. Anyway, yeah, it's just been great to see a team develop so much over a season, and yeah, we've kind of seen it in front of our eyes. Personally, I've really enjoyed watching them this season, and I think they've done a fantastic job.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Right up at the end of the season as well, just keep improving. And that's really what you want to see, is just teams, maybe that they might have a rocky start to the season, but if they start improving, they'll be able to hopefully carry that momentum through to whatever comes next. So we shall see whether they continue on that trajectory. But I agree with you that Go Team Racing have been doing a really good job at just improving over the season. It's very satisfying to see that. What's interesting though is David Mroczek, that gap now 12 seconds. We've got Janis Simicic on the screen right now. It's the other Burst Esports car. That's the Burst Edge Esports car. Challenging for the championship, though not very likely they're going to be able to run home with it this evening. That the rivals Vargasim Racing up in second right now. Could drop down to third if Burst Esports and Plexi with David Mroczek are able to catch up, because that gap seems to be coming down slowly but surely, as well as that Vargasim Racing last lap was invalidated. So they're going to be they might very well be building up some cut track warnings, which could be quite disastrous for their overall position. They'll likely still end up on the podium. However, they might not end up on the second step of the podium. It might instead be the third, with the Burst Esports and Plexi car ahead of them. So we'll see how that all works out, whether they do get a penalty, because it does add up, and it can add up quite quickly, especially in a race with the scale of this 24 hours. And Janis Simicic, you can just see the difference through the Porsche curves of an LMP2 against a GTE. This is far quicker. It just seems to be almost on rails. The LMP2 is very satisfying to watch as they go through there. Much more downforce than one of the Grand Tourers. But at the moment, LMP2 field, it's been very difficult for all of the drivers. 9 still running, and they've just got to keep trying to go to the end. They're all going to get points. It just depends on how much points, or how many points I should say, they will get. But yeah, keeping an eye on that number 49 car. It could be quite interesting to see whether it catches up to Daniel Wisner before the next set of pit stops, because I do believe they've only just done some pit stops. So that could develop within the next couple of stints.
Yeah, 7 laps more at the end of this one, and they're only about halfway around this one, so 7.5 laps, 6.5 laps, something like that, for those guys. We've just seen a pass, by the way, in GTE. Michal Schmiedel's just got through on Mika Hakkinen, so Varga are now in front of Nitro Velix into 9th. That's actually a battle between 2 championship contending cars, but the 2014 GT Academy European finalist has got through on Hakkinen, who's driving his first VEC race here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which is throwing yourself right into the deep end, it has to be said, really. Further up, though, Bert Knops is in another battle. This time he's defending from Jose Berenguer, and that is the battle for 6th place in the race. Sim Racing for Holland versus World of Sim Racing, at the moment going on a little bit in front of this on the Mulsanne straight right now, so they're battling away as well. We'll see if Knops can hold on as the GTE leaders come in. Matteo Caruso is in off schedule just ever so slightly. That's only 13 laps for him, but I don't think there's too much to worry about there. This is what we're going to be worrying about. This is what we're going to be watching, because Bert Knops is now coming under fire from a World of Sim Racing team who have really stepped it up throughout this race. They didn't qualify very well at all. They were both outside of the top 10 comfortably. I think they're outside the top 15, but they've both managed to well, one of them's managed to get at the other anyway. This is how Michal Schmiedel got through on Mika Hakkinen, though. A fairly easy slipstream down into the Porsche curves, controlling it on the entry, and he does that very nicely indeed. Hakkinen lets him have the corner.
Yeah, you really don't want to be finding yourself too wide. But we've got Bert Knops here now. Sim Racing for Holland against the World of Sim Racing iZone performance car. It's side by side. Jose Berenguer just about squeezing ahead, but he's going to have the outside as we go into Indianapolis. This is very risky indeed. Jose Berenguer trying to keep his nose to the inside. He succeeds in doing so. They are still side by side, heading towards Arnage now. It's going to be advantage Sim Racing for Holland, holding that inside line, but Berenguer is going to really squeeze them and just about get his car in front. So he is going to hold on to that 6th position. but that was a very intense section of track, and I don't think Bert Knox is quite finished yet. He's sticking right behind. We won't really, or I hope we don't see anything into the Porsche cars, because that will be very dangerous indeed. That gap, though, not very big, but that was a really close set of corners. It's always quite scary when you see someone go side by side through Indianapolis, because it is just such a high speed turn and you're really on the edge of grip. You can't really adjust your line when you've already sent it into there. But this battle should continue. Really?
Yeah, sorry. No, you can't really. Yeah, luckily they avoided any kind of accident, and Jose Barangao is into 6th place, which is certainly good to see for the World of Sim Racing team. So they weren't doing so good not so long ago. But Daniel Visner is now into the pit lane. That's a little bit early as well. He was only in 4 laps ago, but Daniel Visner is into the pit lane. And I can't see any evidence of a cut track. It's not a drive-through. Simoncic is into the pit lane right now, and that is on schedule. Those guys have done 10 lap stints throughout the entirety of this race, and that's in the 34th stint. That is Alex Siebel, by the way, getting ready, and not Dennis Jordan under Alex Siebel's name. Siebel smiling on the camera. Don't know if he knows, but anyway, at least they're taking this kind of bad day in good spirits, Hugo. I mean, it hasn't been a good day for them. There's no shying away from that, because they've not come out with a championship, but they've still got a smile on their face at the very least.
Yeah, they've just got to take it on the chin. They know it hasn't gone brilliantly for them, but just got to keep going, keep getting to the end of the race. They've got to take a stoic approach, because what they can't control, they can't do anything about, so they've just got to move past it. And it's good to see them still challenging in the race anyway, still going to the end, and really in the spirit of endurance racing, because it is the finale. We're not going to have any racing for quite some time after this, and I think they just want to make it to the end anyway, because just reaching the end of a 24-hour race, whilst disappointed that they won't be ahead of Vargas Sim Racing, or that they don't look like they're going to be ahead of Vargas Sim Racing at least, they just got to really keep going to the end in that spirit, because as I was about to say, just reaching the end of a 24-hour race is an achievement. And in an MP2, it seems to be much more of an achievement than would normally be, as only 50% or so are going to make it by the looks of it. So this is, it's a difficult job, and it's good to see them still in good spirits and still going to the end, because it really hasn't been in their favour tonight, but that's the way it goes.
Yep, that is the way it goes from time to time. And just to remind you, in case you weren't with us, Alex Siebel had a disconnection right on as he was entering the pit lane. He was metres away from getting out of that car, but he disconnected just as he hit the pit limiter and entered pit lane. At the same time, Christian Mikel and Tim Ulrich also disconnected. All German drivers, and I believe they're the only Germans on the server, and they all disconnected simultaneously. I believe there is a bit of a problem going on at the moment. Maybe certain regions and certain providers having problems. We're not entirely sure. But Alex Siebel disconnecting. And Dennis Jordan's very, very long drive to Alex Siebel's house to actually compete in this race was almost for nothing. It still means they're going to get a 6th place right now. Very committed to the job, certainly, that they set out to do. It's a bit of a shame, really, to see 3 championship contenders out of the 5 main ones we had in both categories here this weekend kind of fall by the wayside because of disconnections. We talked about Siebel's disconnection, Christian Mikel's disconnection at the very same moment for Nitro Bellic, has put them back, and it means that they're unlikely to win the championship at the moment as well. And also Michal Schmiedel, who also had a disconnection about 6 o'clock this morning, CET. That's put Vargas Sim Racing in the GTE category a long way down. I'm being informed, by the way, from Adam Baldwin, and thanks for this to those guys. The number 74 Juices Motorsport Club was also disconnected in that same mass disconnection of German drivers. There was a German driver in the car. I believe he's talking about Maximilian Kalnitz, who is, I think, German, who were disconnected at the time. So, yeah, really unfortunate for, I thought 3 teams, but actually 4 teams who actually got disadvantaged by that and set back by that, and 3 of them were in championship contention. It's really a shame to see.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. And the thing with sim racing is that such events can occur, but also you've got to remember that in real life, very similar, just engine mechanical failures can occur out of nowhere, because at least there's some contribution to the reasons why these engines are blowing in the LMP2s, but you don't get completely random mechanical failures like you would in real life. So I suppose it sort of balances out, but it's also incredibly frustrating because there's absolutely nothing you can do about a disconnection. And at least they're all going, again, I think most of them are at least. But yeah, it hasn't been brilliant, especially for those people in Germany who have been experiencing pretty bad internet, and hopefully that gets sorted out for them, because it's quite difficult to race online if you can't access the internet. So we'll see how that develops, but it is frustrating for the guys who are trying to race. But anyway, they just got to keep going, and I think that's what most of them have decided to do. Right now, though, we are looking at Yuri Toman, Vargason Racing, currently on course to win the Virtual Endurance Championship. They are already in the lead. All they need to do is finish ahead of Burst Edge Esports, and that's what they seem to be on course for doing right now. We've got 3 hours and 15 minutes to go. That finish line, that checkered flag, edging closer and closer. Sometimes I reckon that these Vargason Racing guys want it to come much quicker than it already is, because if you think about it, we're only really about halfway through where a normal VEC race would be. We've still got essentially half a regular VEC race left, so it's still a fair distance for them to go, but in comparison to the 24 hours that we had at the start of the race, it seems like almost nothing, and it really is just pushing to the end. Make sure you reach that checkered flag. In GT though, Bart Sebastian has just pulled into the pit lane for Volante Racing. We'll see if he sticks in the car or if he is replaced, and also what kind of strategy they go with. Elsewhere, we've got in GT, we've got some relatively close groups, but nothing major battle emerging. We've got Tim Ulrich here with Black Hawk Racing, that 16th place car, just behind Volante Racing actually, and you'll see in the pit lane perhaps if Volante are going to get just on the left-hand side of your screen, that is Volante there. You can see in the background having to slightly go through the pit boxes to squeeze their way around the prototype, as it was somewhat in their way. That is the Burst Esport Hungary.dk that was in their way. Of course, you can collide with cars in the pit lane, as is realistic, so they have got to be careful about that. And it can be quite a packed pit lane when you've got 40 cars all sharing one track, or at least we did.
Well, yeah, we did. Yeah, I thought those pit boxes themselves, the garages, weren't able to drive through them either, but it seems that Tim Ulrich was able to scoot past the Zhao Pitas driver's driven Burst Esport car at the moment. That's the number 50, the last running LMP2 at the moment. Currently, they are 6 laps down on the leaders here, actually 7. No, 6. I was right the first time. But yeah, they are a long way down on this man, Nick De Silva, who's still leading this race. Tim Walker, of course, was one of those caught out in a mass disconnection early on, and Adam Bowman also not reminding me, but informing me of that time about 5 years ago. And some people who have been in VEC for a very long time will remember this. About 5 years ago, when all the Italians disconnected at the same time. So it can happen, and it has happened, I'm afraid. It's just had more of a bearing on the championship than normal, as João Pires gets a penalty, immediately as he leaves the pit lane. Now, he's literally there on your screen right now. Was that a cut track? Possibly? Maybe? Sorry, not cut track. A spinning in the pit lane. That would be bizarre, though. Spinning out of the pit lane is, I would say, somewhat difficult to do.
Yeah, you usually, when you're leaving the pit lane, you're pretty much all right with releasing the limiter, but apparently not always. If that has been a pit lane related incident, we'll see whether Pires actually has an invalidated lap this time round, but wait till he gets to the line in that respect. Currently we are looking at him, and you can see going along the straights at the moment. We shall see in quite some time as he heads through the first of many chicanes, as he actually runs quite wide, and that could be already another cut track, which would not really be to his advantage. He's got blue flags showing on his screen, as that's the Ajira car, the leader of the race, just passing, and off in the distance you can see Yuri Toman a lap down on the leader, also about to pass. So he has just been lapped, that Varga car, by Ajira Racing and Nick De Silva, the Australian, sitting in that prototype. Currently leader of the race, number 2 rather, And yeah, as I said, a lap ahead of Yuri Toman. So there they go. And this is going to be a replay of what happened. And oh, dearie me, he's gone a little bit wide there and potentially carried a... Yeah, I think he's gone a little bit too fast potentially into the pit lane, but he definitely went wide. And that could have been the reason for it. And it does seem that Pete is maybe struggling a little bit at this stage of the race. This Burst Esport Hungary.dk currently at the back of the LMP2 grid, the only car that is no, the last of the LMP2s still running at the moment. So it's not the end of the world that they have this penalty, but also it's not beneficial for them either. And you can see now he's trying to use the slipstream, I think, of the race leader. Yes, he is. Of Nick Da Silva, just to try and tow him along. And that's not something you really want to be seeing in your rear view mirrors if you're Nick Da Silva. A lap down right up your chuff, because if he makes a mistake and brings an end to his race, he could also bring an end to your race as well, even though you're not actually racing each other. So that is rather scary when you are leading a race, having driven, or your team having driven nearly 21 hours as we approach the 3-hour mark. So yeah, at least Nick Da Silva has pulled away a little bit as we head through the Porsche curves. And yeah, he's managed to get himself a little bit of that Burst Esport Hungary DK car. But at the moment, not too much going on in terms of battles on track. And I think it really is just a matter of trying to get through. You can see in the background there, Yuri Toman and Vargas in Racing a lap down, also making their way past Yao Pates now. And we'll see if Yao comes into the pit lane and serves that drive-through penalty he was given at the start of this lap.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. I think he is going to do that right now, and he does indeed enter the pit lane. There we go. And he'll be taking that drive-through penalty. But it won't matter too much. He's in ninth for the moment. And he's a long way back from the car in front. A minute and a half at least to Ground Effect Sim Racing, who are in 8th place. Went for that alternate strategy earlier on in the race, if you remember, and it didn't really pay off for them. They weren't able to stay up there with the leaders, unfortunately, but yeah, they gave it a good go, certainly, as all these guys have. Nick Da Silva is 2 laps away from another pit stop, and so is Darren Bocek. When he comes across the line, he'll be 2 laps away as well. Yuri Toman came in, or got into that car on lap 343. Not entirely sure why. Daniel Visner might have had any kind of problem, and you know, if Varga do have any hint of an issue with, you know, a driver's wheel, a driver's internet connection, anything like that, they will pit it early and make sure it doesn't result in a disconnection or anything like that, because disconnections, crashes, DNFs, that's what's going to lose them the championship, not an extra pit stop during this race. So they're not worried if they finish 3rd in this race. Even if they finish 4th, that's fine. As long as they finish in front of Burst Esport in this one, they're going to take minimal risk.
Yeah, they've just got to make sure they get to the end of the race. Volga in a good position to come home. And yeah, as you said, it's all about minimising the risk and maximising the chance of making it to the end of the race. They aren't racing anyone. They haven't got anyone close either side of them that they're actually racing. And that's going to be to their benefit in just making sure that they don't lose out on their current position and therefore the championship, because they have been driving pretty strongly so far this evening. But I think also not just this evening, throughout the whole pretty much previous day. I need to remember that it has been quite a long time that these guys have, or that these cars have been sat on the track here in Le Mans. But yeah, the Circuit de la Sarthe, one of the longest tracks, I think the longest track that we've run in the VEC this season. Obviously at Nürburgring, we just used the Grand Prix out because I'm not sure the Nordschleife would be a brilliant idea. Although speaking of which, there is a 24-hour race there this weekend. They had to delay the restart though because of red flags due to fog. But that's not something we've been struck with here, because it is absolutely beautiful weather in central France for this race.
Are they still waiting around at the ring?
I think they've restarted now. Yeah.
Oh goodness me, it's been ages, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It really has been forever getting that race restarted again after a lot of fog. Yeah, so somebody, obviously we've been focusing our attention onto this, but people at home might have been watching both or trying to watch both at the same time. So yeah, we'll Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, it was a long red flag at the Nürburgring this weekend. A little bit disappointed to miss it when I saw that the two dates were going to clash. But we set out our calendar ages ago here at the VEC, and the Nürburgring clashed with us. We were there first, but no. It doesn't really seem to. We don't seem to have missed much, to be honest, because it seems to have been red flag for a very long time, which isn't too bad news for us. Over the line again for Nick Silver, lap 308. Lap 348 is being run at the moment. Last season, LMP2's managed to get at the winning car from LMP2. Hydra Racing managed to do 396 laps. Is that any different to the time in season 11? Let's have a look. 396. So it seems that is kind of the limit. But with the amount of GTE cars on the grid this year, I feel like we might not see a lap record in terms of the distance because there's just more GTE cars for them to overtake, and I think that might just slow the pace enough.
Yeah, I think that with the pace, we'll see how that all develops. But we're also seeing a lot of discussion about engine wear. That's been quite a contentious subject, I think, in the comments of this stream of the race broadcast. And yeah, shift, as you just seen there, Marcel Offerman is letting us know that shift protection is in the works. And I think that's something that it's plagued a few of these drivers just being a little bit too aggressive on those downshifts, trying to get the engine braking into turns just to get that latest brake potential possible. So we shall see whether when that's developed and how much impact it will have, because it's not just in LMP2 that we've seen engine failures a lot from a result of over downshifting. In the GT3 Endurance Championship as well, we saw a similar thing a few times where the engine would give up when people over rev the engine. So that should be quite interesting, and that's also something I think would be a very welcome addition to rFactor 2, because it is quite frustrating to be in a 24-hour race for your engine to give up because you downshifted a little bit too quickly. Because I've been there before where you've accidentally double-clicked the downshift button and then the engine just doesn't agree, and you're out. So yeah, we'll see how that affects following races if that gets implemented, which would be quite cool. But at the moment, Nick Da Silva, he just needs to keep going safely. He doesn't need to spam that downshift. All he has to do is get around the circuit. He's coming up to another prototype now, just heading through the Indianapolis Arnage section of the track. He's actually on top of that car, so I can't see what number it is, but he's got past quite quickly. That car getting out of the way very nicely for him. And there we go. Azura continuing on their way, pretty much unhampered that lap. And they're still setting relatively quick lap times, although the quickest LMP2 at the moment is the second place Burst Esports Complexity, David Mroshek, doing a 3:27.0. So still quite quick. Alex Siebel as well, Burst Edge Esports, a 2:27.2. So two of the three bursts, all three of which are still in the running, which is quite cool to see. But two of them very, very quick at the moment, although there's not really any battle to be had in the top category today. Whereas looking at GTE, we've still got a couple close cars. We've got Varga Sim Racing and Your Name Here Racing. They're relatively close, within 6 seconds of each other. And then up ahead, we've got Sim Racing for Holland and World of Sim Racing. But here comes Nick Da Silva into the pits, and we'll see what strategy is going to be continued from this point on. Because this is, as I said earlier, we're approaching the time, especially in GTE, where the final tyre change will start to be made. LMP2, that won't happen quite yet.
It's going to be fuel and no tyres here for Nick Da Silva, and he will be back out there again with a full tank of fuel ready to go out once again. David Mroshek is going to stay in second place because he's going to come in as well, and we'll see where Yuri Toman is going to be in relation to him. I think Mroshek is going to be in front personally, because he's not going to change tyres or anything, so it's going to be a fairly big margin in favour of David Mroshek in this one. We got to start looking behind a little bit as well to Christian Pallison in the Go Team Racing car, chasing down Varga Sim Racing, and I think they've got a chance at that position with 3 hours to go. I know the gap is 1:48, however, you never know, and also I think Varga Sim Racing are severely saving that engine. We've seen already 6 engine failures at this point. You know, you've really got to be careful with this engine. You've really got to manage it throughout the race. And so that's what Varga Sim Racing are doing right now. They cannot afford a DNF, otherwise they'll lose the championship. So they're just being super, super careful on the engine and all of the components of the car, the tyres, the fuel, everything. And they're just trying to make this to the end of the race, trying to baby the car home almost. And so because of that, I think Go Team Racing are within a chance of a podium here.
Yeah, we shall see, because Go Team Racing really haven't got too much to lose with going for that lead. And as you said, we've had at least 6 mechanical engine cause DNS as Patterson really takes those sausage curves quite aggressively through the 4 chicanes. But yeah, they've really got some leeway to push. You can see right now they're 1.5 seconds quicker on the previous lap than Varga Sim Racing. And yeah, I think actually we've only had 1 LMP2 DNF as a result of a crash, as Pites gets another penalty. He's really struggling down in 9th position. But yeah, I think that oh, I forgot what I was saying actually.
About well, it doesn't really matter at this point, but because Pites has got a penalty, I'm afraid. But 3 hours to go in the 24 hours of Le Mans. 21 hours in the books and only 3 remaining, as David Bocek is into the pit lane right now. I think he'll be staying in 2nd place when he leaves in a few moments' time. But yeah, I think that's going to be for cut tracks for João Pites, who's going to be in the pit lane for another drive-through in the not too distant future. As we look at Patterson getting through on the Sim Racing for Holland car that is currently in 7th place in the GTE category. Where are Varga coming up towards the Porsche curves right now? They're coming through the Porsche curves as things stand. Rocek leaves the pit lane now though, and he's going to have a good 30 seconds over Yuri Toman. So Rocek, even though he's going to have older tyres throughout this stint, you get the feeling he's going to hold on to these positions because Toman is really not pushing that car whatsoever.
No, he doesn't want to push that car much at all. What's interesting as well is we can see just how far ahead these LMP2s are at this stage in the race, because although Tony Jukic went out a long time ago, he still hasn't been passed by the Jean Lacey Esports car. In fact, he's still 5 laps off doing so. So overall, the race leader is, let me have a look, about 31 laps ahead of the GTE class. We've got here, Christian Margera as well. 47 seconds off Goran Djordjevic, and that Zansho car, number 87, started on pole, sitting in 2nd. I think Christian Margera would like to close up that gap, but also, all he needs to do is reach the end of the race in his current position, and he will come across the line as championship, or Wave 3 will come across the line as championship winners for season 13 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. So it's all about reaching the end, and with the GTs, I think they're maybe feeling a bit more confident in terms of pushing the car than maybe some of the LMP2s are, because they're, as we mentioned earlier, there hasn't been a single GTE DNF since the first 2 hours of the race, and it means I've been present actually, and so have you, for each of the GT DNFs. So I think Christian Margera a little bit more confident that his car won't suddenly give up on him, and he'll be able to continue on to the end of the race at a decent speed and maybe try and take that 2nd place, because why not? Why not go for it and try and get those extra points to make the championship win look even nicer and just be a little bit higher up on that podium position, even though they won't have scored a single win this season.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be 3 podiums if they're able to carry this on. Got a 56-second gap to drive Game Seat, who are the other Ferrari in behind, but 3 manufacturers on the podium at Le Mans at the moment. Aston Martin, Corvette and Ferrari all there. And I believe there are 4 different in the top 5. 4 different in the top 6, with Porsche making the 6th place. And BMW, I'm afraid, not represented in this one. So that's a shame to see, but they've had a decent run out in a couple of these races. Williams Esports have driven that car to great effect at the 1,000 miles of Sebring, most notably, beating out this car you're seeing on your screen right now, Christian Malclera, who has driven in the GT Challenge Series recently in the all-Italian team. And there was a point last night, actually, where 3 of the top 4 were Italian teams, and it is still the case, actually. John Lacey Esports, Italian team, Waveframe Esports, Italians, and so are Drive Game Seats. So it's been a fantastic Le Mans for the Italians.
Yeah, they're going well, and as you said, the Italians. There was a few years ago, before I was here, because this is of course my first season, but you said there was a mass Italian disconnection. Well, this is somewhat redemption for these drivers at least. Waveframe doing a good job and actually getting unlapped there by the number 391 Your Name Here racing car, which of course it's allowed to do, providing it gets out of the blue flag range as soon as possible. And I think Christian Malclera is going to be slightly concerned here. He's not going to want to fight too much with this Porsche because he's got a lot more at stake if they come together. As he goes through the chicane there quite cleanly. He's going to probably just let that Porsche go, not try and fight it too much because it won't really be to his benefit. He just wants to make sure that he doesn't have any collision. So he's going to continue on the way. And you can see off in the distance behind him, the Vargas racing car. It's a lap down. Michael Schmiedel at the wheel of the Varga Porsche. Closing up a bit again to Mario Tum. That gap 3.5 seconds. And we could see something emerge between those two cars relatively soon. Just behind them, the number 60 Cetres Nita Velix has pulled into the pits. So not too long left of that. And if any drivers are thinking of taking a triple stint to the end, this will be their final tyre change, although I don't think many of them will be considering that because it is just a little bit of extra risk to be carrying some tyres right to the end. And also, it might not work on all cars. It might just be working on the Corvette, as Zancho have demonstrated it works on that, because these cars, their attitude towards fuel consumption and tyre wear is completely different. So it's unlikely that anyone will really be going for that triple stint, especially because, as I said, it adds the extra risk. You're carrying a little bit of extra wear, and that just means that there's just a little bit more chance of that car to break out from underneath you. We've got Christian Michael here, the Cetres Nita Velix car. He's got it in and replaced the other driver. He's behind Alex Breutigam now. Alex Breutigam, we've seen this Black Hawk car at least. We've seen it quite a few times throughout the course of this race. It's been teasing us over the last hour and a half or so, just being a little bit behind all of the battles. But now he's actually at the front of one, and he's going to be put under pressure from Christian Michael quite soon. Let's see if that Cetres Nita Velix can get through.
Yeah, indeed. I thought he was going to make a move actually into the first Mulsanne chicane. Thought it was going to be quite easy for him, but not able to for the moment. Let's not forget what an experienced driver Christian Michael is, though, here. Season 7 overall champion in the LMP1 category for TXL back in the day. He's been driving, at least to my knowledge, he's been driving rFactor 2 for at least 8 years, or at least sim racing for at least 8 years, let's say. And that is a fair amount of time, to be fair. Yeah, he's a very, very experienced driver, and yeah, expect to see good things from him as Alex Breutigam gets dived from Nick De Silva, who is leading this race, perfectly within his rights to do so, and try and get through as quickly as possible, but it is going to hurt his run up towards Mulsanne corner. Christian Michael is going to get into the slipstream right now, and maybe make a move, but that Corvette versus the Aston Martin, I think, in my experience, seeing this race for the last 21 hours just over, I think the Aston Martin is the fastest in a straight line. I think the Corvette might be the slowest, so this might be the most difficult pass that Michael has to make here, although I could be wrong on actual speeds, but that's what I perceive it to be anyway.
Yeah, well, the Aston Martin has been, well, it looks to have been quite strong so far, of course. John and Lacey, maybe they've just got that setup balance and drive balance absolutely perfect, because they've just been driving so well in an Aston Martin. And that might have skewed opposite from the side, but definitely the Aston Martin is much better around Le Mans than it has been around previous circuits. We've got Volante Racing, they're down in 15th. They were much higher up the grid, though, earlier on in the race. So I don't think that's just down to the pace of the car. You can see there as they hit out of the Indianapolis left-hander, they slightly go onto the curb and beyond it a little bit onto the gravel trap. That splits up a little bit of dust and maybe kicks a tiny bit onto the circuit, which can make it a little bit risky for those other drivers. Alessandro Apolloni as well, he's just pulled into the pit lane for Drive Game Seat Racing Team. He won't be dropping any positions though because he's got 2 laps before Jan Kurjin for One Move Esports will be able to get past him, so he's got quite a safe pit stop zone there. But this battle here, through the Porsche curves, we'll be able to see whether Michael can close up a little bit to Alex Breutigam, because that Corvette does seem to be pretty decent, at least through these curves. It looks from the onboard that he's closing up a little bit, but it's all about straight line speed at Le Mans, and whether you can get that speed up and be able to go straight past the driver in front. So we'll see what develops between these 2 guys and whether Michael succeeds.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see as we go through the chicane again. Good exit from Breutigam, actually. This is the battle for 10th, by the way, as Drive Game C also come into the pit lane, but this is the battle we're focusing on right now because it is by far the closest on the circuit. There is a couple under 3 seconds just in front in GTE, where we've seen a lot of the battling recently. Breutigam goes wide into the Dunlop chicane there. It's not the greatest run through there. He's going to need to tidy that up a little bit, but it's still enough for him to hold on to 10th for the moment. Knights of Alex, let's not forget, came into today leading the championship, and they have a 7-point advantage over Wavering coming in, but with the Wavering car in 3rd at the moment, they need to be in 4th, the Knights of Alex, and they're all the way down in 11th right now, looking at 10th place, but 4th is a good 2-3 laps up the road, and it's looking unlikely for the number 60 to take this championship. Christian Mikel is going to give it a go though, and he's going to push this car to its limits for the final 3 hours, of which he will be driving most of, if not all of, in this race. We're seeing the final driver changes starting to come into effect, and the final battles are starting to come into effect as well, as we're in the final moments of the race. Breutigam a little bit wide, a little bit scruffier through that first chicane. Christian Mikel able to hold a tighter line, hold a better line through that corner, because he's got new tyres and the grip allows him to do that in the slipstream again. But you can just see him just not gaining any time really. He's right in dead in the slipstream. He should be gaining very quickly now, but that Corvette is just not really able to give him the speed to have a go into any of these corners, and he's kind of stuck, is Christian Mikel. This is not good for him because he's got new tyres on. He needs to make use of them, but he can't when he's got this Aston Martin in front.
No, and also because of that Aston Martin, it's going to be creating a slight bit of dirty air through the corners, and that's just going to put a bit of extra load on those brand new tyres and cause excessive wear without the benefit of going much quicker. So, as you said, having this Aston Martin in front of him is a real detriment to those fresh tyres he's just strapped onto that Corvette. You can see on the exit there, getting what kind of close. We've got an LMP2 behind, but look at that. The Aston Martin just pulls away on the exit. It's so much quicker than that Corvette, even in the direct slipstream. Christian Mikel just doesn't really stand a chance of getting past. And this is going to be really frustrating. He's going to let this LMP2 through here. An interesting move there, pulling to the right. It would have been easier just to stay on his on the line he was already on and not make the prototype weave, but I suppose he has his reasons. As we head through Indianapolis now, it's all about whether he can close up in a braking zone. But even if he can get past into one of the chicanes perhaps, or one of these turns, whether he'll be able to hold on to it or not is just not, it is much more difficult because of the straight line speed of this Corvette, as has been demonstrated, is not there. It won't be able to challenge a return from the Aston Martin if he gets past, followed by a long straight, because it is just too quick, even with the slipstream, as has been shown. So this is really frustrating situation for this Corvette. And for the current champions, although it doesn't look like it's going to be staying that way with the speed of Wave 3 Esports and the position of this Corvette. The Corvette, as you said, just seems to have a lot less straight line speed around this circuit this season, especially in comparison to that Aston Martin.
Yeah, indeed. It's very, very frustrating for Mikel at the moment. We'll see how much longer Alex Breutigam has got out here. I thought he was going to go for it into the pit lane there, but he just takes some of the pit lane entry line to open up the radius for this final couple of chicanes to complete another lap. Lap number 318 in the books for these. It was a tenth quicker, half a tenth quicker from Christian Mikel. 600ths closer to, really, which is really not very much at all. But It's just a nose-to-tail battle at the moment. No, he'll move down the inside. And you get the feeling here, really, that even if he does make a move at the first chicane, for example, he's just going to get re-overtaken again, Erich Mikel. So there's almost no point in going through just for the moment. I reckon the only place where there is a point is Indianapolis, because there's not much of a chance to reply up towards the Porsche curves.
No, not really. It's incredibly difficult for because yeah, as you said, he might, if he gets passed into the chicane, it's highly likely that he'll just get repassed again by Alex Broughton, so he's going to really struggle here. You can see the Aston Martin doesn't really need to, but it's going to hop into the slipstream of the LMP2 anyway as it goes past. So at the moment, yeah, it seems like this Nita Velt's car, Christian Michel, is, even if it does get past, I don't think it will be able to hold that position. So not a brilliant situation for this Corvette. And you can see again on the rear-facing camera of this Aston Martin, the gap just seems to extend a little bit along the straight, even in that direct slipstream. So that's a really frustrating situation for the guys trying to get past into 10th place, currently sitting in 11th. And yeah, as you said, he might get past, but he might not stay past. So yeah, it's not brilliant, especially with those fresh tyres going to waste.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to keep his cool at this point. He's, as I said earlier, exceptionally experienced, is Christian Michel. He'll know what to do in this situation because he will no doubt have been in this situation so many times before. Not always in a GTE car in the VEC. The prototype driver, LMP1 driver, back when those cars were in use in the VEC. Back up to, we've had 3 seasons now without the LMP1s. Feels like a lot longer than that, I have to say. We've had LMP2s, LMP3s and GTEs, we've had just we've had hypercars and LMP2s and GTEs as well, and now we're just to a 2-category championship, which is half of what we had 5 years ago. Season 8 we had 4 categories, so yeah, it was very busy back in that time, but yeah, certainly been never a dull moment. Oh, it's a bit wide for Alex Broughton. That was a little bit of a lapse in concentration, a little bit of a misjudgment on the exit of Indianapolis, and through on Nars they go now. Is there going to be an exit from Christian Michel? Not really. The traction there was not great for the Corvette, and once again, he's going to find himself stuck behind the Aston Martin.
Yeah, there just isn't the opportunity he needs, and even if there is, the opportunity does present itself, it's not going to be an adequate situation for him to be able to take that position. So yeah, it's just frustration, and I actually don't think this Corvette is going to be able to get past. They are pretty much running the same lap times, and you need to have, when you've got such a difference between the pace of the cars, you need to have a significant pace advantage to be able to get past a car that does seem to be better than your own machinery, and not just a slight advantage. We shall see whether Alex Broughton still holds on. I think he's going to dive into the pit lane now, actually. So that's going to be a slight relaxation for the number 60, but it does mean that the initial stint of those tyres has pretty much been sent to waste. But already we're going to be put up with a different battle. It's the Vargason Racing versus the number 391. Your Name Here Racing. Mario Tump at the wheel of that lead car, and behind him is Michael Schmiedel. So we'll see whether he succeeds in trying to get past. It's the same machinery then, so a very different situation to the battle we were just witnessing. So it's going to be much more down to setup, strategy and driver. So this is going to be quite an interesting battle as they head along there. Look at the overspeed there of Michael Schmiedel, just squeezing to the inside through the Indianapolis King and into the left-hander. He locks up a little bit, but he has got it turned in. He's a bit onto the gravel, but he has pulled off that turn. I think he was carrying a bit more speed than he expected as a result of that slipstream.
Yeah, it was a bit of a wild moment really into Indianapolis there, and just about pulled it up with the lock-up, and yeah, a big slide as well through the right-hander, so that was a fairly scary moment for Michael Schmiedel, but it doesn't really matter because he's in the pit lane at the end of this lap. So he's made that move, but it may all come down to nothing in the end. This is his third last stop in the race. He'll be making 2 more, well, 1 full one after this, and then a little bit of a shorter one. So this could be the last time well, it might not be the last time he takes tyres. We'll wait and see. It just depends where he is in his cycle. I'm not entirely sure where he is. I think he might be on new tyres this stint, but I could be wrong. He's in 8th place at the moment anyway, and doing fairly well. Does he indeed come into the pit lane this time? Yes, he does, and Mario Trump follows him in, so Porsche and Porsche in together. Remains to be seen who's going to take tyres and who isn't, and we may well see these guys converge again by the end of the stint, but they are in together.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they're on the same stop time. So we shall see who comes out where and whether they swap over, because of course their pit boxes seem to be at very different places along the pit lane. You can see there's a bit of a gap between the both of them, and we'll wait for those stops to finish. Back up to the race leader, Azura Racing, Nick De Silva, the Australian, still at the wheel of that car, 2 minutes clear of David Mrozek, the second place Burst Esports Simplexity. And that LMP2 category has really stretched out throughout the course of the race. There's not too many to be battling in the cat class anyway, so we'll see how that all develops. Along the straight though, there doesn't seem to be too much for Nick De Silva to be worried about for now at least. He's just heading along. He's catching up to the number 27, Volgason Racing. That's to lap him one more time, which isn't going to be brilliant news for Varga and Marcel Shinchik, who's a very quick driver in LMP2. Mikhail Schmidl, though, has he come out behind the 399? No, he's not. He's come out ahead still, just through the Dunlop chicane. They both go. And Christian Heimarsch in that Porsche now. He has replaced the previous driver, and Varga as well. Varga have actually kept Mikhail Schmidl in the car. He's a quick driver. He's just pulled off that overtake before they had to come into the pit lane. And we'll see what Christian Heimarsch can do, because it's a different driver. He might be quicker than the previous ones. We'll see whether he's able to retaliate to that loss from Varga. 3 seconds back though, and he's only just in the car. He's got to get into his rhythm, which Mikhail Schmidl will have already succeeded in doing so, having done at least a stint, unlike Heimarsch. And it does seem that Heimarsch is dropping back slowly but surely. So we'll see whether he can retaliate on what's going to happen in GTE. I mean, Sim Racing for Holland closing up a little bit too. Jose Berenguer, that gap 9 seconds. And as well, a bit down the order, we've got Drive Game Seat Racing Team, 8.5 seconds off Blackhawk Racing, as this gap does continue to extend a little bit. And we've got one of the prototypes behind trying to find its way through.
Yeah, going to be getting through on the straight fairly easily there. So that's DX Droids getting in front of your name here. But yeah, you expect Michal Schmidl to pull away now from the 391 car at this point. And I reckon they've got more pace. The Varga Sim Racing car was in second place before their disconnection, let's not forget. So they have the pace to be up there, and I think they can finish 6th by the end of the day. However, it's not going to be enough for them to win the championship. They'll reduce the margin to 11 points by the end of it, if they manage to get into 6th, that is. But with Wave Freem Esports still well up there in 3rd place, Varga Sim Racing need to beat them. If they finish, if these two remain in the top 7, Wave Freem and Varga, it's basically whoever beats the other at this point. So they've got a long chase to try and do that, because Christian Margera is on lap 323, and Michal Schmidl has just started lap 321. So he's 2 laps down on Wave Freem Esports. So he's going to need some problems in the last 2.5 hours to win this one. But we've said that quite a lot in the last few moments. Really, a lot of these teams do need problems in the final 2.5 hours to otherwise the positions are going to be settled.
Yeah, speaking of problems, one team that had one quite a long time ago, I think it was about an hour and 15 minutes maybe ago, Undercover Sim Racing finally have been passed by Kasper Stolzer and Jean Alesi Esports. And as well as that, we've got Burst Esport Hungary DK coming into the pit lane, as well as Jose Berenguer. So that battle between the World of Sim Racing and Sim Racing for Holland is going to be put on hold until the next pit stop phase, really. But Christian Heimarsch, he's not really dropping back too much from Michal Schmidl, though. Staying about 3.6, 3.7 seconds behind, not too bad. But yeah, the race leader here. And what a fantastic race lead they have. 25 laps is the difference between the last LMP2 and the first GTE. But the difference between the first GTE and the next GTE is over a lap. So just a really comfortable lead for Aston Martin. And because they're GTEs, they seem to be a lot more reliable. And I think there's going to be a bit less of fear within this car than there might be in perhaps the Agera Racing number 2 at the lead of the overall race, which is going to be quite interesting, and it adds a slightly different dynamic to the overall race. But this is really interesting to see that I don't really know how they managed to pull off such a massive lead, to be honest. The Aston Martin just seems to be an absolute rocket ship in comparison to all the other guys. They're lapping quickest of the field, even though they are in the lead and they've got a comfortable lead, but they don't need to be doing quite such an amount of pace. So it's very impressive from them. Kasper Stolzer, a very quick driver, he's demonstrated, having done the start of the race and setting the fastest lap all the way back on the second lap of the race many hours ago. Only one of 2 GTE fastest laps that have broken into the 3-minute 49s, and that was a 3-minute 49.5 in fact, so nearly half a second, or at least half a second quicker than all the other teams, apart from the Vargason Racing car, which did a 3:49.8 as its fastest lap. But at the moment, you can see the Juicers Motorsports car pulling it into the pit lane. They are currently sitting in 21st overall, 11th in class. We'll see what position they come out in, because they'll probably get passed by Bradley Sellers and Rookie Monsters, as I don't think that car is coming into the pits. But at the moment, yeah, quite a few pit stops in GTE are beginning to take place, and we could start seeing the final set of tyres go on to each of these cars in the next set of pit stops, perhaps, because they can go most likely 2.5 hours.
Yeah, you might be able to, you can certainly imagine them going that far. It's going to be one more full stop after this, and then a little bit of a shorter one towards the end of this race. So, yeah, it's we're not too far away from, well, these guys definitely back timing from this point, but we're just doing it in our heads now about trying to figure out who's where and where they're going to be a little bit later on. Jose Berengal's been in the pit lane. He's come out 15 seconds in front of Michał Schmiedl. Let's not forget he had about an 8-second gap over Bert Knops, who's going to slot himself nicely in between those two, I do believe. So Michał Schmiedl might be able to try and overtake both of those guys in the near future, which is going to be very exciting indeed. Schmiedel's been very, very quick, as have all of his team actually, in this race. They did qualify 9th, not great in qualifying, but in the race they've been fantastic. And yeah, it's been Schmiedl who's been impressive, I would argue, so far. Although I haven't seen much of Wojtek Polesny in that car. I know he has been in there, just not when I've been here. So yeah, he's certainly, I didn't get to see him, but still, Schmiedel's been very impressive. And looking at 6th place for the moment. So back timing is definitely happening right now, and a few people are going to be panicking a little bit because they can't make it, and a few people are going to be delighted because they've nailed it. As we look at the yellow flag, or I try and find out what happened there, but I can't see anybody stop, so I think it's all okay.
Yeah, I'm having a look now. It doesn't seem to be anyone stopped on track, so I think it might have just been a brief spin, perhaps, from one of the cars. Everyone on my track map, at least, is still moving. So if there is a replay of what might have caused that, that'd be quite interesting. But at the moment, yeah, Michał Schmiedl, he's done a fantastic job. As you said, Wojtek Polesny, you've been commentating more than I have, and when I've been commentating, it's been with you. So you will have seen more of him than I have whilst commentating. But yeah, Varga have been doing a really good job trying to recover from that disconnection. And you got to give it to them to stay in the spirit of the race. So this is the Vargason Racing in LMP2. And yes, Marcel Shinchik seems to have stopped working, or at least his camera. But very quick driver there in that car. He's got an 86-second gap to the next car. And this is Alex Siebel there, driver, you can see, looking quite calm, just having a look around, probably taking in some of the data. Maybe the revs as well have been a quite large point of discussion But this car currently sitting in 6th place. 1 lap gap ahead and 1 lap gap behind. The last lap was a 3:30.2. So a decent lap, quicker than the car behind, but slower than the car ahead. 6th place is a decent point to finish, but just to finish this race is always an achievement, and it's not where they want to be. Of course, they were challenging for the lead of the race, and they were challenging for the championship. That has sort of gone out of the window, but they are going to come home anyway, and they're going to do it with grace. At least they haven't just given up in the face of adversity, which is good to see. It's great sportsmanship as well, because it adds to that sense of accomplishment Varga will feel, or Varga may feel, if they win the race, or if they finish where they currently are, and if Versace Esports finish where they currently are as well.
Yes, correct. So, looking at Alex Siebel at the moment, obviously he's in 6th place, as you just mentioned, a long way behind where Varga Sim Racing are. He recently became an FSR race winner for the first time in the World Championship, just a couple of weekends ago. Managed to clinch his first victory. He's a GPVWC Super League champion as well, so we know how good he is, certainly, in this one. So, yeah, he's coming into Indianapolis at the moment with 2.5 hours still remaining in this race. Burst Edger a lap behind David Serra, who's driving the DX Droids LMP2 just in front. In GTE, pit stop cycle is shaking out, but I'll tell you what we haven't done so far in this race. He has had an onboard lap with anybody, so I wonder if we can stay with Alex Siebel just for a moment and go on board with him in a few moments' time when we start this lap. Maybe we can go quiet and enjoy the engine sound for a few moments. I know we've been having that throughout most of the night, but no, it'd be nice to get an onboard lap on with someone at some point. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do that as we come into the final few corners. Yeah, we'll see if it happens, but it might not. We'll wait and see. Yeah, Siebel just completing lap number, what's that going to be? 354 at the end of this lap right now. He's 4 laps down at the moment, but he's still pushing hard. Let's go on board with Alex Siebel for a lap of Le Mans. There we are, lap on board with Alex Sewell getting a look at this Le Mans circuit with an LMP2 car and getting all the sights and sounds as well from that lap. A good lap as well from Alex Sewell. It was a 3-minute 29.3, second fastest of any LMP2 on that last lap. But now we're going to jump back to GTE because we do have a driver waiting for a quick interview at the moment, so we'll bring in Adam Baldwin in just a moment. I'm trying to look to see what that yellow flag's about, though. It's gone away, so we can now go to the interview. I'll just drag him up now. Hopefully this works. There we are. So Adam Baldwin now joining us from the number 74 Juices Motorsport Club. Currently you guys are down in 11th. Not the day you were really hoping for, I guess, with that disconnection, giving you that, sinking feeling and, a long road to recovery back for you guys. But how has it been? How have you been? What's the mood like, and in your recovery after that problem?
I think the great thing about racing at VEC is that even if you have a disconnection or an issue, you still have the rest of the race to fight back. And we encountered our issue very early. Unfortunately, we were included in the Great German Disco of 2021, and but one of our core values at Deuces is perseverance, and we're fighting through. We're trying to get back up into the top 10. We've just been having a lot of fun, and just want to thank Joao, Max, and Toon for being such great teammates through this race.
Yeah, you have got a pretty good team out here at the moment. Toon Lower is currently driving. What are they like to be driving with in this race? Because I know Toon's a very young driver as well.
Well, I feel old.
Oh. He's just got off the road, but carry on. He's okay. He's okay.
Oh, why would you do that to me too? He's getting exposure for the sponsors on the side of the car. No, I think he's doing a great job. This is his first Division 1 race. He just turned 17. I think we've had the advantage of sticking him in the car at all the difficult times of the night. That said, in Los Angeles right now, it's 4 a.m. in the morning, so my 30-year-old self is regretting everything. But the 17-year-old can hopefully keep it on the track and stay awake for the remaining time.
That is a good point. I didn't really quite realise that. I didn't quite take that into consideration, but it is very, very early for you at the moment. What's the team planning been like in preparation for this race in terms of the stints and so on? Because I would have expected you to be driving. It was in the middle of the night here in Europe, not middle of the night for you.
Well, we started pretty far back in the pack, and one of my big desires for the race was to actually start the race because it's so much fun in the early stages of Le Mans to be battling and drafting, and so honestly our driver lineup as well as stint planner was based on that, just me wanting to have some fun and then also wanting to end the race as well. So I'll be hopping in the car after Toon finishes up here, but honestly we wanted to get everyone drive time. Max and Toon have not been able to drive in the 74 in race conditions this year, and certainly this is a growing year for us. And so to get these really awesome drivers seat time as we prepare for next season as well is goal number one.
Yeah, absolutely, preparing for next season. But how overall? We're coming to the end of this race, coming to the end of this season. How would you kind of assess this season for you guys? Currently fourth place in the championship coming in. Looks like you're going to be maybe fifth by the end of it. How has it gone for you, overall? What's your feeling coming out of this season?
We just have a feeling of gratitude towards the competition, honestly. I've been doing this for a long time. Deuces has been doing this for a long time. We came back 3 years ago, and we were really fortunate to win the championship then. But I would describe the last couple of years of effort as being just as gratifying. We've put in the same effort. We've, I think, driven even better than our championship year, but that's just a testament to the quality of drivers at the VEC, and really a congratulations ahead of time to the champions in both P2 and GTE. I know that this race was impacted by some disconnections, among other things, but it's a whole season's body of work, and I think at the end of this year, I just have a huge sense of gratitude for VEC as an organization, for Jimmy as the race director and organizer of all of this, and for the competition as well. The quality of teams and quality of drivers has been second to none, and that's what makes it so enjoyable, disconnections or no.
Yes, absolutely. I'll reflect those certainly. So, thanks for coming to join us anyway, Adam. And I wish you luck with your final stint in the car. Enjoy that. Enjoy taking the flag a little bit later on.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Put the camera on us because we're gonna cause some trouble.
We will do. Thanks very much for coming to talk to us, Adam.
Cheers.
And we'll see you out there a little bit later on. There we go. Adam Baldwin from the Juices Motorsport Club number 74, still in 11th there, Hugo, and having a decent run to the end.
Yeah, they've just got to keep going, and you've heard their aspirations to get up into the top 10. 1 minute, no, sorry, not 1 hour. 1 minute 18 is the gap from them to the number 60, Cetras Nita Velix, Christian Michael at the wheel of that car. It is it's a big gap to make up in 2 hours 20 minutes. It could be possible. We'll see. You never know what's going to happen at the top end. And this is the guys that are going to be attempting to catch up to the championship leaders, but not for much longer by the looks of it. We'll see whether Christian Michael is able to keep going and fend off the Juices Motorsports Club car. We saw that Toonler went off the track, and that's why his last lap was a 3:55.6. We'll see what he can do next time around. I don't think he's quite reached the finish line yet to make his to complete that lap. But I've just seen as well, the Volante racing car, Donat Prodan, has had a spin, and his steering is apparently bent, which is definitely not what you want to be having. They think he just had a spin, so they're not really sure why the steering is bent. It is possible that he hits a cone or that it's his steering wheel itself. So we'll see what the developments are on that, and that might have been those yellow flags we were talking about earlier. But we'll see what Cetras Nita Velix can do. I mean, they're 35 seconds off the Dennis Duna and Sim Racing for Holland. That's a gap that could definitely be closed up. But also, with Juices Motorsports Club, they've got to be careful. They want to take 10th, but they've got to be careful not to lose 11th. They've got Alex Breutigam, that Black Hawk racing car, just behind them. It's 3.5 seconds up the road from them, which isn't too much, considering they've got to hold them off for 2 hours, 20 minutes by the looks of it. So we'll see how that car develops. It was a very interesting interview as well by Adam Baldwin. Learned quite a lot. It was good insight into how it's going for all of the teams on the ground, because of course we have quite a third-party perspective on the whole race. We don't really get to see into what's going on within each of the teams, so that's always excellent to see. And the Volante racing car is in the pits, and apparently there was no damage, so we'll see what developments come from that car. But yeah, at the moment, GTE once again looking to get rather spicy in the next few laps.
Yeah, thanks to Bots the Bodsunion in the YouTube chat, by the way, for giving us this information. And if you're watching on at home, then you'll be able to see it yourself as well. But yeah, he's handing us some information on that one. Marcel Cincy got overtook by Jesper Pedersen while we were at that interview as well. The gap's now 6 seconds, and it is growing as it is expected to do at this stage. Burst Esports consolidating their second place as things do stand in the order right now. But it's something that we don't really consider very much about this, the stint planning around this. We're always thinking about, what's the most efficient way to do this race, and how are they going to do it. But something that we don't often consider is that these guys actually have feelings and emotions. They do want to start the race from time to time. Sometimes they'll be like, you can start the race this time, I'll do it this time, and it can change around a little bit. But if depending on that, it kind of makes things a little bit tricky to plan for, really, because, we saw Adam Baldwin there. He wanted to start the race and finish the race, which is fair enough, but it also means he's had to stay up at silly times in the afternoon, in the morning. It's... We do forget, even for a professional team like Juices Motorsport Club that have won the Virtual Endurance Championship overall once in LMP1 all the way back in Season 3. They've won LMP2 back in Season 4. And then they came back 7 seasons later to win in Season 11 in the GTE class. They've completed, winning in 3 different classes. Exceptionally professional, but also their drivers have emotions and, they want to change it. It's not always about getting from start to finish most efficiently. It is about keeping your drivers happy as well.
Yeah, definitely. And it's good that they've sort of thrown two of their drivers out of the frying pan into the fire. They've gone straight into Le Mans as a first division race, as we saw with the interview there. Jin, his first race in I've just butchered that name, but his first race in the first division. And it seems that with the development from Bart Sebastian is that it's potential that the wheel that was being used there by Donut Prodan is maybe broken. It may need recalibration. Not entirely sure. It might have been quite an aggressive attempt at saving the spin, which may have led to some damage. And it could prompt a premature stop and a premature driver swap as well, because it's going to be very difficult to drive with a bent steering, because when you're driving along and you got it to one angle, it's very difficult to be precise and then also to catch it, because it's not natural to have it canted to one side. So we'll see what Valente Racing decide to do. They are currently in 25th overall, 16th in class, number 67 there. They got 1 minute 47 behind them. They can get away with a pit stop, and they should be all right if they need to do a driver swap. But Drive Game Seat Racing Team right now putting a lot of pressure onto, getting a lot of pressure, from Black Hawk Racing, but that gap has expanded monumentally. It was half a second. Tim Ulrich now dropping like a rock. He's already 12 seconds behind, but that's because he's pulled into the pit lane. So there was a potential for a battle there. It's not happened. But Alex Broisigam now on Tune Lure. We were just talking about Jesus Motorsports Club. That number 74 really under pressure now, and it looks like it might just be overtaken if he can defend it. So we'll see what the result of that battle is. It's underway quite heavily right now. Alex Siebel, though, is the guy we're looking at the moment. The Burst Edge Esports car still going along its way. You can see heading through the second of the Mulsanne chicanes. I always find it slightly faster than the first of the chicanes along the Mulsanne straight.
I don't think there's too much difference between them, but they're very similar, just go in a different direction. They're very similar indeed, as there's some more pit stops in GTE. Tune Lower and Alex Broughtingham is the closest battle going on out there on the circuit at the moment as well, trying to get a view as to where they are on the circuit geographically. But I can't for the moment. I think it might be down towards the first Mulsanne chicane. I think Broughtingham has just got through into the first Mulsanne chicane. So a good move from the Black Hawk Racing car, and he has now made that move stick. And Tune Lower is now behind. It's typical, though. As soon as we bring Adam Baldwin in for an interview, his car went straight off the road at the Mulsanne corner, went through the gravel trap. Fortunately, didn't get any damage, but they will have lost a bit of time.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see how that battle continues to emerge. But at the moment, there's a few battles. Yeah, that's an interesting one between Tune Lower and Alex Broisigam, who seems to have got past now. And that's going to put the number 74 down into 12th place. The Porsche overtaken by an Aston Martin. We know the Aston Martin is pretty strong in the straight lines. That probably wasn't the most... well, it did seem relatively difficult, actually, because they ding-donged slightly during that battle. But also, I think Tune Lower has been forced, or has gone off track at some point during that battle, because his previous lap was invalidated. There you can see him. He has been overtaken. He's actually got a prototype in between himself and Alex Broisigam. That's not ideal for him. That's going to slow him down slightly through the next stage. And battle for P2 apparently emerging through the pits, but it doesn't seem like that's going to change too much. Sancho is still holding second place by 50 seconds ahead of Christian Malguera. I don't think Tune Lower is going to be able to get past the Alex Broughtingham in 11th place. It seems that Black Hawk Racing car is really quite quick, and we'll see whether he can try and close up a little bit to the Cetres Nita Valley. It's quite far up the road, 1 minute 20 seconds. Although Tune Lower, that being said, still keeping a good distance, still keeping within 1 second of this Black Hawk Racing car. So he's definitely not letting that position go quite too easily.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fairly close between these two, but with just over 2 hours to go, we just saw Ibrahim Khan get into that car for Sancho. I believe Goran Djordjevic was in there before, so a bit of a driver change going on there, and with just this amount of time remaining, 2 hours 11 minutes, you get the feeling that the last driver changes are being made now. If you're getting into the car, then you'll be going to the end, And, 2 hours is a very manageable length of stint, really, for these guys to be making. So, final few driver changes now being made.
Yeah, this is really that stage of the race where those where you want to get the last driver in, because it's only a couple of seconds to swap a driver, but for some of these battles, a couple of seconds could mean quite a lot. But speaking of changes, I believe it is now Mr. Neil Heatley's time to hop back into the commentary box, and my time to leave you. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Thanks very much, Hugo. It's been a pleasure having you on, as always, for the 24 hours of Le Mans. It's me, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Neil Heatley for the final 2 hours of this race. And Neil, as I was just saying, the final drivers are getting into the cars. The final set of tyres are going onto the cars for some as well. And we're really getting down to the crunch time in this race, getting down right towards the end.
Yeah, just a little bit of time left here, just a couple of hours to go. And as you said, it is, it's currently still the same leaders as it was, I believe, when I left you a couple of hours ago. It's still Gio Racing and Jean Alesi leading the respective classes, but just having a look at timing tower, it now looks like that Jean Alesi's 2 laps ahead of second.
That could be a mistake. Wow, they are as well. I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah, just having a look at live timing, yeah.
I'm a bit puzzled because they should be pitting before Sancho, and how on earth has that happened? I've got no idea. But anyway,
I've just refreshed it. It's back into 1.
Yeah, it's refreshed itself. So I think we were waiting for Ibrahim Khan to come over the line again. So it looked like he was 2 laps down from where.
That's true. Okay,
yeah,
yes,
so
sense.
he's come over the line again. It's 1 lap. We're okay, but it is more than it was before. Certainly, Casper Stotz is coming down towards Mulsanne corner at the moment, and Ibrahim Khan is in the Tete Rouge moment in kind of region. I remember when you were on with Cam about 4 hours ago, maybe. That car, Casper Stotz, was only just getting past Ibrahim Khan to lap him for the first time, and now he's got almost the entire Mulsanne straight on him as well.
Yes, indeed, that entire Mulsanne straight is Marcel Chinchik is now in the pits in that 27 Vargas Sim Racing car, pitting from 3rd. He's got quite a gap behind him to Christian Palsen in the Go team at 2:47. Someone else is Alex Siebel in that number 28 Burst Edge Esports, but is it Siebel or is it Jordan?
It's Siebel. That's
okay.
Siebel, yeah.
It is actually Siebel, yes.
It is, yes. So we'll see if he gets out the car here. Well, he doesn't look like he's particularly ready to drive again, does he? Gets out, and it will be Jurnej Simoncic getting in, or will it?
No, it's not. Jordan? It's Dennis Jordan
they're doing
in.
an absolute real-life driving change. Look at that. There you go.
Jordan getting in the car.
Well, that is impressive. I don't think we've seen that in the history of the VEC, mainly because it's not allowed. But this, and you can see him making, a special emergency. In case you weren't with us earlier on, Dennis Jordan's PC had a disaster yesterday, and it wasn't able to use it at all. And so he had to drive to Alex Siebel's house in real life, and get into the car driving as he is right now on a different rig with different pedals, different steering wheel, different seat. Probably different everything, and you just saw him making a slight adjustment there. It's very, very kind of a difficult moment for him, getting used to all of this new stuff while having to, drive fast at the same time.
Yes, indeed, it's going to be interesting to see what sort of speed Jordan can do for the rest of this race. I say the rest of this race. I presume that he's going to be doing the last 2 and a bit hours, as there's Marcel Chinchik in 3rd place. You can see that 108 seconds behind second, 108 seconds behind that Simplexity car.
He's taking it so easy on that engine. You can just tell, by the way, that car has done a 3-minute 34.4 on that last lap. It was 7 seconds slower than Jesper Pedersen in front of him. He's got 90 seconds over Christian Palsen, but the important gap is to Alex Siebel, who's got 1 lap to the car in front, which has a lap to the car in front of it, and then another 90 seconds. And there's a big gap between Chinchik and Alex Siebel at the moment, 3 laps as well as anything else. So, that's approaching 10 minutes. These guys can have an absolute disaster and still win this championship. They can slow down an awful lot, but they cannot afford to blow their engine. That's why they're going so slowly.
Yeah, blowing that engine would certainly not be a good thing for them, especially because Varga are currently got one hand on the championship, and of course, if they DNF now, that's the championship gone. It goes back to the 28.
Yes, indeed it would. We'll just take it. We'll just take a look at the championship standings. I know we can't on the screen for you, but I'll quickly do some maths and tell you about the standings. So in LMP2, as you've just mentioned, Varga Sim Racing currently are going to take the title and increase their lead in that standing as well to 14 points over Burst Edge Esports by the end of these standings. With the Gira Racing, who are currently leading, will be in third place in the LMP2 standings at the end of the season. In GTE, it's going to be Wavefree Esports who are going to jump up from second place at the start of the day to first by the end of it. And Varga are also going to jump up to second place in the championship standings. Wavefree Esports extending their margin over Varga by 11 points here today. At the moment, they came in with a 2-point advantage, so you do the maths. 13 points between the two of them. It looks like Wavefree are going to overcome the heartbreak of last year. They missed out in LMP2 by a very, very small margin indeed, and they're going to kind of heal that pain with a victory in GTE this season.
Yes, and of course the victory. They obviously want that victory at some point, but I'm sure they could I'm sure they can cope with winning the championship without taking a victory at some point. I'm sure they can cope with that.
I mean, it's very impressive, isn't it? Really, the consistency you've got to do that. It's very impressive.
Yeah, that incredible consistency that they've shown. And, well, yes, just having a look at the standings, let's have a look at that Wavefree car. Well, I make that about 3 podiums, I think. They've had 3 seconds. And then a good raft of 4th, 5th, and 6th as well. So they have been incredibly consistent throughout the entire season. To be honest, that's what you really need in endurance racing, is that consistency.
Yeah, 2 second places. They've had a couple of 4ths as well. I think a couple of 5ths. So yeah, very, really, really consistent. And they've not scored any lower than 12 points in this standing. That was a, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what position that is actually. But certainly it is up inside the top 10 comfortably. Might well be inside the top 8 as well. So yeah, they've been very, very consistent. Whereas, for example, Naito Velix came 15th for Indianapolis. That's a poor result for those guys. And Varga Sim Racing only came at 13th at the very first round in Silverstone. They had a pretty poor race at Sebring as well. So, yeah, you know, it's these kind of results do add up. Even though they did score points, they didn't score as many points as Wavefree. So even though they haven't won a race, they've still been collecting them a lot more readily than the Naito Velix and Varga. And, you know, given the fact that those two cars have had disconnections here this weekend, that's started to pile up on top of them. If they had a perfect race, then Varga would have won this championship, and they were winning the championship for a very long time, but it's not worked out that way, and some of those bad races are coming back to bite them.
Yeah, really, it's like what I said earlier. You can have maybe 1 bad race. You can maybe have 2, depending on what your competitors do. But as soon as you hit that 3rd bad race, that's kind of your hopes of a championship gone.
Speaking of bad races, there are a couple going on in LMP2, really, aren't there? Burst Edge Esports have not finished off of the podium all season long. 8 races long, and they've not been off the podium. The kind of staggering thing is that they're not leading the championship despite that record. But the other thing about that is the fact that they're not going to get a podium here today without divine intervention. So, you know, they're a long way off that right now. And that's a really good record for them. 8 races in a row, all podiums. I'm afraid it's going to fall this time. It's a good effort from them, but it is kind of staggering that even podiums in all of the races is not enough in LMP2.
Yes, and these races, again, like you said, they've not been off the podium all season. Again, incredible consistency from that team. But again, the question is, could they win the championship at the moment? The answer is no, just because they had that unfortunate DNF with last night. I think I was on, oh no, it was with Cameron last night, actually. I was commentating, and the weather here in Germany was playing havoc with the internet last night. And we had essentially people who were all racing from Germany disconnect at essentially the same time.
Yeah, it was Alex Seymour disconnected, so did Christian Mikel, those guys championship contenders, and then Maximilian Kalnic as well. We were informed earlier this morning that Deuces Motorsport Club were a victim of that Germany disconnect, as well as another driver, Tim Ulrich, who was driving for Blackhawk Racing at the time. So, yeah, it's struck a few, I'm afraid, and yeah, that's a shame for those guys. Speaking of issues, by the way, we've got one for Volante Racing in the 67. They're 24th overall, 15th in class right now, and Donat Prodan is having some problems, either with his wheel or some damage in the game. Whatever it was, it didn't fix itself under the last stop. They're speaking about maybe doing a recalibration in a pit stop, but that might be too risky to do while in the game right now. So they're thinking about a driver change, and I can see a couple of drivers are in there right now. Bots the Bonzian, who's chatting away in the YouTube chat at the moment, and Alejandro Lopez Ayona, who I know declared to everybody that was his last stint when he last got out of the car an hour and a half ago or so. He declared that was his last stint in the car, but he might have to go again here.
Yeah, and again, it's these sort of things that just sometimes throw havoc on your plans. The best played plans can always go wrong. It appears that is what has happened for that car. But again, you can just never tell what's going to happen in an endurance race. As we're now having a look at that number 67 Volante Racing car, Donat Prodan currently driving 75 seconds to the car in front. Of course, it was Lopez Arjano did a lot of driving in that car, and he showed some very, very good pace. But an incident during the night meant that they have dropped down the order. They were fighting for a top 5 position after about 6-7 hours, but they're now down in 15th, just making their way to the end of the race. Having a look at the live timing, which of course you can find at simracing.club/D1-live-timing. You can see that, for example, the 339 ground effect sim racing car of Sergio Bakker is currently in the pits. And you can also see there's only 3.5 seconds in the battle for 6th in the GTEs. It's Michael Smeedle in the 69 Vargas Sim Racing car against the 52 World of Sim Racing with Jose Bangoya in that car. And again, as I said, 3.5-4 seconds separating them. But you've got to think, if these two get in the battle, you've got to have a look right behind you in the 391 Your Name Your Racing car. Christian Heinmarsch is currently in that car. He's only 8.5 seconds back from them. So should these two get in a battle, that Your Name Your Racing car could certainly come into the mix for that battle for 6.
Yeah, they certainly could. Michał Schmidl has just got through in that battle, by the way, so it's now up to Christian Heinmarsch to get up to the back of Jose Barragão and make his way through, but they're not too far away from pit stops, these guys, I don't think. Vargas Sim Racing, the car driven by Michał Schmidl at the moment, is only 5 laps away at the end of the next lap, and these guys not too long after, so yeah, they're not too far away. At the moment, we could see a battle commence between those guys, but it's certainly going to be close. Vargas Sim Racing have looked like they have recovered to 6th place. It might be all they get from this race, but it's been a valiant effort from them. They disconnected at around 6 a.m. in Europe this morning, so it was about 7 hours ago now. They've not had that long to recover, especially compared with the likes of Christian Mikel, who has had a long time to recover here for Nitro Bellex. That happened a long, long time ago now. But Michał Schmidl and Vargas Sim Racing have not had that long to recover, really. So they've done a pretty decent job, all things considered. They were running in 2nd place in a championship winning position, but I'm afraid it's not quite turned out as well as they were hoping for. They're down to 6th place right now, and they are praying for some problems.
You've got to remember though, 6th place isn't that bad during a 24-hour race, but it's obviously not as good as what they would have liked. Jose Barragão in that World of Sim Racing car, though, is trying to take away that 6th place position. Just 4.7 seconds now, so perhaps just falling back ever so slightly, but I say that it's always these gaps ebbing and flowing, growing larger and smaller, just depending on where the various cars are strong on the circuit and depending on where they catch traffic.
Yeah, it does affect things quite badly. Let's see where those guys are at the moment. 78, that's the other World of Sim Racing car, isn't it? That I'm looking at there. Where's the 52? It looks like it's in actually a clump of GTEs. You can just see in the background of that shot there, looking towards the Mulsanne chicane. They're in a bit of a clump of them, or they're just in front of this camera shot. It's in a bit of a clump of them. Here's Christian Hindmarsh, 8 seconds back right now, with a couple of LMP2s behind. That's the race leader. Nick, or not Nick, is it still Nick De Silva at the wheel? No, it's not. It's Jordi Zwares, who looks like he's going to take that car to the end. He's currently in the lead by over 2 minutes to Jesper Pedersen. And it's a great story, actually, Jordi Zwares, for Ajira Racing. Ajira themselves were runners-up last year in the hypercar category, but Jordi Zwares was part of Singularity, and he won the race. And 2 years ago, when we had an LMP2 victory overall, because it was the top class in season 11, Zwares won in that one as well. So it looks like it's going to be 3 overall Le Mans victories on the bounce for Jordi Zwares, which is an absolutely phenomenal achievement for him.
Yeah, we were saying this earlier. Zwares is such a versatile driver and such an incredible driver, especially in these LMP2 cars, and it's going to be fun to see if he can hold on to that winning position as it stands. But here we go. Here's Christian Hindmarsh in that 391 car, the Your Name Here racing car, and that gap has come down ever so slightly. It's now 7 seconds, and so that's came down by about a second since we began covering this battle.
It has indeed. It was a big chunk, actually, he took out of him last time. Sorry, not last time around, but the time before. 2.6 seconds. So that's a fairly hefty amount. But I saw Jose Barangao especially struggling through this section of the circuit right here, the Porsche curves, which is very, very difficult. You might be able to imagine. Hindmarsh on the limit right now, as you can see, in the Porsche coming through Corvette. And then Maison Blanche as well before the Ford chicanes at the very end of the lap, as he gains about a second just through the Porsche curves alone. I guess that is where the tyres make quite a lot of difference. It's the most technical portion of the racetrack, and also they're going to make a pretty big difference through the Ford chicanes at the end of the lap here as well. So, yeah, this is where Hindmarsh really needs to push, and he does push to try and make up as much time as possible.
And this really is the time to push. 2 hours to go, less than 2 hours to go. Here at Le Mans, 1 hour and 53 minutes, and Hindmarsh is really pushing to try and get that top 6 position. Of course, that Your Name Here racing car, just having a look at the standings. Where are they overall in the standings? As it is, they're 17th with 429 points. With a good result here, you've got to remember you've got the 50 participation points, plus whatever you finish with, they could have a good chance at maybe finishing 13th or 12th in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, the guys in front looking up towards those guys who they're beating at the moment, like Volante Racing, Black Hawk Racing, 77. They're beating those guys at the moment. They're also beating the 78 World of Sim Racing car. And who else? Satellite Racing, Speedy Mike Racing. So everybody up to 12th, they're beating at the moment. And they're only, let's say, 15... let's have a look. 35 points behind Speedy Mart Racing in 12th. So, yeah, they could really make big strides forward in the championship here, move themselves up into 12th place. I have to say, though, in recent years, because there's been so many divisions in the Virtual Endurance Championship, we've had many different championships to focus on. But I have to say, the addition of one big championship in Season 13 has been, I think, a brilliant addition in this one, because the participation points are a great idea. And then the position points for actually doing well in your race, I think they've been balanced really well. And yeah, I think they're an absolutely fantastic addition for this season. I hope they stay.
Yeah, there are many teams that we've seen that we hope that would stay, because a lot of these teams are so good, and you know, a lot of these teams have shown flashes of pace here and there, but perhaps not been able to get an entire race strung together. We're having a look at the 81 car at the moment. This is Nick Westphal. I think this is one of these teams. You know, they've been pretty quick. They've been up there for a few races, but just haven't been able to string a full race together.
Not really at the moment. It's Alex Broughtingham currently driving that car. This is Nick Westphal's Black Hawk Racing car. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. So that's Nick Westphal. Chasing down Donut Prodan at the moment. 9/10 of a second he took out of him on that last lap. And so we may see a battle between the two of them. Caspian Motorsport not too far behind them, but they are a little bit further behind. because of the issues that they had. Oh, that's a big slide. Wow, that was impressive though. Good save from Nick Westphal, but not the fastest way to do Indianapolis. They're completely sideways.
Not with that attitude. Drifting could well be the new fastest way. We'll just have to wait and see. But yes, a drift around Indianapolis is not necessarily the thing that you want, especially to try and save these tyres, because all of these drivers are going to be double or treble stinting the tyres. And with a big slide like that, you get the temperature all the way up, and that really, really hurts the wear of the tyre.
Yeah, it does indeed. So they've just got to watch out for that. Christian Mikel, by the way, came in the pit lane on the last lap, so he'll be making a one more stop now. And that will see him through to the end of the race here in GTE. A little bit more complicated to work out in LMP2 because Jordi Reyes is into the pit lane right now. That is on schedule, but he's still going to make probably 2 more stops after this one, quite possibly. Let's try and figure that one out. Yeah, it's going to be another couple of stints, another 3 stints probably. So still a fair way to go for these guys in LMP2, but they're making an awful lot of pit stops around it. Every 10 laps, they're making a pit stop. So I call this the 37th pit stop for Jordi Reyes and Azure Racing at the moment. It's a staggering amount of stops for the LMP2 cars.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what these LMP2 cars, whether they can maybe stretch the fuel so they have to do one less stop. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do in terms of fuel mileage.
It is indeed. They're not going to be able to do it on 1 more stop. It's going to be 2 at this point in the race, because otherwise they'd have to do 55 minutes, and there's absolutely no way you're going to be able to do that unless you crawl around this circuit, which obviously these guys are not going to do. So it's going to be 2 more stops for these guys, but shorter stops towards the end of this race. It's going to be about 40-minute stints, or 35-minute stints, somewhere in that kind of region, which is not bad at all to be focusing on for these guys. So yeah, we'll see what happens with those. Closest battles going on are mainly between Donat Prodan and Nick Westphal. We were looking at it a few moments ago, but this is Marcel Chinzik, just under 2 hours away from a famous championship victory here for Varga Sim Racing. Don't believe they've had much success in the Virtual Endurance Championship before, but the way they have just absolutely turned this car up to 11 pretty much. They've been absolutely fantastic this season, Varga Sim Racing. Unbeatable at times. Slightly more beatable here at Le Mans, but you know, their pace this season has just been too much to live with.
Yeah, they have been incredibly fast, as you said, and just a little bit too much to live with as it stands. Well, I say as it stands, we have, of course, got another about 110 minutes to go. Anything can happen in these final hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah, anything can happen, and we'll see if see what does, as Jesper Pedersen also comes into the pit lane from second place. Burst Esports Simplexity, currently looking for a decent result. We're right up there and could have helped their teammates in the end, but it's not turned out that way. Burst Edge Esports down in 6th place. Alex Siebel not driving that car anymore. It's Dennis Jordan taking that car to the end. He was supposed to be starting the race as well until the issues hit, as we saw. So it's been a pretty good drive from those guys. The battle I'm kind of monitoring close in LMP2 though, even though it's not that close right now, is between Varga and Go Team Racing. Marcel Chinchik is being caught by Christian Pallesen here. 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining in this race. I don't quite know if there's enough time left in this race, but personally I would love to see this Go Team Racing car get a podium. And, you know, you just see the way that Varga Sim Racing car is going around at the moment. They're driving so slowly to protect the car that, you know, there is a chance. There is a door opening. There's a door ajar for Go Team Racing to get their foot in right now and maybe even get a Le Mans podium.
Yeah, there is a small chance as it stands, but yes, as you said, just they're not. I don't think they're driving at 100%. They're just trying to keep that engine alive and try and make sure they reach the end of the race, because that's all they need to do. They just need to reach the end.
They complete another lap right now. Marcel Chinchik over the line to complete lap 369 with a 3 minute 28.4, and that is not bad at all. A little bit slower than Pallesen, but still not bad at all. In terms of a lap record for LMP2 cars around here, the best we have seen is 397 laps, which is actually the Le Mans lap record in real life. We can go a lot faster than that in the rFactor 2 sim in a LMP1 or a hypercar. We have done in the past. But are we going to get a new lap record in the LMP2 class this time around? Jordi Survivors has just come over the line again, and he needs to complete 27 more laps after this one in 1 hour 45. Now, I can't do that maths quite so quickly, but from the rough maths that are in my head right now, I think it's going to be close. But I'm not entirely sure which way it's going to go, really. The way it's gone, it's ideal for a lap record, isn't it, really? Perfect conditions out here today. Absolutely beautiful. No rain, no code 80s so far. And the only thing holding them back, really, is the amount of GTE cars. However, I don't think it's even held them back that much, because if you think about the retirements in this race, we've only got 20 remaining, and we've only had 20 GTE cars for the last since 2 hours gone in this race. So I don't think the amount of GTEs is holding them up either. I think this is, prime lap record territory, or if we don't do that, then we're going to get very, very close.
Yeah, those 397 laps are in sight. And as you said, excuse me, having a look at lifetime, we just completed lap 369. We're now on to lap, well, no, we've now completed 370 laps, actually, according to Jordi Survivors. So that means 27 laps within an hour and 40 minutes. I'm pretty sure they can do that.
Quite possibly. Let's hope so. Anyway, if you want to see a lap record at home, then we'll be hoping so. Michal Sedlacek has got into the Varga Sim Racing car for the final time here today. 1 hour and 44 remaining. And he'll be taking that car to the flag. He qualified the car as well as starting the car earlier on Sunday afternoon. Saturday afternoon. We're on Sunday now. Nearly 24 hours after the fact. So, they're out now. Sedlacek is about 13 seconds in front of Hindmarsh. And Mikel is 17 seconds behind the On Him Here Racing. That section of the GTE field, from Varga Sim Racing down to Rookie Monsters, there are some very small gaps there, and we could see some battles developing in GTE, which has always delivered throughout this race, and it is delivering again.
Yeah, these races always deliver, as you said, and we're still having a... Hang on, let me get the correct tab up. That would be quite helpful, actually. We're having a look at Marcel Chinchik, 51 seconds behind second place, but he doesn't really care about that. He's just looking at that delta. Someone who is in the pits is Alex Podium in the 81 Blackhawk car from 11th place in class. Same goes for the Speedomite 71. 18th in class. Ollie McGarren currently driving that. Those are both GTs in the pits. And in LP2 that's just come into the pits is a 330 DX Droids car with David Serra at the wheel.
As indeed. And I've not seen very much of him actually here today. So he's in that car right now. And looking to maybe end this race, or indeed get out car now and let somebody else finish off this race. We'll wait and see. But we've had some more news down from Volante Racing, who are currently down in 15th position in GTE. Donat Prodan is having a bit of a problem with his wheel at the moment. The calibration has been informed to him of how to do it while in the pit stop. Not sure when their next pit stop actually is, but when they do have the next pit stop, they're going to recalibrate it and try to recalibrate it anyway. They've decided to just brave it instead of doing a driver change in this one. So now he knows how to recalibrate it. If he didn't before, then he's definitely been informed now. And they're going to try and do it at the next pit stop. It's a risky business, but they're going to just risk it for a chocolate biscuit here and just see what happens.
Yeah, I think they may just as well risk it as it stands and just keep Donut in the car until the end of the race. He's got 16 seconds to the car ahead. He's also got to keep an eye in that rear view mirror. The car behind the Volante car is only 3 seconds behind, and that's Nick Westphal in the 77 Blackhawk.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just in the background of that shot there.
Yeah.
Just saw him. The flashes of the black, white and red of the Blackhawk Ferrari. That is the number 77 in the background there. It's one of those cars who may well be leapfrogged by Your Name Here Racing, who are having such a great race here today. So yeah, we'll see if that happens, and any points may be crucial. Let's not forget it's 1.5 times points here today, so 45 for a win, going all the way down to 20th here for this race. You get 2 points for coming in 20th, as Donat Prodan is going to clear one of the Speedy Mike cars. It's got to be Ollie McGowan in the 71, because the 51, I'm afraid, is out of the race. Andy Dixie, after only 31 laps. It's been a strange race in GTE, especially in terms of the retirements. All 4 of them have happened in the first 2 hours, and then none after that. I've never seen that before. I was getting a little bit worried about the attrition rate after 2 hours, but we've not seen any for over 20 hours now, and that is a rarity.
Yeah, I think that's probably even better than... I don't think we've even seen that in real life before, but yes, as you said, it is a rarity. Just goes to show the again, the consistency of all of these GT drivers to manage to make sure that there were no GT retirements in 20 hours. That is fantastic. So we're now having a look still at Donut Prodan. Can we see the Blackhawk car? There you go, just in the background, ominously accelerating out of Mulsanne.
He is indeed. Prodan's not actually that far behind another car in front, actually, of Cavagnino, excuse me, for Drive Game C. That's the 252, qualified in second place, but fell back rapidly with Filippo Caneo early on in this race. So, yeah, they're down in 14th now. Nearly 3 minutes behind Adam Baldwin, who's got into that Juice's Motorsport Club car for the final time. He'll be taking that one to the flag, as One Move Esports are also in to the pit lane right now. Johan Kurjan is in that car right now, but Dennis Duna is about 1 minute and 20 behind. Car did come into the pit lane there for in GTE. Wood of Sim Racing have now been in, I believe, although they may have been before. But anyway, those pit stops starting to shake themselves out in GTE just for the moment. So yeah, one pit stop to go after this one. We're really getting down towards the end now. The final 100 minutes of this race now.
Yes, an hour and 40, which means pretty much, I think, if I managed to time it correctly, if a GT car stopped now, they'd be able to make it back on one more stop, I think.
Yes, I believe that will be correct. Even though we're at Le Mans with some very high fuel numbers around here in terms of the amount that these guys are consuming, that I believe that will still be the case at the moment. Even Varga or any other Porsche team who are restricted to 14 laps here, as a Juice's Motorsport Club, you might be able to imagine, in this race, they can only do 14 laps on a stint here, and considering it's under 4 minute lap, that is less than an hour for these guys, excuse me. Well, it might be just over, but anyway, it's not long compared to what we normally see for these guys. Adam Bowman over the line, they've got nearly 38 seconds up to Alex Broughtingham, and he'll do well to catch him, although he did do the fastest lap of any GTE car on that last lap. Even better than the likes of Ibrahim Khan up front, who's going pretty quickly at the moment. So Baldwin clearly still going very quickly, especially considering that I believe it's about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, where he is in the USA at the moment. I believe he's on the West Coast. So, yeah, that's a very early morning drive for him at the moment, but clearly still very sharp.
I'm just trying to remember. Well, I know the West Coast is -6. Sorry, the East Coast is -6 from me, so it's -5 from you. The West Coast must be
yes.
-8 from you, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I think
how
it's 3
West
hours
Coast.
the time difference in America across the country.
I thought it might have been 4, but I'm not entirely sure. If I'm honest, somebody will know. But we don't for the moment. It's certainly very early anyway. Even if for any American, it'd be on the East Coast. It'd be 7:30 at the moment, which is still fairly early to be driving, especially considering that you've got to wake up and kind of get yourself come around and really get going at a decent pace. So yeah, very early for Adam Baldwin, who is in LA at the moment, which is 8 hours behind the UK, meaning it's 4:30. Is that maths right? Yeah, 4:30. That's more than I thought. But yeah, apparently that is correct. I swear he said to us that it was 4:30 for him when he was on an interview with us about an hour ago. But anyway, it's very early anyway, and he's still going well at the moment. Going well as well, Christian Heinmarsch closing down on Jose Beringau at the moment in a battle for 8th place in GTE. We'll see if there's where they are on the circuit. I'm trying to see where they are, but here they are, just coming down to the first Mulsanne chicane. He's going to get a bit of a slipstream off of one of the Waveframe cars, which is helpful here for Heinmarsch, but I think he was just slowed up ever so slightly because the gap did creep over 3 seconds. If that's the car that's in front of him, no, it's not. I think he's putting a lap on that car, but either way, altercations with lap cars, not really what you want before getting on with this race.
Yeah, Heinmarsch is trying to close down that gap, as we said, and of course beforehand we were talking about it was about 8 seconds. It's now down to 2.5. That Your Name Here racing car is certainly showing some pace in the final stages of this race, and it's just 2.5 seconds, as we said, and it's really going to be a question of where can Heinmarsch make that move once he reaches the rear wing.
That was a very big slide coming through the second chicane there for Christian Heinmarsch. Clearly on the ragged edge with that Porsche at the moment, pushing it hard and trying to close that gap down. 2.5 seconds between the two of them. They are very, very similar pit strategies with only one pit stop to go, and this is really the most exciting portion of an endurance race, isn't it? The final pit strategies have really been set out, and now they're really coming to the fore. Dennis Duna, by the way, has got out in that Sim Racing for Holland car. He's in 6th place. That's a fantastic drive for the 451 team, who were off the back and dead last by the end of the first few laps of this 24 Hours of Le Mans. They're up to 6th. A great recovery drive from them. Remains to be seen whether they can hold back Michael Sedlacek, and I think it's going to be a tall order for them, but what a great drive.
Yeah, it's a great recovery drive from that 451 car. Of course, Sim Racing for Holland started off with they had a win in 2 seconds in the first 3 races, and that gave them 80 points. But since then, since race 4 onwards, they've only scored 20. So really, it was an incredibly strong start for them, and they've just petered out since race 4.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that's down to. Can't put it down to the Corvette, really, because Sancho won in a Corvette last race. I don't really know what's quite gone on there. But it's certainly a shame. Sim Racing for Holland were right up there and having a fantastic season. It's not turned out to be in the end for those guys. But I think 6th place would still be a good result for them. Let's focus back in on Jose Beringau and Christian Heinmarsch, though. Would Sim Racing, for me, have been a little bit disappointing this season, but a little bit below where I was expecting them, because they are a top team. The 78 team is doing the best of them, I believe. The 52 is. They're in 11th place in the standings. They haven't really even got a podium in this race, which is a little bit of a shame to see for those guys. Was expecting a little bit more, as I say, but an 8th position here, especially considering where they were at the start of this race, down 15th place and lower. That's a good recovery for those guys as well, but maybe could have expected a little bit more from this season. It's not been too bad, but maybe next time there'll be a bit more of a championship challenge for them.
Yeah, they've got 11 seconds to car ahead, and that means, well, they've really dropped back with that 11-second gap, haven't they? Because we were saying earlier with, I think it was when they were almost fighting with Varga, that gap was only about 5 seconds. So they've dropped back by about 5 seconds and into the clutches of the 391 car, just 2.2 seconds gap between them. Now you can just see it in the background there, along with the Wayframe car.
Yeah, absolutely. Jose Beringau himself, I believe, is he catching Sedlacek? No, not really, actually. So he lost a second and a half on that last lap, and is falling behind. Christian Heinmarsch is closing in, though. A second on that last lap. It's now 2 seconds overall. So, battle. I'm hoping that a battle's going to commence between those guys. Alex Siebel, or Dennis Jordan driving Alex Siebel, under Alex Siebel's name, is in the car, in the pit lane at the moment. Excuse me. An hour and a half to go for those guys, but it's still we'd be thinking at this point in a normal race that maybe on a normal circuit that will be okay for you to get to the end on one more stop. But with the fuel consumption around Le Mans, there's no way you can make 45 minutes work on a tank of fuel. It's more like 35 minutes, which is really a short amount of time.
It'd help if I unmuted my microphone before I made a point, wouldn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, the 35 minutes you're saying, that's because Le Mans is flat out. Essentially, all of it is flat out. The main parts where you are not flat out, really, the Dunlop chicane, the two Mulsanne chicanes, Mulsanne Corner, Indianapolis, Arnage, and the chicanes at the end of the lap, and that's kind of it. Everything else is almost full throttle.
Yeah, it's an awfully long time around here, and that's why fuel saving so earlier on in the race was so important. Why we were talking about it so much and focusing in on it, because it was very important. 90 minutes to go then in the Le Mans 24 hours here, the final race of the Virtual Endurance Championships 13th season. It's the 7th time we have ended off our season here at Le Mans, and seventh time we've ended with the 24 hours of Le Mans, I should add. And what better way to end it, really? It's a fantastic place to end. Race in isolation is difficult enough, but adding in championship intrigue as well, it's been a very, very good race indeed. Championship leaders have come to the fore now, though. Vargas Sim Racing in LMP2, Waveframe Esports in GTE as well. They've really started to take charge of these championships, and they're running well out front of those in terms of the points at the moment, as Michal Sedlacek, I thought he had a bit of a problem there, but he's just 1.6 seconds behind Dennis Duna at the moment, and he's closing rather rapidly, so it's hard to know where to look here, because we've got Dennis Duna being caught, we've got Jose Berenguer being caught, and we've got Samuele Cavagnino being caught as well by a couple of cars, so it's very, very difficult to know where to look at the moment, because we've got 3 different battles in GTE.
Yes, we're currently looking at the one for 15th position. Is Nick Westphal trying to attack Volante Racing, Donut Podium in that 67 car. They're making their way out of the second Mulsanne chicane, over the hump and down towards Mulsanne Corner itself. And 2.3 seconds, 2.2 seconds only the gap, but I think I just saw there's a little bit of traffic for the 67 car. Indeed, they've got a faster GT car behind that's trying to lap them, so at some point that 67 car is going to have to let off the throttle and let that other GT car pass, and obviously that's really going to help Westphal.
It is indeed, although he's going to get a bit of a slipstream off of him, to be fair, so it's all swings and roundabouts really. The closest battle in GTE at the moment is for 6th place, and that's Vargas Sim Racing catching Sim Racing for Holland really quite quickly, 3.2 seconds on the last lap as they come to complete another one in the not too distant future. But it's really coming down very, very quickly now. 0.5 of a second. Sedlacek looking at 6th place. If he was to be able to get through here, then he would reduce the championship margin to 11 points. But if he wants to win the title, then he needs to catch Waveframe Esports and pass them as well. And given that he's 2 laps behind, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to do that with only 90 minutes remaining, less than that now. So here he is, Michal Sedlacek on the back of the Corvette. Surprised he's not been able to get through just yet, but he's just starting to probe and get close. Maybe there's a move into the Mulsanne Corner, but it's not an easy braking zone in a GTE car. You do really have to think about it quite hard, and it can get tricky, especially if you're side by side. Sedlacek, is he going to make a dive here? No, not quite. Dennis Duna holds on just for the moment as Ollie McGowan gets a penalty. You see at the top left-hand side of your screen. But Michal Sedlacek zoned in that Corvette. You can barely see the Porsche behind the wider Sim Racing for Holland car at the moment. But Sedlacek right in the slipstream, pulls to the inside towards Indianapolis right now as they go side by side towards those famous corners. Right-hander first, it's where it's going to get tricky. But Sedlacek is through even before he has to negotiate the corner.
Yeah, and Sim Racing for Holland just letting him pass because they know, well, they're going to have a 7th position as it stands. It's a very good result for them considering the second half of the season. And of course, Sedlacek is still a championship contender, so there is still a very small chance that they can win the championship, and the last thing you want to do is crash out a championship contender in the last race of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah. Let's check into 6th place, and championship margin now 11 points. Nigel Velix are a little bit further behind Amarta. Christian Mikel's driving that car at the moment. He's in 10th place, and he will be dropping a good 15 points today on Wave 3 Esports, who have easily overhauled that 7-point margin that they came in with. So 8 points Wave 3 Esports are going to win it by, but top 3 separated by 11 points after a long season of 9 races, the longest VEC season we believe. Yeah, that is impressive, having 3 cars so well matched over a whole season.
Not only the longest in terms of races, but also longest in terms of time. But as you said, still so good to see these 3 cars still as close. Here at Le Mans, here we go. This is Christian Michel, and that number 60, Cetra's Nitrovex car. 31 seconds to get up into 9th, though, and obviously 3 laps behind the leader.
He is indeed. Let's not forget about that disconnection that they had, which set them back, but they really didn't have the pace either in this race to really do anything. So, yeah, it's a shame, but it's the way things have gone. Here's Christian Heinmarsch. This is the battle for 8th between himself and Jose Barangao. It's an all-Porsche battle. Less than a second between the two now. The slipstream will be really in full effect for him on the Mulsanne straight. You can see this split screen right now. The trackside cameras and the bumper cam from the Your Name Here racing car, and you'll see that black and gold livery coming closer and closer to the view of this fluorescent yellow livery you can see on the Your Name Here racing car. And in the slipstream right now, 8 tenths of a second. He's going to draft up to the back of the first chicane, but nowhere near close enough to make a move. It does get a little bit different in GT when you're battling a car with the same, or the same car as you, should I say. You know, the strengths and weaknesses, I would argue, are a little bit harder to work out. It's very obvious sometimes when you're in different cars where the strengths and weaknesses of that car actually are. Sometimes you even know before the race and you can take that into a battle, but when you're following another car that is the same with you, you kind of have to work it out on the road because it is all down to setup, and after all, their setup might actually be similar to yours, and that makes it trickier as well. Into the second chicane they come again, and Heinmarsch continues to get closer. Look at the way he got up to the back of that car in front, Beringauer into the braking zone. Very, very late on the brakes there.
And as you were saying about the same marks, one of the worst things you can find is that the car you're battling has got the same wing levels as you. So then you have to rely on the suspension, you have to rely on the mechanical grip to try and go a little bit faster. But as you said, here's Heinmarsch coming down into Mulsanne corner. He's so close. Look at that. But not able to make a move into Mulsanne this time round. But look, with the slipstream, I bet he's going to make a move into Indianapolis.
It's been a favourite for the drivers, actually, unexpectedly so, but it has been a favourite for the drivers to be making a move into Indianapolis. He drafts up to the back of the World of Sim Racing. Oh, he gets into the back of him, and there's an accident on the back straight. Oh, goodness, he's kept on going in a straight line. He has hit the wall. Christian Heinmarsch into the wall. He went into the back of the World of Sim Racing car, trying to go to the inside. There wasn't much space to the right-hand side. He was probably better off going to the left, sweeping around the outside through the right-hander, and then getting the inside for the left-hander. That was a little bit of a silly incident, and he did so well not to spin the car. He did glance the wall on the left-hand side there, but I think he'll be okay. What a big moment that could have been, though, for Christian Heinmarsch.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that here in the VEC, I must admit. I don't think I've seen anything like that. I'm not sure of what even caused that.
No, I'm not either, actually. I'm not either. Let's have a look. See what happened. We'll try and get a replay, although this deep into a 24-hour race, they might not work because the sheer amount of stuff that has happened is making things a little bit difficult. But yeah, it just looked like he hit the back of the World of Sim Racing car and spun into the wall. He had about 3 tank slappers. Here we go. Let's have another look. Go on board with him right now. Hindmarsh, he goes to the inside line, not much space. That is weird. He just turns left as he goes to the right hand side. His car goes to the left, jinks to the left, straight into the back of the World of Sim Racing car, and he completely loses it.
There's a little bobble to the right-hand side just before that happened. I don't know what that was.
No, I'm at a complete loss as to what that was. Really.
Well, he's only lost 2 seconds, so it's not that bad. And he can make an attack in a couple of laps, maybe.
Here we go again. He just jinks to the left. Well, that's very, very puzzling.
Yeah.
Absolutely no idea. Answers on a postcard if you do know what that was or what happened there. Because, I've never seen an accident quite like it. But fortunately, Christian Hindmarsh is able to carry on. It was only a glancing blow to the left-hand side. I don't think there's going to be any damage on that car because of that.
No, that car looks okay at least. Like I said, I don't think there's any damage in that. So he's just got to try and regroup and try and make another attack at some point in the near future. But look at that, the gap's already down to 2.1 seconds again.
Yeah, it is. He even got a cut track warning for that as well on the straight for going so waywardly off the circuit. He has been given a cut track warning, so hopefully this battle does resume once again. It just remains to be seen what that's taken out of the tyres maybe as well, because it is about the thermal degradation after all, and you don't want to be having more than you really want at this point in the race. So, as he locks up again into the second chicane, going a little bit too deep. And there is a case sometimes to be made for trying a little bit too hard in these races to try and catch up to another car. And I think that effort into the second chicane was an example of maybe trying a little bit too hard, trying to go a little bit too deep under brakes.
Yeah, it's so easy just to go a little bit too deep when you're really focused on a car ahead, and you know you've only got a little bit of time left. An hour and 18 minutes left here at Le Mans. An hour and 18 minutes left in season 13 of the VEC. We're looking at Nick Westphal here, and he's less than a second behind Donut Pordan. It's not Donut Pordan this battle at all, is it? That's a different one that I'm thinking of. He's less than a second behind the drive game seat car of Samuele Cavagno.
Well, Prodan was involved here before. That's why
I think he's coming to the pits, though.
He did come into the pit lane, yeah. I'm not entirely sure how that calibration went, though. We'll have to get somebody else to kind of tell us about that, because I'm not entirely sure. I've not seen Bots the Bodzian in the YouTube chat again telling us about how that calibration went. We heard about those issues, and they were going to try and fix them at that pit stop. So we'll wait for confirmation as to whether they worked or not. But let's focus on this battle now. It's an all-Ferrari battle between Drive Game C and Black Hawk Racing, but they're about to be the other way around because Nick Westphal is down the inside and even has time to pull back to the racing line before he breaks into the chicane on the Mulsanne straight. So he's into 14th place now, and looking at the way he just went through there, he will be going away very, very quickly indeed. So good pass from Westphal. 4 laps down on the leader at the moment, but he makes up another position on Samuele Cavagnino of Drive Game C. That's not the car, running in 4th place. Davide Arduini driving that car and having a fantastic run in the 83. So, if you do know, by the way, if you're a Volante Racing driver and you're in the YouTube chat at the moment, if you'd like to tell us how Donat's pit stop calibration debacle went at that last pit stop, then I'd be very grateful. We'll hopefully get confirmation on that one. You can see in the background of that shot there, Kasper Stolzer getting through. He should be taking that car to the end of the race leading car by 3 minutes and 24 seconds, because Stolzer's taken his pit stop and Ibrahim Khan is taking his at the end of this lap here. Coming up very shortly. Christian Margera will do the same. I believe Khan's heading down towards Indianapolis at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. So he'll be pitting at the end of that lap, and he'll retain second place, it looks like, in this race. Other battles going on out there on the circuit. Heinroch not able to close on Beringau for the moment. 2.6 seconds between them. But Beringau is catching Dennis Duna here, who was overtaken by Michał Sedlacek not so long ago. Beringau is now closing in on Dennis Duna. Here's Ibrahim Khan, though. Defending champions, let's not forget, from Season 12 in the GTE category. Had 3 teams up there in the standings in the Season 12. And going into the final race, 3 of their teams could have won it. And in the end, it was the 87 who managed to win it by 3 points. And by the way, the winning margins last season were incredibly close. 4 points, 7 points, 3 points last season. Really, really close. It looks like it's going to be a little bit bigger this season, as Ibrahim Khan does indeed come into the pit lane. But that's not going to matter too much. It's not going to be the final stop for Ibrahim Khan. There is going to be a splash and dash of fuel a little bit later on.
It's also interesting, myself and Cam were trying to remember this earlier because we couldn't. It was Sancho that won GTs last season. I thought it was Juices, but Juices must have won in Season 11.
Yes, they won Season 11, you're correct. Juices were in contention, actually, but they had a couple of bad races in the middle of the season and finished 31 points adrift in the end. It was Singularity Racing who came very close to doing the double, but ended up with only 1 in the end. They got the Le Mans victory in Hypercar, they got the LMP2 Championship, and very nearly a GTE Championship, but not quite on that occasion. Jordi Reyes, though, is aiming to, and I can't really get over how good that record is. He's looking at 3 on the bounce in terms of the Le Mans 24-hour victories. That would be quite incredible.
Yeah, again, such a good driver. And look, this is the car in 3rd position in GTEs coming in, that Waveframe Esports car, and they will have to do 1 more splash and dash. Make sure that you don't overspeed, because then that's a drive-through. We've already seen that before with who was it again? I'm trying to remember who got the drive-through earlier. Myself and Cam were on commentary at that point. But yes, it's always a pain when you're only a few kilometers an hour over and you get pinged, and then it's a drive-through, and then that is pain.
I'm pretty sure João Pires got one coming out of the exit of the pit lane. And by the way, we've got some news in from Bart Slobodian, who's informed us on Donat Prodan's recalibration. He said that it failed to do anything, but he's gotten used to the difference with regards to what it was before. It's a little bit different to how it is now, but he's got used to it. So that's all right. A risky business, though, we're trying to recalibrate things like that in the middle of a race.
Of course, it can always go terribly wrong, can't it? But it hasn't for that 67 Volante car, and they are continuing, albeit slightly wounded. Casper Stotts, we're looking at now, an incredible drive from the 66 team throughout this race, and you can see that because they are a full lap ahead of their competitors. Actually, just having a look at the track map, you can see the 66 car just coming down towards Mulsanne corner, and that 87 Zancho, where are we? Just let me find the correct tab on my browser involving timing. I think 67 Zancho is just coming onto the Mulsanne straight, so it's been a very, very good job there by the 66 car and by that Jean Alesi team. Anyway, and there we go. There is Ibrahim Khan. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong car on the track map. Oh God, I do need stronger glasses. You can see Ibrahim Khan now just coming down towards Mulsanne corner himself. So it's maybe about a lap and 45 seconds, I would say, that Jean Alesi has over Zancho, and that means they can just relax at this point. There's 72 minutes to go. They do not need to push him, pending any software errors. It should all be good for that number 66 car. Casper Stoltz currently driving that one. And having a look at live timing, Donat Prodan has managed to get near Nick Westphal again. So Westphal obviously came into the pits to serve his pit stop, and it's now only 4.5 seconds separating the 77 and the 67 for 15th in class and 24th overall. Something else to look out is the battle for 8th and 9th. Still that World of Sim Racing versus your name here. Jose Bengau versus Christian Heinmarsch, 2.3 seconds separating the two of them. And since he had that incident shall we say, a couple of laps ago, he hasn't really been able to close up that gap again. Oh, it's a 20-degree offset that Donut has. That's fun. 20. It's almost like full suspension damage, quasi suspension damage. That is going to be very fun for Donuts. But yes, like I said, Hindmarsh is still about 2 seconds behind. Since he had that incident a couple of laps ago, he hasn't been able to close up that gap again.
Yeah, Prodon's, that's quite a big offset, isn't it? I know you're just talking about it, but blimey, 20 degrees. A lot. But yeah, a couple of gaps closing down just a little bit, especially in GTE, where it is still very, very close. Jose Barangao closing in on Duna, Hindmarsh hovering there as well. And Donut Prodon's reduced the gap to Westphal as well. And Samueli Cavagnino will be around those guys. But I've noticed most of these GTEs have actually pitted at a really awkward time, because I think a lot of these guys are going to be having an awkward splash and dash towards the end here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen. As you said, I think there is going to be a small flash and dash for a lot of these cars. We saw a couple of the GT cars coming in with about an hour and 15 minutes to go, which means they probably need to pit again at about 25 minutes, somewhere between the 20 and 25 minute mark.
Yeah, it'll take about a quarter, a third maybe, of a tank of fuel in this race. So, that's going to be a short stop, yes, but you'd rather not. You'd rather it synced up nicely. And I think if anybody's going to sync this up nicely, I think it's going to be Sim Racing for Holland, because they're able to go the longest on a stint, I've noticed. And we're really getting close now towards the point where GTEs can make it on one tank of fuel. It is very close. So anybody pitting now is going to be right on the limit. But I think if anybody can do it on just one more stop, it's Sim Racing for Holland.
Yeah, again, we've talked about this over the past couple of seasons, Ewan. Some teams can just magic fuel. They can just magic fuel out of nowhere and suddenly, go so much longer than anyone else. And that really appears to be the case for Sim Racing for Holland this time round. They can just seem to magic an extra lap's worth of fuel out of nowhere. And a lap round here, you've got to remember, is about the equivalent of 2 or maybe even 3 laps at other circuits.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it does happen that way. Obviously, cars will kind of affect that as well with regards to what car you're driving. That will affect things. But no, some people just really are very, very good at fuel saving. I know Alex Siebel was particularly good at driving quickly and saving fuel at the same time as well. He's pretty good. So, and there's a number of others, of course, up and down the order. It's especially useful in LMP2, really, where you're all in the same car, and it is basically down to driver skill, but saving a lap of fuel around Le Mans is very, very difficult indeed. You're going to need a big slipstream. It's most likely to happen in the first laps of the race. We saw it with 4 LMP2 cars were able to do 10 laps on the first stint, probably because they fuel saved a little bit. That was Burst Edge, Go Team Racing, Nitro Velux, and Undercover Sim Racing. They were probably lifting off in the slipstream to make that work with 10 laps, but all the others with the formation lap and 9 laps can only do that amount on fuel. So it was probably most useful in the first hour, really, of a Le Mans race, because this circuit is especially long. But at a normal circuit, it's possible.
Yeah, it is possible, and like I keep on saying, anything is possible in endurance racing, and it normally is possible. But yes, at this point, really, is mainly for a lot of these teams, it's just getting to the end, because you can really only make up major places within the first hour of a race, perhaps within the first couple of stints, and then everyone starts to string out a little bit. That isn't always the case, as you can see with 8th and 9th position here.
And 7th, just up the road, and 6th.
And 7th, indeed.
Yeah, they're all just up the road. Christian Mikel's only half a minute back from this battle as well, so it's very, very close, considering we've had nearly 23 hours of racing by this point. Yeah, very, very interesting indeed. And there'll sure be a battle for 8th place. It's going to be interesting to see what Hindmarsh does here, though, when he gets onto the back of the World of Sim Racing car, because surely, no matter what happened there, he might be a little bit flustered, a little bit nervous about doing the same thing again, or a little bit aggrieved as to what happened. So, yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen here when these two come back together again.
Yeah, there may well be a little bit of fireworks when this happens again.
Yeah. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping they both get to the end all fine, but it would be nice to see a battle, certainly. It is getting to that point in the race. You know, we've talked about battles a lot throughout this race, and there have been them going on pretty much constantly. In this final hour of the race, we've said most of the way through, you know, oh, they're not fighting that, just lifts off on the way into this corner, etc. But we're not going to see much of that from now, and it's going to be side-by-side racing because, you know, whoever you're around right now, you're racing for a position at the end, and it's not going to come back later. You know, you can't think, oh, I'll get him later, because there is no later soon enough. So, yeah, we are getting to that point where the gloves are going to be off.
Yeah, it's at this point you are entirely correct. It is really just out defending and attacking with every single centimeter of track, with every, and you know, just trying to find any which way past pretty much all of the cars. You will definitely see that within the last hour of this race.
Yeah, indeed, we will. 1.7 seconds, 1.8 between Highmarsh and Beringhout. They were catching Duna at quite an alarming rate, actually, but it slowed down to just 7 tenths a lap or so in this one. That's still fairly big, but not alarming. Nearly 9 seconds up to Duna at the moment between Beringhout and that Corvette up in front. So yeah, that's a fairly large margin, and it may come back before the end of the race, but not in the next few moments as we look at Marcel Chinzik. Only 10 seconds behind Mitchy Hoyer. Mitchy Hoyer's got into the Burst Esport car for the final time here today. He'll be taking that car to the checkered flag. They'll be making one more pit stop. They've worked out their strategy pretty much perfectly, actually. So have Ajira, and I believe Jordi Zvares is going to be finishing the race for those guys. So they've got themselves figured out, and Vargas Sim Racing are just going a little bit longer just to make sure. Their final pit stop's going to be slightly shorter than everybody else's, but they still have to make 2 more pit stops. They're consolidated in third place. They've got a good minute and a half to go Team Racing on when it all shakes out, and they've got a good minute and a half up to Burst Esport as well. They're very, very nicely tucked in third place.
Yes, that third place for Chinchik, very good. And again, it's as always, they're just looking at getting towards the end of the race now, but they are only 10 seconds behind the car in second, which is fairly interesting actually. And I'm wondering, that Esports Simplicity car, I'm just wondering if I think that's just differences in strategy as it stands.
It is indeed. Chinchik is going to be coming in
in a couple
soon.
of laps, yeah.
Yeah, lap 383, I'd expect him to see him in. Isn't it so nice, by the way, that when we're watching the strategy, that all the stint lengths are 10 laps? Oh,
yes.
Isn't that wonderful? That is just brilliant, isn't it? It should be 10 laps everywhere. No, it shouldn't really. It should be, but it should be a round number, certainly. Like 30 laps or something. That's sensible. That's nice, but you don't normally get that. You get 29 or something stupid. So yeah, that does wind me up. But anyway, it's been very nice to not have to do very much maths in LMP2 this time around. We're really getting down towards the very final hour though of this race. None of the GTE cars have come in, so I think if they make it to the end of this lap, maybe a couple more, they're just about going to be good to make it a one more stop of fuel.
Yeah, one more stop of fuel, I think pretty much for everyone now. They can make it on one stop from here. But yes, Chinchik, about those 11 seconds, but that gap will suddenly become much, much greater because, as you said, he has to make that pit stop on lap 383. He's currently on 382, so I think it should be not this time by, but the time after.
Yes, I think you're correct. Yes, that is indeed correct. So a little bit longer, and Chinchik will be in. And we'll wait and see if Yuri Toman or Daniel Visner get in to finish that car off, or if Marcel Chinchik is going to do the honours. He qualified that car, let's not forget, took pole position, and started the race as well, I believe. He did indeed. So that was a long time ago now, when he did start the race. He may well finish it as well, and it is a special feeling finishing a 24-hour race, even for the guys Caspian Motorsport down in 20th position right now. They're 29th overall. You know, they are a good, 8 laps down on their class leaders at Le Mans. That's an awfully long way. However, the achievement getting to the end of the Le Mans 24 hours is enough to carry them through to the end of the race.
Yeah, just getting to the end of the race, as you said, is an achievement in itself. And to have a good result as well, it really is a cherry on top. Having a look at Johnny's Fires at the moment in that number 2 Giro racing car, and they've been in the lead for pretty much the entire race, haven't they?
Pretty much. The leaders in both classes actually have been fairly constant. George Suarez took the lead for the first time around midnight CET, so with about 13 hours to go or so, took the lead of the race, but 2 hours in, Kasper Stoltz took the lead of the race. He's really rocketed off after that as well, and really got away from everybody else as burst edges. But we're seeing this right now as well. You're just seeing this into Arnage. If this was maybe 12 hours ago, I reckon that car would have gone for it. But because we're near the end of the race, everybody kind of knows where they're going to be by the end. And Burst Edge Esports have realised we're not going to close that 2.5 minute gap in front of us in the last hour. So,
No.
We'll take it a little bit easier in traffic, and we'll give these GTE cars a little bit of leeway now.
Yeah, a little bit of leeway needed, as you said, in order to make it towards the end of the race, especially if you're not fighting for a position at this point. If you're not fighting for a position, you might as well just let cars go if they want to.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how much of that is going on. But, let's see which battles are still unsettled in this one. I think the main one, there's a couple, but I think there's a main one between Dennis Stoner, Jose Berenguer and Christian Heimars. Sim Racing for Holland's pit stop is going to be the shortest of them all. They're all going to make it to the end of this race. However, Stoner's is going to be the shortest stop, and he's also got a 7-second head start right now. However, he's being caught by about 7 to 9 tenths a second every single lap. So there's a bit of a chase down going on at the moment. You can't imagine many of these guys are going to take tyres for the final hour of this race. So that's the main battle to be really watching. Nick Westphal and Donut Prodam is another battle to be watching as well. But those are the remaining positions to be unsettled, really. Everybody else kind of knows where they're at and knows where they're going to be, barring any drama in the last hour.
Barring any drama in the last hour, that's a fairly brave fairly brave statement to make, isn't it? But yes, just 1 hour, well, less than 1 hour to go, 58.5 minutes. And still having a look at Kasper Stoltz here. In terms of battles on track, you've got to have a look again. Heimars versus Berenguer, that's now under 2 seconds. So Heimars just slowly closing, it appears. Last time round, actually, there was only about 1/10 of a second difference between them.
Yeah, there was indeed. They're pretty similar at the moment. Trading lap times, and Berenguer actually was the one who took a 10th out of Heimars. So, That's a big slide. That Porsche does look really quite tail happy at the moment. I'm not entirely sure what they've done to that car, whether it's a little bit of damage, whether they've decided to do that with the tyre presses and so on, in kind of mid-race adjustments, etc. But that car seems very, very sideways to me, and doesn't really look like an endurance racing car to me. You want to be kind of pinned to the road for a 24-hour race, because you can't control that kind of car for this amount of time. But maybe they've just let this car a little bit loose for the final couple of hours of the race, because they know there's not long remaining, and he's you know exactly how long there is remaining, and he can throw that car around a little bit more now, because that car can't have been this tail happy for the whole 24 hours. Surely they wouldn't have even kept it on the road.
They've engaged deja vu setting, I think. But yes, that your name here, racing car, does appear to be fairly tail happy, as you said, 2.2 seconds. Well, I say that, fairly tail happy. I wonder if it might be a little bit of damage from that incident before.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but then again, the blow was so light.
It's a glance, yeah.
Glancing blow that I can't imagine any damage would be picked up from that, but maybe it was, I don't know.
Yeah, it really was just a glance, it appeared. They didn't really hit the barriers that hard.
I was expecting a monumental accident, actually, headed down towards Indianapolis. When you see a car at that kind of high speed, getting that out of shape,
yes.
It's got huge accident written all over it, hasn't it? But
yes,
he did. To be fair to Heimars, even though what he did to get himself in that situation seemed strange, and we still don't know what happened, really. It was a fairly good save, to be fair to him.
Yeah, it was a very good save. Just managing, getting on the grass at 250 kilometers an hour is always a fun experience, but being able to save it and not really get any damage was absolutely extraordinary. A very good job there from Hindmarsh to keep a hold onto that car. But obviously, he needs to try and close that gap down. But again, like I said, it's been hovering at about 2 seconds. He really hasn't been able to close that gap and have another chance of an attack.
Yeah, Barringhour is just keeping him at arm's distance at the moment, kind of keeping him at bay as Varga Sim Racing make their penultimate pit stop of season 13. We'll see if Chinzik is going to take this car to the flag, or if it is going to be Yuri Toman or Daniel Visner, who have both driven so far. Visner has not driven very much at all throughout this season so far, but he's been very, very solid when he needed to be in this race. And yeah, he's... looks like Chinzik may be taking this car home. I think that car's already rolling. Is it? I'm not entirely sure. Hard to tell from this point. There's a lot of cars in the pit lane because some of them are, well, a lot of them, about 10, are retired at the moment. But I think, well, I can't tell. So we'll wait and see in the next few moments to see whether Chinzik's going to be taking that car to the end or whether it will be Toman or Visner. But Go Team Racing have certainly caught them up in the last few moments. As Chinzik leaves the pit lane, he will be taking the car to the flag. He's got 1 minute and 21 over the Go Team Racing team. So he should be good enough, and he should be able to hold on to that podium anyway, even if he needed to. And I don't think it would matter. Even if they finished 4th today and clinched the title, I don't think they would care one bit.
No, I honestly, yeah, you're right. I don't think they would at all. I think they'd obviously be ecstatic with the title. You know, having a win at some point would have been incredibly nice for them, but at this point, I don't think they particularly care.
No, not really. At this point. So Dennis Tudor continues to be caught by Barringhour and Hindmarsh. They're on your screen right now, and we're within 55 minutes of the end of this race now. So surely these guys can make it to the end on just one more stop. This is Adam Baldwin taking the Juices Motorsport Club car to the end. And he's 4.5 seconds behind Christian Mikel, who's made his final pit stop of season 13. He's into 10th place right now, and I think that's going to be the limit for Nitro Valley. It's a disappointing day for the guys who came into the race championship leaders. They're not going to leave championship leaders, I'm afraid. It looks like it's going to be 3rd place in the championship for them. And yeah, considering how they came in, I reckon they're going to be bitterly disappointed.
You say the last stop, but are you sure? 53 minutes? That seems a long time for the GT cars.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay. I think they will be okay, but I could be wrong. It's going to be close. It's not going to be easy. But that car has been doing 15 lap stints quite regularly, even if it does, you know, difficult maths to work out really, isn't it? Because they're doing 3 minute 55s, let's say 3 minute 52s, they're kind of in that region. But that's not easy maths to do really. So
no.
It's difficult to work out. But yeah, you're right. I don't know. Maybe it won't be okay because even if it was 4 minute laps, there's only be 60 minutes of 15 laps a stint, wouldn't it? So
yeah,
taking 8 seconds a lap off of that, difficult. 10 seconds a lap off of that is like 2.5 minutes. 57.5 minutes maybe they can do, 57 minutes or so. I guess it might actually depend where the leader is for them. That's how close it could be.
Yes. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, and we've seen this a couple of times before, actually. Just wait. You know, GT's having to do a splash and dash on the very last lap of the race just because of when the leader took the checkered flag. They maybe crossed the line with only, for example, 3 seconds to go, and suddenly, oh no, we've got to make one more lap. Oh no, we've not got enough fuel.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the concern, because as a GT driver, there's nothing you can do to control that. You can't exactly keep them behind, because you can't. It's just they're a faster car, so there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. You know, these LMP2 teams can calculate roughly how many laps there are going to be in this race. As Deuce's Motorsport Club also come in for the final time. Adam Baldwin locks them up coming into the pit lane. But yeah, I mean, it's very, very difficult. The GT teams have they can kind of guess what the LMP2 guys have got left, and then kind of guess how many times they're going to be lapped and where they're going to be in relation. But that's very, very difficult equation to make, really. And to be honest, I'd need at least the next 50 minutes to work it out. To be quite honest, because obviously everything's moving at the same time. It's not exactly you can pause everything and work it out because it's all changing all at the same time. It's really, really difficult to be a GT team at this kind of stage of the race. But it's the same for everyone, and it happens every year. So I guess some of them will be used to it by now.
Yeah, I definitely know that feeling. The ability, just having too much data to try and do anything.
Yeah, it really is a difficult equation to make. But here's Donat Prodam in 16th position. He is getting through on Samuele Cavagnino, who has just come into the pit lane there for Speedy Mike. Sorry, not Speedy Mike. Drive Game Seat, who are in 16th. Speedy Mike are in 18th.
Yes, that drive game seat car, as you were saying, and we're now having a look at Volante. 5 seconds behind. Of course, Volante, Donat Prodam had that problem with his wheels, so his wheels offset by 20 degrees for the rest of the race. Which, is, at that point, I think it would actually be worse if it was offset by, for example, 5 degrees, because then you might almost consciously bring the wheel back up to a level position, and then you start turning. But if it's something as great as 20 degrees, that kind of keeps your mind on it, and you have to properly remember, right, okay, if I turn my wheel straight, I'm going to go careening off into a barrier at a high rate of knots. So I think actually having an offset as great as 20 degrees is a little bit easier than having a small one of 5 degrees.
I'd rather neither.
Of course,
yeah.
Of course, rather neither.
Best of a bad situation, definitely. At that point, because yeah, it's certainly going to be slowing him down. At this point, couldn't refix it in case you weren't with us at the last pit stop. Prodam tried to recalibrate the wheel and get things back to where they should be, but unfortunately it was unsuccessful, and he's had to drive the last. Well, it must be 2.5 hours, 3 hours maybe of this race. With a wheel that is not quite pointing in the right direction. So, that's going to make it very, very difficult for him to close on Nick Westphal. That's one of the closer battles going on at the moment, and one of the positions that are unsettled. In the remainder of this race. Prodam trying to close on Westphal, but that is going to make his task very difficult.
Yeah, and of course it is going to make the task very difficult, as you said. But yes, Marcus Lancy in that drive game seat racing car, currently in 16th position in class, 25th overall, and 37 seconds behind Donat Prodam in that 67 Volante racing car. But of course, Donat Prodam himself is only 4.9 seconds behind Nick Westphal in that 77, so that gap could close soon as well.
But indeed, let's hope so anyway. For our entertainment's sake. Michał Sedlacek has been in the pit lane, by the way, so has Christian Hindmarsh. They've made their final pit stops here for the Porsche team, yes. So they're just about going to make it as well. They can only do 14 laps, let's not forget. The Porsche is not quite as good on fuel consumption as especially the Ferrari and the Aston Martin, who were able to do 16 laps at some points in this race. But that's a pretty big difference to be 2 laps around Le Mans, going longer. Jose Barangao continues to close on Dennis Duna, but let's not forget Dennis Duna is going to be having a shorter pit stop than Jose Barangao. He's been going deep into these stints, and so that means he's going to have to put less fuel in the car for when this race is completed, or for the end of this race, should I say. So there's going to be a bit of maths going on down there as well, because you need to get it right. Try and spend as little time stationary as possible to get to the end of this race. And Hindmarsh, I would say, with the fact that little bit of damage, the lack of pace he had, that we saw, he was matching Barangao. Barangau's going to have a shorter pit stop. I don't think Hindmarsh is going to be able to catch the World of Sim Racing car.
I don't want, as you said, that short fuel on the last lap of the race. not on the last lap, the last stop of the race, I should say it rather. And I agree with you, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually try and make that move. Having a look again at Svires in the lead of the race, at that number 2 Agera racing car, he's got quite a nice, sizable little lead at just 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So it's not that much at all, really, is it?
Not a lot, no. The last time we had LMP2s as the top class here was season 11, back 2 years ago. At that day, it was Jordi Zvires taking the victory along with a couple of others, but they won by 2 minutes ahead of Simoncic, Siebel and Jordan, who are still driving together, as you can see, in 6th place. But on that day, it was 2 minutes, so it looks like it's going to be an even bigger margin on this occasion to Michi Hoyer, who is currently driving around in 2nd place, and the closest winning margin we've ever seen at the Le Mans 24 Hours, 40 seconds here in Season 9. That's not going to be toppled either. It just shows what a great drive it has been from Agera, relentlessly consistent, and were very much able to take advantage of Varga's strategy when about midnight they took the lead, and for the last 13 hours they have been leading. Just to update you in case you weren't with us throughout the night, or in the morning when we updated you on what they were doing in the night, Varga Sim Racing were doing 9-lap stints but keeping 10 laps of fuel in the car just in case they actually had the same thing happen,
yeah.
what Burst Edge Esports have, because let's not forget, Varga Sim Racing don't have an LMP2 teammate to really push them back to the pit lane. They do have a GTE car, however, they kind of want to keep that one for the GTE Championship. They're trying to win the GTE Championship with that one. So it would have been a DNF if the same thing had happened to Varga. So they did that, but they realised it was so slow that even though they had a huge lead over the likes of Burst Edge, it was so slow that they were in a little bit of danger of actually being caught by the end of the race if they continued. So they decided not to do it anymore, and that's left them in 3rd place. They are taking it very easy, though. That much is clear to see.
Yes, that much is clear to see, as you said. Oh yeah, they'll be very happy with the 2nd place finish, I think, in that Simplicity car to finish off the season. They are, of course, currently 5th place in the championship, and they've had one previous podium at round 5. This would be their 2nd one, and of course, it'd be one position better. They finished 3rd at round 5. It'd be 2nd tier plus the 50% points.
Yeah, that was Indianapolis where they managed to get a 3rd place, where their teammates, Burst Edge Esports, took the victory ahead of Varga Sim Racing on that occasion. So yeah, that would be fantastic for them. Let's not forget, they could have had 2nd last time out of the 8 hours of Spa, but a late penalty for Michi Hoyer put that out of the question. But it looks like they're going to get their just rewards finally here at the Le Mans 24 Hours for this race. They are going to stay on the lead lap as well. It looks like the only car to do so. 2 cars on the lead lap in LMP2 and only 1 in GTE. It says that they're 2 laps in the lead right now with John Lacey Sports, but I think we might be about to see the same situation that we saw a little bit early on, if you remember. We thought there were 2 laps in the lead, but turned out there were only 1, and the other guys hadn't just the Zanchi guys hadn't crossed the line just yet. So we'll wait and see what the actual gap is, and it is 1 lap. So yeah, that's the same as as we suspected before. The 87's just going through the Dunlop chicane right now, and the 66 is coming down towards the 2nd Mulsanne chicane. So they've got once again they've got pretty much the Mulsanne straight and a lap on the whole field. It's been a very, very dominant display from those guys.
Yeah, it has been a very dominant display from them, and really they have been the car to beat. But yes, Michi Hoyer having a look in that Simplicity car, still going round and still continuing. But of course, what is the gap between them and the car behind in 3rd? Actually, the Varga Sim Racing car is, I made that, but in a minute and 45 behind. So again, Michi Hoyer doesn't really need to push 100%. He can maybe just take it a little bit more relaxed for the final section of the race.
Yeah, quite possibly. Because he does have a fair advantage. So do all of these guys in LMP2. The smallest gap is 44 seconds. And that's between Grand Effect Sim Racing and Burst Esport Hungary.dk. Lucas Leischen and Rasmus Andreasen driving those cars at the moment. So yeah, we'll we probably won't see an LMP2 battle in that respect. The only one we might see is Michi Hoyer getting close to Marcel Cinchik after his next pit stop. But even then, I doubt that. As we go back to championship leaders on the road right now, Christian Malclera 1 minute down on Ibrahim Khan in front, but more importantly, 3 positions in front of Vargas Sim Racing. Basically, at this point between those two, whichever one finishes in front will take the title. They've had a bit of good luck going their way. Vargas Sim Racing's disconnection definitely helped them, but they are on their way to a championship right now. And yeah, we'll see if they can hold on. 40 minutes to go, and those guys are going to be... I can't imagine the heart rates down there at Wave 3 at the moment. It's going to be very, very stressful.
Yeah, it's going to be very stressful, as you said, down at Wave 3 for the final 40 minutes of this race. Christian Malguera in that car, taking it to the end. He's got a minute to the next car, so he doesn't need to particularly worry about trying to overtake somebody.
That's the... Oh, there we go. Caspian Motorsport get down the inside. That's the kind of thing I'm on about, you know. These lap cars getting through, and you know, normally, if this was 12 hours ago, you wouldn't really think about that kind of thing. You just think, all right, I'll let him nip down the inside here. But at this point, with 40 minutes to go, you don't want to DNF, you don't want to crash. You're really nervous about any car that gets around you. So, you know, every car is going to be a complete obstacle for Christian Malguera. He's just got to keep his head straight, keep things calm, and, you know, just treat these laps as any other laps. Just tick them off like he has been doing all race.
Yeah, just continue, as you said, just watching that timer count down towards 0. Now, I'm just wondering if that car, the leader, of course, that number 2 Ajira, depending on when they reach near the start-finish line, I'm just wondering if they'll just slow down and not take an extra lap just because they've got the time to do so.
Quite possibly. But it depends how much Jordi Suarez is enjoying himself out there at the moment, doesn't it, really? Could be enjoying a lap of honour a little bit later on. Here's Jose Barringau, by the way, the second of the World of Sim Racing cars in your shot there. The one in 7th place at the moment. Sorry, 8th place, the 52 car. Because this is the battle for 7th with Dennis Duna. That may well transpire. 8.5 seconds as they come out the pit lane. It's a 40-minute sprint to the flag for those positions in GTE at the moment. They've all taken their last pit stops. Dennis Duna has taken on slightly less fuel, but those two behind. So the Porsches have got a little bit more work to do as things stand right now. So we'll see if they can actually close in or not. But it is a fair margin to close down, really. They've got to get a second every 5 minutes or so, which is less than a second a lap, so very doable. And at the pace they were reeling him in earlier, then they would have a chance towards the end of these laps, but you never know. Think something could happen a little bit later on, and he would want to have more than one opportunity at making an overtake, certainly.
As this LMP2 traffic is trying to get past the World of Sim Racing car and cutting it quite fine a couple of times as well, actually, aren't they?
We're a little bit. It's cost him 0.8 of a second here, Barringau, and he's going to be furious about it. Perfectly within their rights to go for it there, as long as they don't run into the side of anybody else. Then we'll be all right. As into the pit lane, Jordi Suarez on schedule. Now, is he going to require a splash and dash here? Because, well, I think it's going to be close. But
37 minutes is going to be close for these prototypes, yeah.
He might have to slow down with his fuel situation here later on. Wow. This is on schedule, by the way. It's not made an early pit stop for fun. This is exactly how long he can go. His 39th pit stop of the day. 39 pit stops.
Incredible, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. They do a similar amount in real life, and I feel sorry for the mechanics, quite frankly. Nearly 40 pit stops. Probably it would be up north of 40 pit stops, actually. If you think about safety cars and things like that in real life, Le Mans, etc., or Daytona, where the LMP2s also run. Now, we haven't had any code 80s here today, so we haven't had any off-schedule
This is true.
extra pit stops. But at Le Mans, there's safety cars, there's slow zones, and at Daytona, there's cautions, etc. It means that these guys will be doing north of 40 pit stops throughout our race.
But yes, having a look at Marcos Lanza in that Drive Game Seat Racing car, currently in 16th place in class, 36 seconds to the next car. So I think that 16th might be the best position for this car today.
Currently looking at Marco Slanzi in 16th position, and he's a good 30 seconds behind Donat Prodan, who's finally making a couple of inroads into Nick Westphal, actually. It was 1.2 seconds on the last lap. Unfortunately, the battle further up, Jose Barringauer not able to catch Dennis Duna for the moment, although it could come down a little bit later on. So we'll continue to monitor it for you as Michi Hoyer is coming up towards the final couple of corners right now, and he will be making his final pit stop of season 13 very shortly. Oh, he already has. He's left the pit lane already. He's just left.
Fantastic.
That was good timing.
That stop has been done.
Yes, that has happened. I can confirm that did happen. And yeah, he's on the run now to the flag. And those guys at Gira will be able to work out whether they can make it on fuel or not, and how much slowing down they're going to have to do to actually make this on the correct amount of laps, because that's going to be another calculation that they have to make just in case they don't run out of fuel.
Yeah, as you said, one of those many calculations these teams have to make, and making sure you don't run out of fuel in the final lap, because that would be pain. Just having to come in for a splash and dash. But of course, we've also got to kind of guess as to when that number 2 car would have to is going to cross the line as well, as to how much fuel that they need.
Yeah, I mean, are we sure that Hoyer went in the pit lane there? He's 40 seconds further up than where he was before. You remember he was 2 minutes 40 or 2 minutes 30 or something behind. It was a long way back, and now he's only 1 minute and 3/4 behind. I wonder if they Gira maybe took tyres to be safe, or maybe something like that's happened, because I know that especially Varga and Burst were doing alternate tyres, taking tyres at alternate times. So when one was taking tyres, the other wouldn't, etc. But I didn't realise that Gira and Burst were doing different things on strategy, but maybe they are. But anyway, 1 minute 45 or 2 minutes 15, it doesn't really matter, because it's a comfortable lead for Jordi Zvias at the moment as he makes his way past the ground effect car to put it a lap down one more time.
Yeah, putting down another lap on that traffic. Of course, that's just one of the many things that these race leaders have to deal with during a 24-hour race, is that lap traffic. And here comes that number 2 Gira Racing car onto the Mulsanne Straight. Yes, again, 33 minutes to go, which I think roughly means that they've got maybe 11 laps.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe 10, yeah.
More like 3.5 minutes, really, isn't it? So two laps is 7 minutes. So a stint, times 7 by a stint is 35 minutes, and that's longer than what Jordi Zvias has in his car in terms of fuel, isn't it? Let's have a look at the pit stop on the bottom of your screen right now. Is this a long stop for Zvias? He doesn't go up on the jacks, does he?
No.
So it can't be tyres.
Unless he picked up a little bit of damage somewhere.
Yeah, possibly. Just me. The nerves down in Gira as well. We talked about wave freedom a few moments ago, but my lord.
You can see a 33 second stop. There we go. That's fuel only. I think that's a standard fuel only stop, really, 33 seconds.
Yeah, I do as well, but maybe Michi Hoyer's in now. Michi Hoyer is in now. So that's a lap later than I was expecting. He just hadn't been into the pit lane yet, so there's nothing to worry about at Gira at all. It's the fact that Michi Hoyer didn't come into the pit lane at the time I was expecting. Not entirely sure how he's managed to get himself an extra lap of fuel from somewhere, but he has. So there we are. He's been going on 9 every single time, but now he's decided to go on the lap 390 for his 39th pit stop of the day, and he's going up on the jacks because he's got a big enough gap behind him to risk it and go up on the jacks for a new set of tyres. So I guess he's just being extra safe, really. Doesn't want to be sliding around on old tyres for the last half an hour.
No, you certainly don't want to jeopardise a good finish. So yes, as you said, just take those fresh tyres and deciding to run to the end, and perhaps wanting to take a fastest lap as well.
Nick De Silva is just messaged me there. Says I'm giving him extra stress levels as if he needs it right now. I'm sorry about that. I thought something had gone wrong, but it was actually in the Burst eSport camp that things had gone not wrong, but a little bit differently to how I was expecting. So I thought Ajura picked up some damage, or we thought there was an extra tyre change somewhere. It was very puzzling, but anyway, we figured it out, and Jordi Tobias has restored his lead. It's over 3 minutes now, by the way. This is a very big margin as Varga Sim Racing, Marcel Cintiq is not too far behind. You can see him right on the back of Ajura, trying to unlap himself and get 3 cars onto the lead lap in this race. Let's not forget, though, Marcel Cintiq still has to come in 3 laps' time, but still good to see these 2 cars running nose to tail out there on the circuit. You'd expect Tobias to just let him through very easily here, because otherwise there could be a problem. Obviously they don't want that, so yeah, expect to see a bit of a pulling aside from Tobias here, and Cintiq will probably go through.
Yeah, Cintiq most likely going to go through within the next couple of corners. Indeed, following that GT traffic, that Porsche comes down to Tete Rouge as there's a yellow in sector 3 for whom? But I don't know, as soon as I got across the timer, the yellow went away. So I don't know
78, is that Berenguer or is that the other one? It's the other car. It's the other World of Sim Racing car. Sol Sanchez went off at Corvette. And he may... We've seen a couple of incidents. Oh, and you can see he's crumpled there. Very crumpled at the front end. That looks like he's been into the wall fairly hard.
It looks like the car after... in Father Ted, after they tried to hammer all the downside to it. Anyway, Marcel Cintiq now 13 seconds behind second place. 13 seconds behind that Simplexity car, but I think that Cintiq still has to make a final stop.
Will people outside who didn't live in the UK once understand what you mean by that? I'm not entirely sure. Is that a worldwide reference?
I don't know.
I don't either. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's crumpled, that's all you need to know. And we'll try and get a replay, but replays at this end of the race are difficult, as we've mentioned. This is Marcel Cintiq, though, on the back of Jordi Tobias, or he was anyway, but not quite so close to him anymore. Here is maybe a replay being lined up at the bottom of your screen. That's the...
that was the car.
That's the few corners after. Yeah, that's the Dunlop chicane. Believe it happened at Corvette anyway. It was certainly in that end of the lap, and we'll be able to get a view as to what that is, or what that incident was like. But yeah, oh, here we go. Let's have a look at a replay of Sol Sanchez, 19th place World of Sim Racing at the moment, coming through Corvette, and he is sideways and spinning around. He keeps it out of the wall though. How has he got so many crumples on the front of his car then? I don't know, but a simple spin at Corvette for Sol Sanchez.
Yes. A simple spin at a high rate of knots indeed, but he didn't appear to touch anything in the main incident there. But a nice little well, I should say it's a 180 followed by a J-turn. I'd say that was. It's some nice car control there from Sanchez. We still have a look at Cintiq, 11 seconds behind that Simplexity car as it stands.
Yep, indeed. 27.5 minutes to go as we're into the Porsche curves again with Marcel Cintiq not taking any risks with traffic through here this time. Right on the outside he goes into Corvette. He goes as well, the left-hander, and lets Suarez go away from him just a little bit. The gap at the front of the race is 3 minutes and 22 seconds. It's a huge margin, but Suarez may have to splash for a couple of laps of fuel here. We don't quite know yet. We'll know a little bit more when we get down towards the end of this race. I think there are still 8 laps to go in this race, which means Vice is 1 lap short. I think he's 1 lap short.
Yeah. I thought that pit stop might have been a little bit too early.
However, though, that would mean we get 400 laps in this race.
Oh, that's quite nice though. Don't do an extra lap, Jordy, please.
It would be very nice, and also it would be an LMP2 lap record here at the 24 Hours of Le
This
Mans.
is also true, yes.
397 was the previous record set in both season 11 and 12, I believe, or 10 and 11, 2 consecutive years anyway. That we set the same lap record twice, so it looks like that's finally going to be broken.
Yeah, it looks like that will be broken. As you said, a nice 400 laps here in the 24 hours as it stands, and Chinchik still looking to hunt down that simplicity car, but not really getting closer at this moment in time.
No, he's falling away a little bit for the moment, and he'll have to make a stop at the end of not this lap but the next lap after that anyway. As we do actually have a battle out there on the circuit between Donat Prodan and Marco Slanzi. Prodan had to make a final pit stop to make sure that he can get to the end on fuel here, and he has done that. He's dropped 40 seconds to Nick Westphal. I keep calling him Jeff Westphal, the real-life racing driver. I can't even remember what he's in, but he's just in my brain for some reason. And Donat Prodan's 40 seconds down.
IMSA.
It sounds IMSA-y, doesn't it? Sounds American. So yeah, Nick Westphal, 40 seconds in front of Donat Prodan, and Marco Slanzi not too far behind him. That's the only battle under 1 second, because Jose Berenguer is not quite catching Dennis Duna quickly enough, and Christian Heinmarsh is not quite catching Jose Berenguer quickly enough either, with 25 minutes to go.
No, not, as you said, not closing that gap down fast enough, and therefore not being able to make a move in the final minutes of the race. But Slanzi, look at this, only 8 tenths behind. He's going to be getting a lot of slipstream coming down towards Mulsanne Corner.
Yes, indeed. We've seen these Aston Martins very fast in a straight line, so I think it's going to be difficult for Slanzi, but the Ferraris aren't bad either. And this is a battle for 15th position. Not much more than pride and positions going on here. No championships involved for either of these.
Well, because it goes
there
down
are
to
some
15,
points,
doesn't it?
It goes down to 20 for this race.
As it goes down to 20?
It's just been extended slightly for this one. So, yeah, Slanzi has currently got 8 points, looking for 9 if he was to get past Prodan.
But yes, looking at this drive game seat racing car, not close enough to make a move up into Indianapolis this time round, is the car in 16th position and braking hard for this banked left-hander before making his way down towards Arnage, the slowest corner on the Circuit de Les Arts, and then accelerating hard out, pumping on that throttle and making his way up towards the Porsche curves.
6 tenths of a second, Slanzi continues to close down on the Volante car in front. Let's not forget Volante are running in second place at the end of the third hour in this race, doing a triple stint tyre strategy on the medium tyres. It really paid off for them very well, but they've had a number of issues since then, and they're now 5 laps down on the leaders, rather than just 30 seconds or so away, which is where they were after 3 hours. So, yeah, it's been a race of 2 halves for them, certainly, but looking to hold on to 15th. That Prodan, let's not forget, has got a steering wheel that's trying to drag him 20 degrees to one direction rather than straight forwards. So yeah, that's not going to be increasing his pace, and it might be contributing to his demise at the moment, and maybe in the end is him losing out in this battle to Marco Slanzi. We'll wait and see, but coming up towards turn 1 and the Dunlop chicanes right now, Slanzi is certainly a bit closer than where he was when we joined this battle, and maybe into the first Mulsanne chicane there will be an attack of some description.
Yeah, going down towards the first Mulsanne chicane, looks like may well be Slanzi's next main opportunity. Coming through the Tech Rouge is now the left and the right, coming up the hill and cresting across the top over that right underneath the banner, and then going over another crest as you enter Tech Rouge itself, and then diving down towards the Mulsanne straight. He's 6 tenths of a second behind. It looks like he had a little bit of a better exit through Tech Rouge anyway.
It did look like it, He's in the slipstream right now and trying to get through. He closes 3 temps, and now Prodan starts to weave on the straight to break the slipstream and also defend as well into the first chicane. He pulls to the left-hand side, does Slanzy, going around the outside for the first part of the chicane to give himself the inside line for the second part, but that isn't even required because he's able to get through even before the braking zone, and Prodan tucks in behind.
Now, Prodan will be looking for the immediate counter-attack on Slancy to try and get that position back straight away. And you can see closing. Again, it's now the turn of Slancy to go from the left to the right-hand side of the circuit and for Prodan to follow him. Now, Prodan's going to go to the left-hand side, or is he going to go all the way around the outside? Is a good question. Or is he just staying behind? He's just staying behind, so perhaps he's going to make his move down into Mulsanne corner.
He might wait for Mulsanne, he might wait for Indianapolis. It's not a bad exit there at all from Slanzy, a very good one in fact. And that's going to put the pressure onto Prodan to make this move. On board with him again. Weaving around for the Ferrari. He goes defensive into Mulsanne corner. Is Prodan going to go for it at Mulsanne corner though, or is he going to wait for Indianapolis? It looks like he's going to try and go around the outside at the bottom of the circuit. It's a difficult braking zone and he decides to just pull out of it right now. Slanzy takes the correct line, but he goes wide in the corner, and Prodan surely is going to have the opportunity now, even though he went wide though. It looks like Slanzy had a very, very good exit, and Prodan is going to do well to get up the inside of him here into Indianapolis.
Prodan in the big wiggle when putting on the power. But look at this, look at the strength of the slipstream. He's going to move to the left or the right. He's moving to the left, he's moving to the outside. He go all the way around to the outside at Indianapolis. 20 minutes to go, and indeed he does. He gets that 15th position back.
He does indeed. So the battle continues on between Donat Prodan and Marco Slanzy. 20 minutes to go, and this is what we were talking about earlier on. There is no later in this battle. There's no letting anybody through to get them back a little bit later on in the race. You've just got to go for it now. And that's exactly what they're doing. And it is very, very entertaining indeed in the final 20 minutes. It is easily the closest battle out there on the circuit. And it will probably be the only battle for the remainder of this race. But it looks like it is going to last for a fair amount of time. Also, Chinsik, by the way, is in the pit lane for Varga. And he's making his final pit stop of the season as well. So that looks like it's all going to plan for those guys. So we'll continue to watch these guys in the battle for 15th position. Prodan versus Slanzy. And they go through Corvette this time. Prodan does look a little bit vulnerable, though, I have to say. He did well to get back through again, but he does look like he may well lose out eventually.
Yes, it's still having a look is Slancy. Oh, it's going to be interesting to see if he can return the favour at some point. But as you said, we have seen that those Aston Martins have been fairly quick on the straight, and that was Westphal coming out directly ahead. And just having a look at the live timing.
Sorry, Slanzy's down the inside at turn 1. The surprise manoeuvre, but he's gone for it at the Dunlop chicane. Around the outside, there's a bit of contact. Prodan holds on. He has to go across the corner. Does Slanzy realises that he's going to get a cut track for that, so he doesn't do it. Prodan slows down. I guess maybe feels a bit guilty about that one, but that was an unorthodox move. You don't see that very often, and that might be why.
Yeah, it was a big touch between the two of them coming up into the Dunlop chicane. But yes, we saw, just before we saw that move, we saw a quick shot of Nick's Westphal. And Westphal's about 7-8 seconds up the road. And he's actually fighting for position with these two.
He is indeed. I wasn't expecting Westphal to make another pit stop, but clearly he had to. And it looks like he may well have secured 14th place. He was able to go a little bit longer. His final pit stop, a little bit shorter. And that might just seal him 14th position unless these two can really get their act together and close down together. Bit of a lock up from Prodan. He goes very hot into the first chicane, but holds on well. Out of the first chicane they go. And there's going to be more slipstream for Slanzy. Now Prodan starts to weave a little bit, breaking that slipstream. And he may well be defending into the second Mulsanne chicane as well. We'll wait and see if there's going to be a move. Or is Slanzy going to wait? Is he going to do what Prodan did and go for it at Indianapolis, or is he going to go now? He looks like he's going now down the inside at the second chicane. He's just halfway alongside. He brakes, and he's now fully ahead. So Slanzy back in front again, but Prodan surely is just going to slipstream straight past him again, either into Mulsanne or Indianapolis.
Yeah, Mulsanne or Indianapolis is going to be the best opportunity for Prodan. And we saw Prodan make a move into Indianapolis 1 lap ago. The question is, can he do the same? He's moving to the right-hand side. Oh, he's giving him I think that was a little bit of a touch, don't you?
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a touch. Oh, and Sansi's gone
he's
wide.
gone
He
round.
slides into the corner. Donut Prodam down the inside again. He just locked the rears of the Ferrari there into Mulsanne corner, and now they're going dead side by side. The straight line speed difference between them is very minimal, but Prodan is able to get in front. Sansi has to tuck back into the slipstream again. He might come back at him here. He might have another go. The straight is so long that you can actually come back at him. And here he goes. Where's he going to go? Inside line into Indianapolis for the right-hander. Prodan's going to have the outside line for the first bit, but the inside line for the bank bit, they make contact.
Whee.
Into the corner, a bit more contact again. Prodan on the inside line. He
times,
pushes
4
out the Ferrari
times.
onto the gravel. It's still side by side going into Arnaud's. Slanzi sends it, and there's more contact between the two of them. Slanzi still alongside. Prodan will not
They're
let
still
go.
side
This
by
is
side.
unbelievable.
How?
They've been side by side for ages.
They're still side by side coming up towards the Porsche curves. Oh, so close to the Ferrari, the Aston Martin. Is there? I think the overlap is going to be completed. No, there is still an overlap. And it's going to be Slanzi to the inside line for the Porsche curves. They're going to be side by side coming up the hill. But Slanzi comes out of the throttle.
Goodness me. And it's not over yet. Slanzi is very, very close, very much still to Prodan. This is very, very exciting stuff indeed. 15th position. It may be, for 15th, it may be a long way down the order, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be exciting. This is fantastic racing between the two of them.
So here comes Slanzi, 4 chicanes. No, he definitely had a look. He just showed his nose a little bit just before breaking zone for the 4 chicanes, but for the fast and then the slow chicane, and then accelerating out. 15 minutes to go here at Le Mans, which is maybe only about 5 laps.
Yeah, it could well be. I'm going to have to check where the leaders are for you and check if they're going to make a splash and dash here, because they may need it. They're at Mulsanne corner at the moment. Jordi Zwares at Mulsanne corner. I believe there's 4 laps to go for him at the end of this lap. And so there are 5 laps to go for these two at the end of the lap they've just completed there. 7 tenths to a second. A good first couple of corners there from Prodan. He's able to just get up in front ever so slightly. Slanzi falls back for the moment. But nothing doing really. 7 tenths to a second is not insurmountable as we go up to LMP2, because there is a battle for 8th going on as well. Rasmus Andreasen has been catching Lucas Leiston in the Grand Effect Sim Racing car for lap after lap, and now he's trying to go for 8th.
Going to be going for that 8th position, as you said, moving out to that right-hand side is the Rasmus Andreasen, and making that move. Does he? Yes, he's managed to make the complete overlap. Well, no, because the ground effect car is coming back. No, the Burst Esport Hungry.tk car manages to hold on to 8th place for now. Now having a look at Marcus Slanzi, back to this wonderful GT battle, half a second separating the two of them, and no love lost here.
Yeah, absolutely. Really physical battle between the two of them. It did get a little bit leany on each other going into Arnaud, if that's really a word, but yeah, we're about to see another chapter in this story. Are we? Not quite. Into the second chicane. Slanzi a little bit more reserved this time. Normally what we've seen from him is just slinging it down the inside at any opportunity that he's got, but this lap seems a little bit more reserved. Follow Prodan through the second chicane, and maybe he's decided that Indianapolis is his best chance, because otherwise he's just going to get overtaken there again.
Yeah, Indianapolis may well be the best chance, as you said. Look, this gap is closing, coming down towards Mulsanne. Oh, he's gone for it though. Oh, I thought he broke incredibly late and was trying to make a move up the inside of Mulsanne, a massive lunge. But no, he didn't. He's still in 16th place. He's going to have a massive slipstream advantage coming up towards the run up to Indianapolis.
He is indeed. They're going to be side by side once again, and this is exactly what happened last time. Prodan took it to the middle of the road. He took the outside line, last time for the right-hander. This time it's the inside. They make contact on the straight going towards the kick before Indianapolis. Here we go into the corner. It's roles reversed this time. Prodan, big slide. He saved it somehow. Fantastic save. He's going to try and get a cut back through Indianapolis and maybe dive it into Arnaud, is he? or is he going to stay behind just for the moment? He does stay behind. He can't leave this too much longer because Slancy's got some more pace than him. He's got to go now if he wants to retain this position, and Slancy knows it because he's weaving around and trying to defend all at the moment, going up towards the Porsche curves. Is there going to be a dive from Prodan here? Although it's not really a diveable corner. You don't really make dives here, although Prodan might be about to make one. No, he doesn't. He realises that there's a lot at stake here, and throwing both cars in the wall would not be a sensible idea, so he stays behind for the moment.
And while you were there, the Zancho 87 car, the car in second place in GTEs, had a moment at Corvette corner. I saw the yellow flag pop up, and I saw him be quite stationary at the exit of Corvette.
He's lost a bit of time to Christian Malguera, who's now just under 57 seconds behind him, but there shouldn't be any issues with getting Zancho to the flag in second place. They should be okay. Yudis Rise heads out of Mulsanne corner again. Here is what happened to Ibrahim Khan. Loses it on the entry. Classic GTE error at Corvette. Corvette spinning off at Corvette. Luckily, no hit on the barriers.
So look at the gap behind to Prodan in that Volante cars. There's another yellow. Who is that for? That's for the 339. That's for the ground effect car of Lucas Leighton at the first chicane.
Yep, first chicane, and he's come unstuck, I'm afraid. So a couple of guys off the road in the last few moments, but Marco Slanzi is now starting to put some time into... He was starting to put some time into him, but he's on the grass, and that might have cost him a chance at keeping this place. I think Prodan might just about be able to get some slipstream here.
Almost.
Is it going to be close enough, though? Here is what happened to Lucas Leiston, by the way. Locks the rears going into the first chicane, and he goes for a spin.
Yeah, goes for a spin at the first chicane. We've seen that a few times before, but look, it's still Volante there, looking menacing in the background.
Absolutely is. Closes it in again under brakes. Don't forget, he's got that 20-degree steering angle deficit that is pulling him one way when he's trying to go straight, and that can't be helping. And yeah, he's not quite got the pace right now as to what we've seen in the past from Volante in this race. They can say goodbye to any chances of 14th place, by the way, because they've been battling so hard that neither of them have got any hope of catching Nick Westphal in this race. But Slancy now has got a decent margin. I don't think this slipstream is powerful enough, really, for Prodan to get closer. I was thinking maybe by Indianapolis the slipstream will have dragged him towards Slancy enough, but I don't even think that is going to be possible.
Yeah, I don't think that is going to be possible just now. But you say that, but perhaps another mistake from Slancy. That means Volante will be right there on the rear wing.
Yeah, that's true. He made a mistake a couple of laps ago at Mulsanne corner, let's not forget, where he went a little bit wide. Misses the apex slightly there, but it's nothing like what happened last time. Now, here's a bit of traffic. That's the Go Team Racing car, currently running in 4th place in this overall race. 1 minute 24 behind Marcel Cinci. Matthias Stair driving that car at the moment. Is he going to hold up Marco Slanzi enough to let Donat Prodan back into this fight? Or is this over? Is it over for Donat Prodan? Here comes Matthias Stair. Where's he going to do this? It looks like it's going to be into Arnage, maybe. He might even stick behind going through Arnage. Although Slanzi goes a little bit wide, possibly watching his mirrors into the gravel. And Stair, yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. If this was 10 hours ago, Stair would be down the inside straight away there, but it just gave Slanzi a little bit of time to gather it up and stay in front for the moment there.
I should try and time it so you don't finish speaking a sentence as soon as I start taking a drink. But no, you're right, Starr. 10 hours ago, as you said, would not have waited in particular, but now he knows that his position is pretty much set, and Slancy now has to try and run away. Question is, 7.5 minutes to the Blackhawk car in front. Sorry, 7.5 minutes to get to the Blackhawk car in front. It might be a big ask, but it may well be possible. He may have one shot.
I think it's going to be a big ask for him. 2 laps to go at the line for Zvias. 3 laps to go for these guys, because I don't think the leader is going to catch them. At the moment, another battle kind of developing at the moment. Deuces Motorsport Club versus Blackhawk Racing. Alex Broughtingham caught Adam Baldwin by 1.4 seconds on the last lap. The gap is 3.4. and these guys have got 3 laps to go, including this one. So that is a battle that definitely could close in for the very final lap. It's a fight all over 11th place in this race. So not quite a top 10, but as we've seen with those guys fighting a little bit further down, these guys will fight for any position they can get.
Yes, it is Brighton versus Baldwin for that 11th position in class. Jesus versus Blackhawk, 6.5 minutes to go. It's only going to be in 3 laps, I think, that Brighton has to close down that 3.2 seconds.
It is indeed. Schweiz is going to have 2 laps at the line. He's coming through Corvette at the moment. And with just over 6 minutes to go, he is going to have 2 laps to go at the line. That means he is going to make it on fuel. So he is going to make it. It's going to be 399 laps this race. No need for a splash and dash for Judges Fires, I don't believe. Although he's in. He's in anyway. So it will be 400
I might as well, yeah. He's got enough time. He might as well just make sure that he doesn't run out of fuel.
I just miscalculated, by the way. It is going to be 400 laps, and he will need 1 lap of fuel. So Georgie Schreier is into the pit lane, but this is not a worry at all. He's still got over 3 minutes of a margin. This will slightly reduce his winning margin, but he won't care about that as long as he gets to the flag in one piece.
Yeah, and that's all that really matters at this point, is getting to that flag in one piece. But anyway, having a look, Michi Hoya here, 77 seconds ahead of that Vargas Sim Racing car. Of course, Vargas Sim Racing, 5.5 minutes away from winning the P2 Championship.
They are indeed. Are they going to be on the lead lap for it? No, they're not, because Tavares already leaving the pit lane right now. So 2 laps to go for Jordi Tavares, who is still leading this race with 5 minutes to go. That was a bit wayward for Michi Hoya. He's kept it on the road nicely. Lanzi's got 1.7 seconds in front of Prodan as Baldwin sees his gap slashed to under 3 seconds to Broughtingham. Those guys coming out of Arnage at the moment with not a single prototype in sight. No traffic for them. They're going into the Porsche curves right now. So they're going to have 2 laps at the line as well. I just don't know if it's enough for Broughtingham. 2.8 seconds. Let's see how the gap develops though as they go through the Porsche curves, because we see this is the most technical section of the lap really, right at the very end. So that's when the gaps can really come down, but I don't think it's quite coming down enough for Broughtingham to have a go. It's still 2.9 at the moment.
Yeah, still 2.9 seconds, as you said, as we're still having a look at Hoya. In that second position, a very good result for that Simplexity car, should they hold on to that second place. But yes, that gap, as you said, getting smaller and smaller for that 11th place battle. 2.3 seconds is now the gap. I see that Alex Broughtingham comes into the pits.
He does indeed. He needed a couple more laps of fuel, and this race has got a little bit longer than Black Hawk Racing were hoping for. So they're in, Black Hawk Racing, and they'll be losing out on a chance at getting 11th. Will they lose out on 12th? Because Bradley Sellers is only 30 seconds down the road in the 73 Rookie Monsters car. But I don't think Broughtingham's pit stop's going to be long enough for that to really make a difference. 81 just leaves the pit lane right now as Sellers is heading into the 4 chicanes. So no change of position there. So the battles are pretty much over up and down the field. And we have time to focus and reflect on this man, Jordi Zviers, and the Agera Racing team for what they are about to accomplish.
Yeah, next time by will be the white flag, if you will, the final lap indication when he crosses the start-finish line next time.
3 minutes to go. No more chance for another lap. It's going to be one more. It's going to be the nice round 400. We're already into lap record territory, by the way. 398 laps completed as we speak. About to complete lap 399 and break the lap record by the end of the day by 3 laps. That's an LMP2 lap record, I should add, not an overall lap record, because we've had LMP1s in the past that have gone further, as you might be able to imagine. But exceptional pace set this year, because, you know, let's just have a look at this at the moment. I reckon 4 cars will break the lap record at Le Mans for LMP2s. Yeah. That's how astonishing it has been this year.
And here we go, Jordi Zviers coming through the left, right of the Ford chicanes. to begin lap number 400 and to begin the final lap of the 24 Hours of Le Mans and the final lap of season 13.
It is indeed. It's been a long season, but it's been a great season. And it's been pretty good for Ajira. Some others have come up against them that have had better seasons for sure, but Ajira at the moment won't really care about that because they're on their way to Le Mans victory. Caspian Motorsport just in front of them. They've had their issues throughout the day. If you remember, Jeremy Khan having a wheel failure up towards the second chicane. That's set them back a long way, and they're going to finish last, but they're going to be as delighted as anybody just to make it to the end of this one. It's an achievement just to finish.
It certainly is an achievement to finish any 24-hour race. You're having a look at Jordi Spears making his way down towards the first Mulsanne chicane, still building speed and still not, well, I would say still not slowing still not slowing down at all. We've got to remember that he came in for a splash about 5 minutes ago, so no doubt he will have overfilled all that he needs just to make sure that he doesn't run out of fuel.
Yeah, he's going to be very nervous about those downshifts as well. Don't blow your engine on the last lap, for goodness sake. That would be a bad way to go out. It looks like it's going to be 2 cars on the lead lap as well by the end of this one. So, yeah, that's a pretty decent showing from everybody. It was 2 cars on the lead lap last time we had LMP2s as the top class as well, so certainly not bad to see that as Jordi Vries continues on his lap of honour, if you like. It's not going to be a record for cars on the lead lap, 2 cars on the lead lap. It's not a record, by the way. Season 9 would better that, among others. But final lap coming in. Just coming up towards Indianapolis for the very final time. And yeah, this is going to be a very, very special moment in Jordi Vries' career, really.
Yes, coming up towards Indianapolis for lap number 400, the right and then the banked left. Don't push 100%, Jordi. Just make it to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no need to push at this point. He's got 2 minutes and 3/4 over the rest. He's about to, this is Kasper Stoltz as well, by the way, in GTE. He's about to pass Christian Heinmarsch. Here's Jordi Vries. That battle is not going to change, though, in the GTE category. He's about to take another couple of cars, World of Sim Racing and and another car as well, into the Porsche curves. Here he is for the very final time. Jordi Vries making his way through the Porsche curves, through on the 99 car as well, which is going to take the championship here in GTE. We'll talk about those guys in a moment. But here he is, into the final 4 chicanes. Final car to be lapped in the race. Final couple of corners. And it's all for him. Jordi Vries and Ajira Racing win the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's Vries' 3rd 24 Hours of Le Mans victory overall, 3 years in a row. What an astonishing achievement that is for him. A really, really great drive from all of those guys today to win by 2 minutes and 3/4. Just behind them, Wave Freem Esports take the GTE Championship here in the VEC for 2021 and season 13. And here are your LMP2 champions, along with their main rivals, their biggest rivals, showing a moment of respect between the two of them as they go across the line together. Marcel Chinsick and Varga Sim Racing win LMP2 championship here for the VEC in season 13. And there's Christian Maglera. He's going to be delighted with the GTE victory as Wave Freem Esports return from the heartbreak of 1 year ago, having lost out on the LMP2 championship. They now clinch the GTE championship in front of Varga Sim Racing, who will be bitterly disappointed to miss out by just 8 points. Here's Kasper Stoltz and a dominant drive from John Lacey Esports, Matteo Caruso and Martin Darland alongside him. And they're going to take one of the best GTE victories we've seen in the VEC for a very long time. A dominant display from Kasper Stoltz and John Lacey Esports Aston Martin winning GTE at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Okay, guys, that concludes this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. Congratulations to Adjura.
A message from race director Jimmy
Sport as the GT winner of the 13th season 24 Hours of Le Mans. In fact, I just did a bit.
Yes, Jimmy there just saying for about 173 races and 1,700 plus hours of racing in the 13 seasons of the VEC. But yes, it is indeed Waveframe Esports winning that GTE class, and it is Varga winning the LMP2.
In the race results, it's Azira Racing who lead or win, in LMP2, and John Lacey Esports who beat out Zancho in GT in front of Waveframe. Drive Game Seat, One Move Esports as well managed to get themselves into the top 5 at the end of the day for GTE. Michal Sedlacek just missing out on the championship there, I'm afraid, for Varga Sim Racing, but we can only have one champion in each class, and they have gone to Varga and Waveframe. So congratulations to those guys, and congratulations to everybody who's made it to the end of this race. A big thank you for everybody for tuning in as the days have gone on in this season. We've had 9 races, and there've been 9 brilliant races as well. Thoroughly enjoyable. Thoroughly enjoyed your company as well, all at home, and all of the commentators who've been alongside me this season. Thanks to Neil as well. It's been a fantastic Le Mans and a fantastic season as well.
Yes, it has been a great race, especially still having those incredible battles in the final moments of the 24 hours. And as you said, these 9 races have been absolutely extraordinary. Everyone told its own story, and everyone had a different twist and turn in the championship story.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good season indeed. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching any race this season, and most especially the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which has just been completed. I guess it's time for you all to get a bit of sleep, because it's been a very, very long night for everybody. But no, I thank you very much for tuning in, and until next time, we'll say goodbye for now.